Okay. I gotta make sure this is working, because I've never actually streamed on the Lonarra channel before, and OBS was doing some weird thing. Yeah. Alright, I think it's working. Okay, cool. I have honestly no idea how many people are even going to show up to the stream. Honestly, I'm mostly just doing this so it functions as recording, and if people want to tune in and watch, they can. But I haven't touched this channel in like 6 months. It's actually not even monetized anymore, but I would rather just play it safe and stream over here. So, I'll just kind of start off by acknowledging the fact that this is Turtle WoW. I am streaming on Turtle WoW, and you cannot do that on Twitch. So, normally I multi-stream everything from Twitch and YouTube. I literally cannot do that here because, like, private servers are against Twitch's terms of service for some reason, but YouTube doesn't have any policies that stop it, so fuck it. I'm gonna stream it here. And I previously uploaded a Turtle WoW leveling video like a few months ago, and that one I was gonna make like a video series for, but I just kind of ran out of time, and the unfortunate reality is that I've just been extremely busy. I'm also noticing that I think because I don't have my like second channel linked to Discord, like it's not gonna pop up there. Whatever, it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, so I did a leveling run with this character, and I will probably pick that up again over the next few days. But thing is, Turtle WoW ends in less than 2 weeks. I really wanted to get more progress done before it shut down, but it doesn't look like I'll be able to do that. For this particular stream, I'm going to be leveling this Gnome Warlock. I'll just log in. Yeah, there's no setup or anything that I need to do. But I've been very busy, obviously. I've had a lot of work on the add-on and just leveling stuff, and then, of course, the season started.
Often brilliant, no.
Let's get the intro cutscene thingy. I don't know how I have all my add-ons and stuff configured here. I set this all up a while ago, and I haven't really messed around with it since, so I have a very, very far zoom-out distance. Okay, this is maybe more than it needs to be. I didn't realize it could go that high. Let's see here. I do think that sounds... Yeah, I just want to turn all that down a little bit, because it was ever so slightly too loud compared to what I'm used to. Alright, that seems fine. And then action bars. Yeah, there's like some more settings now compared to when I last played this, so that's nice. I do know that they updated a little bit. But yeah, so obviously Elephant's in the Room, right? Yeah, it's Turtle WoW. Blizzard won their lawsuit, they're shutting it down. There's nothing that's stopping me from playing this. I should be clear about that. Some people, I don't think, understand that that's a thing. Like, Blizzard cannot stop you from playing on a private server. There is no rule against it at all. So, I'm fine to upload this. I mean, they may, in theory, be, like, less likely to look kindly on me, like, as an individual because I publicly promote this, but I don't care. I'm not, like, directly affiliated with Blizzard at all. I'm not in their partner program, so I could not honestly give less of a shit. And I think that Turtle WoW is pretty good. I really enjoyed it when I played it, like, about a year ago, and then again a few months ago for the Shaman thing, and I was really looking forward to continuing it, but I just never got the opportunity. So, my plan, now that my guild has finally finished our prog in retail, Mythic Lura is dead, is I'm basically going to spend the next, 2-ish weeks doing almost nothing but playing Turtle WoW. And I'm going to see how far into all of the custom content I can get before it is gone forever. I have a lot of work to do, though. I've made myself a little Google Doc where I've written down, like, all of the different custom content that I can find in, like, a list format. and I've been checking off all the stuff that I've already done on the few different times I played, which isn't much. I would say 90% of that stuff was in the shaman leveling video, and the only stuff that I did on my own, which was before I started recording the shaman video, was like when I first tried it, is I have fully played through all of the high elf stuff. That was the first time I ever played the server. I tried all the high elf content, so I've experienced that at the very least, but I guess it technically never made it onto YouTube. Whether or not I replay that just to get it on video, TBD. I technically have, like, the footage recorded for that somewhere on one of my hard drives, but whether or not I want to dig that up is, I guess, remains to be seen. The one disappointing thing is I heard a lot of good things about all of the raids on this server, and obviously I like raiding. That's the main thing that I have always enjoyed in World of Warcraft, so the fact that it is something I'll effectively never be able to try is a bit of a bummer. Because there's just no way in like 2 weeks or whatever I'm going to be able to make it to max level and get to a point where I can try out Tower of Karazhan, Emerald Sanctum, Timbermaw Holds, all the different revamps they've done. Yeah, that feels unfortunate. That's a bit of a bummer. But yeah, I can't change that. Can't change the fact that the server's shutting down and that I've just simply been too busy. There's just no universe in which I allocated time to play this before this point. It's just my schedule's been too overloaded. So the best that I can realistically hope to achieve is to finish off all of the remaining things that I just never got to try. And the reason why I'm leveling this character, and I wanted to start off by kind of knocking out some edge case things before I get back to the main characters that I've been leveling, which is the Shaman that you saw, and then I'm probably going to dust off the Paladin that I leveled like a year ago. I only ever got it to level 17. Like I said, I didn't really get super far, just did the High Elf stuff a little bit more. But there is a bunch of new stuff in Dun Moreau, and I would really like to be able to see that. So there is Rugford's Mountain Rest, the Ironforge Airfield, and Frostbane Hollow, which is a dungeon. Now that I will probably do on my Paladin later on. And there's also some stuff in Nomergon. That I technically did like a year ago, but I don't really remember much of it. So I'm just going to try it again, especially while I'm here. And then there's also, I'm going to level a Night Elf Druid up to 10, because there's some new stuff in Teldrassil. But outside of that, I believe I have done just about all of the new Starting Zone content. Because there isn't... I don't think there's anything that new in Tearsfall Glades outside of the Tearsfall Uplands, which is a 15 to 30 zone. It's kind of like a separate questing hub, so I'll just do that on my Shaman. And I've already done all the new stuff in Durotar. I've done the new stuff in Mulgore. And what else would there even be? I suppose it is not impossible that there's maybe new stuff that wasn't... What is this? Oh, I guess that's just new quality of life on the map stuff. Because when I leveled in Durotar, there were a few things, like I looked up lists of custom content, and the only thing it mentioned as custom was this town, Sparkwater Port. But there were a few other minor things, like there's a new area in Echo Islands, which is technically mentioned as new content under the Barrens, but the questline starts in Durotar, and there were some things around like the Kultiran area here, and that was not in any list that I found online. So I suppose it's not inconceivable that there is brand new content added to, like, Tearsfall Glades, for instance, that I'm just unaware of. And what else would there even be? There technically are some small additions to Elwyn Forest that I did play through. But I also know they took some of that out, so I don't know how much of that is still there. There's a few things in Stormwind that I've already seen. But the two main starting zones that I just know I have not touched whatsoever, and I do know definitively there are new things, is Gnome Dwarf and then Teldrassil. So I'm going to be playing through that just to get yet another level 10 character on the board. It'd also be nice because if I need something for professions, and, you know, I might do that, I have no idea. It's so hard to justify investing in professions, which is a bummer because I usually like doing that for Classic, but is what it is. I'll jump into it, though. I need to... Do I have... I almost turned on Leatrix Plus. Just, my brain is so rotted from retail. There should be some add-on that I downloaded that auto-accepts quests. Maybe, do I have to hold control? I don't know. I'll have to figure that out later. If I have to manually accept quests, that's fine. But I do remember there was something that I could do. Maybe it's in here. Hide griffins. Usually like that. Cooldown numbers, sure. Sure. I'm not seeing any auto-accept quests, so maybe I'm just blind. That's entirely possible. I don't know why it's different from when I played before. Probably some update, like, messed with whatever add-on I had enabled. Check this. Obviously, there's some way to do that somewhere, so... If I can't figure it out now, I'll just figure it out another time, and we'll do that. Actually, it's, won't kill me. Right. Now, I do generally remember the Gnome Warp starting zone, so I should be able to spot any key differences. Because I did play through this in SOD, so that was, like, fairly... Actually, how long ago was SOD? At least, like, 2 years or something, so... It feels more recent than it actually was, but compared to some of the classic zones, I do. Compared to some of the other classic zones, I'm a little bit more familiar with this one. Probably, like, Undead is the one that I know the least. Actually, yeah, outside of Undead, I played through pretty much every single starting zone at least a few times over the years. Huh. I will also note that, obviously, if you are watching the recording, then you may not know that it is currently, like, pretty much midnight for me. And I'm just, like I said before, I finally... Why does it say spell not ready? Okay. I finally have time to play this, and I was kind of debating... Oh, my cast bars are all messed up. Alright, why are my cast bars all messed up? You know, in hindsight, it probably would have been beneficial to hop in and make sure that, like, none of the UI things were changed since the last time I played. It doesn't look like there's any way to disable add-ons within the game itself. Bummer. So my UI is just going to be kind of a mess. Is what it is. I can live with it. I'm also just going to do this, I think. Yeah, so I haven't had much time to play anything up until recently, so it's either I just play this on my own, and I probably will over the course of the next few weeks, play like a decent amount off stream. I'm not going to be streaming literally every single second of my playthrough for this, so now the volume is too low. I guess, better that it's a little bit too high than too low. I'm just going to go into my sound mixer and then, like, lower it a little tiny bit. That seems fine. I don't know why the slider on there is extremely, like, rigid. You can only move it a ton or a very little bit. So I think at this point I could also probably turn off always show action bars. Yeah, should be fine. Huh. But yeah, I don't know how much commentary... Okay, it turned it off and then it immediately flicked that setting back on. Had to hit save or something somewhere. Okay. Yeah, I guess I did not hit OK. I probably just instinctively hit escape. I'm also... Okay, I do have some sort of quest tracking here. So I don't need to worry too much about where I'm going. But yeah, I... like a little bit tired. I also just realized I forgot to make coffee before I started the stream, which is a bit of an oops. I meant to do that, and then I just kind of forgot. So I'll have to do that at some point. I also don't know exactly how I'm going to go about the format for this stream. Like, am I going to do a long stream? Am I going to do the entirety of the Gnome starting zone in one sitting? I think I might be able to manage that. It shouldn't take me that long to do. But I guess it really just depends on how long it takes for me to get to the custom content that I'm trying to experience. And if I reach a point where I've been streaming for like 5 hours and I've still not got into level 10 or something like that, which shouldn't take that long, then maybe I take a break. Maybe I do this another time, or do like another stream tomorrow morning. We shall see. But I don't want to... I guess I don't want to burn myself out, right? The entire reason I'm playing this is for fun, and if I force myself to stream it, even when I'm not really in the mood for streaming, which is, frankly, most of the time, then I will just not really want to play it at all. And so I'm just going to only stream when I feel like it, and also I'm only going to give commentary I feel like it. And I usually feel almost compelled to give commentary as I do these leveling runs, just because that's how I always do it for the speedruns. But the reality of Classic WoW is that sometimes there's just not really a lot to say. It's a fairly slow game. Sometimes there's just not a whole lot going on. Which is also why usually when I play Classic WoW, it's just kind of a second monitor game for me. I'll throw up like a YouTube video and just watch that as I level. I do think it's curious how Warlock feels without all the runes and stuff. Because I don't know if I've ever leveled like a regular non-sod Warlock. I think I technically did level 1 in hardcore up to level 10, maybe? It's been so long since like hardcore officially came out, because I only really ever played on the official hardcore servers when all my friends were doing it. And then, I don't know. I'm not like the biggest fan of classic hardcore. It's fine. But it's such a long journey that the only reason I'd even start doing challenge runs like that is if I was in a position where you've already played through it so much that you may as well. Kind of what I like to do in retail. Like, that's entirely why I do speedruns. If, retail hardcore runs were actually even remotely challenging, I'd probably do those, but they aren't. I don't die in, like, the vast majority of my runs anyway, because that's just how the game works. So I understand the logic behind it, but it's just never been something that I've really enjoyed. Probably. So... still no gear I can actually use. I can go back and learn Immolate if I wanted to. Don't know if I do. I overlap with anything. It's just the trogs. I feel like I probably get some more upgrades by killing trogs in the immediate moments. Not that it particularly matters at this level, but I believe they have a higher chance to drop actual gear. I could be crazy. I don't know exactly how drop rates work in Classic. But also, if I start working my way back towards the town, then once I eventually get back there, I can head over, learn Immolate. Actually, what do I need to learn? Read the Tainted Memorandum. Okay, that was the speak to your class trainer quest, but I already went and talked to him. So I have the follow-up already. And the quest from my class trainer is in the troll cave, so I definitely can't do that just yet. It's fine, though. So I could stop and drink if I wanted to, but... At this point, like, I'm in no real danger, so I don't feel like I want to burn through all my water just yet. I also, like, technically could mail stuff over from my other character. I think when I get to level 5, I may do that. Because I'm not trying to go for, like, oh, a super pure solo self-found experience. Like, if I've already played other characters and gathered some resources, I may as well use them. The only reason I'm not doing that now is because... maybe Turtle did change the mailboxes and starting zones thing, but in Classic, obviously, there are no mailboxes, so if I wanted to transfer stuff over, it would just be too much of a hassle. But yeah, I think once definitely... Oh, wow. That's an early bag. Alright. Last few characters I've leveled in Classic have been very unlucky with bags. So that is a pleasant surprise. Didn't even need much. I know I have at least 1 gold on my level 17 Paladin, but I don't think I have much more than that. So I can't really afford a ton. I also know that when I did play a year ago, I did some profession setup, which is just kind of what I do always when I play Classic. So at the very least, I should have 1 alt with, like, blacksmithing and stuff like that. So I could probably get a few things crafted. But I don't think I did nearly as much as on my Horde characters, which are on a different server. And those ones I did showcase during the Shaman run, all the setup. Those I have at least, like, level 75 skill in most different professions. And since I already have them on separate servers, because the way that it worked before is there were like 2 servers for Turtle WoW when I tried, like, over a year ago. And there was a PvP server and a PvE one. So my friend who got me to try the game was on the PvE server. That's the one I'm playing on right now. But I initially made my characters on there, just so that I could play with him. Never really got far on it, unfortunately. But I made Alliance characters in that server, so when I tried it again, like 6 months ago, they released a fresh server. And the idea behind that server is there's been so much content that was added over, like, the last 5 or so years, however long the server's been out. So they were going to do, like, a fresh start progression server that rotated through different phases, kind of like, you know, how regular Classic goes. And that was the idea. So I figured, okay, well, I'm fairly new to the game. I should probably start on that server now. And especially if I already played Alliance here. Did I get... Yeah, I got everything I needed from the Trogs, it looks like. So now we just gotta kill boars. So I figured, alright, well, if I'm gonna start on a new server anyway, I may as well just make that my Horde server. That way I could do all the Alliance stuff on one and all the Horde stuff on another. Now, obviously, with the server shut down in 2 weeks, they've kind of unlocked everything on the progression server. Now, I don't really know exactly how things are unfolding over there, but I can't imagine it's very good. Because, oh, there's a brightly colored egg. Is the... I wonder if they, like, turned the Easter event on and then just never turned it off? Alright. Sure. Oh, I get 1 armor from that shirt? Yeah, this is from Noble Garden. Okay. I guess that is what happened. Because I think the shutdown stuff happens, like the announcement, around Easter. Right? I don't know. My sense of time at this point is all messed up. But cool. A shirt that provides armor, I will take it. And a little food buff. But yeah, so they opened up all progression on that other server. The problem is, though, like, imagine, I think they were just about to enter Blackwing Lair, because I was loosely following how things were going. Obviously, I was too busy to play, but I was still interested in the server. And if you asked a bunch of Blackwing Lair geared raiders to just jump straight into Naxxramas, and there's, like, new raid tiers even beyond that, which, as far as I know, are tuned to be more challenging than that. Well, it's going to be difficult. There's another egg. Cool. So the problem with Ambershire, the new server, playing on that now... 1 second. The problem with that is I can't imagine that the economy or the server is in a position where many people are able to really meaningfully progress. So I don't really know how feasible it would be to do some of the other content. Obviously, at no point am I going to be able to do, like, Naxxramas or any of the later raids anyways. So that's not necessarily what I'm concerned about. But I would just imagine that the population for that server probably tanked, I suspect, the moment the announcement went out. Just because, how are you going to get any of the remaining stuff done if you're just, like, effectively almost a year, if not years, behind the progression curve, and then suddenly it's like, yeah, you could do all this further progression if you want to, but obviously you have to get all the way there in like a month. That just seems impractical. So what I'm kind of hoping is I'm going to try to primarily play on this server, the PvE one. Yeah, that's the other server. This one I can pick up, though. The only downside is my shaman's already over there. So if I do play my shaman, or rather when I play my shaman, because I will have to be on that server. The only thing that I have to consider now, and I still haven't really fully decided yet, is what I want to prioritize. Because I have my document here of things that I want to see before the server ends. Well, really, all of the custom content. I'd like to get as much done as I can. And there are some things that are Horde only, and there's some things that are Alliance only. I obviously I can't really tell which is which, right? From what I've gathered, so the main new custom zones that got added recently are Northwind, Balor, and Grim Reaches. And I believe Northwind, I know for a fact, is Alliance only. I believe Balor and Grim Reaches are both factions, but I would imagine that they are like, each faction has its own quest line and stuff in the zones. So it's not like a neutral zone where if you experience it once, you experience like the entirety of it. Gilneas is also a later zone that, from what I read, does have kind of separate storylines for each faction. So if I only get to experience them on one faction, like, that's fine. But obviously I would like to do both. I did read that at level 48 through 53, there is Lapidus Island and Gilligam's Island, and apparently one of them is, like, more slanted for one faction than the other. I think you can technically go to either one and do stuff there, regardless. But one of the islands, I don't remember which is which, has more quests for Alliance, the other is more for Horde. But that's, like, level 50 stuff. Now, I have enough free time on my hands to where I actually don't think it is impossible that I might be able to reach level 60 if I just kind of no-life the fuck out of it for the remaining time until the servers go down. I'm debating on whether I want to actually do that. Because, like, I could, and technically, you know, my guild is only doing, like, one sale run, I think, for the next 2 weeks, because we just finished the tier, so I shouldn't really have that much that I really need to do. I just put out, like, a big video on my main YouTube channel, so I'm not really in any rush to get stuff posted, or whatever. So, I do technically have the time. Do I still need boars? No, I just need regular rockjaw trogs. Okay. So those. But yeah, there's only so much that I'll realistically be able to do. I would imagine there's probably like 1 or 2 quest hubs in later zones that are like Horde or Alliance specific. I can't really tell just by looking at it. So, there's bound to be something that I'm gonna miss. One thing that I'm almost certain I won't be able to do is I won't be able to just level a Horde and an Alliance character from scratch up to level 60 in this amount of time. That probably feels impossible. Unless there's like an XP boost or something, I don't know. But, yeah, I don't think that is reasonable. What would be reasonable is getting like one character up to 30 and the other to 60. I might have enough time to swing that. So, the only thing that I know is purely Alliance specific is Northwinds, which is up to level 34. And so initially, my thought was something along the lines of, oh, I could level my Alliance character temporarily and get that up to experience Northwinds, and then everything else I just do on Horde. If there's any Alliance-specific stuff that I miss, then, oh well, I miss. The goat on Turtle WoW, yes. Well, I appreciate it. But yes, I am playing on Turtle WoW. There's another egg. But hello, Weirman Hendrick. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna go about that. I've been trying to convince some people in my retail guild to try this out. I don't necessarily know if any of them will bite. I've been telling them about like how I think it's, really fun, and some of them do like Classic. So a few of them have at least asked like more questions about like, oh, what's it like, etc., etc. But it's hard to tell how much of that is just like curiosity and how many of them would genuinely consider it. What I'll probably do is, because so far I've only mentioned it in passing, right? I've only said like, oh, hey, the moment we finish Prague, this is what I'm going to be doing. And, I've discussed, like, how I think it's pretty cool and stuff, and usually most of them are just like, I thought I was shutting down, like, how are you going to play that, etc. But I might, like, write a longer little post in the guild Discord and be like, just so you know, if anybody is interested, like, I will give you, like, 6 slot bags and, however much silver, whatever, just to try it, because I do think if we could have, like, guild dungeon runs for some of the earlier custom dungeons, that could be cool. If that's not possible, then, is what it is. I'll just continue doing solo leveling like I always do. But I don't really know how many people are going to actually be available to do the lower level dungeons. I have read on the Turtle WoW, like, Discord and Reddit forums and stuff that there are some higher level people who are, like, giving tours and stuff through the lower level dungeons. And while I think that's neat from a, like, it's cool that they're doing it kind of perspective, like, the fact that people are willing to help out new players to see the custom content, like, that's cool. But that's not really why I'm playing it, right? Like, if I just wanted to see it, there are technically videos out there of, like, tours of it, or, you could, if you dig hard enough, find someone doing a run of the custom dungeons. So it's not impossible to find that, but I want to play through it, right? That's the entire point. And getting boosted by a max level character, that's not really experiencing it, at least not in my mind. So, ideally, I would like to get as many dungeons completed as possible. I forgot to actually equip this. Oops. There we go. And I would especially like to be able to tank those dungeons, just because, I like tanking, so figuring out, like, how to pull brand new dungeons. I'll get to do it once, and then I'll never get to do it again, but it would be a neat experience, I suppose, for the time that I would spend doing it. I would have to imagine that there's enough people still leveling to where I could try it out. Like, surely there is enough people to where at least, like, 1 or 2 of the dungeons I could find an actual group to play with. But from what I have heard, like, unsurprisingly, the concurrent players did kind of tank the moment they announced the servers are shutting down, because, very few people are, I guess, like me, where they're just like, oh, I just want to invest as much time to see as much as I can before it's gone. Especially for an MMO. And, like, I can't really blame most people for that. The point of an MMO is kind of long-term progression. And what's really fun in World of Warcraft, obviously, especially in Classic, is seeing your character progress over a longer period of time and, constantly growing through, like, the living world and whatnot. And that's, like, gone if the server shuts down. So I think to a lot of people, the concept of playing on a server that's about to die feels counterintuitive, because it's like, why would I want to invest all this progress into something that's just gone? And that's just not really how I tend to look at games in general. But I understand the mentality, at least. Like, to me, I just want the experience, right? And if I get to have the experience of playing through it, even if it goes away, like, 2 weeks later, sure, my character may be quote-unquote gone, but I still enjoyed the time that I played, and that's really all I care about. Okay, we have 2 of them. It's going to be a little bit awkward. I think I just need to stab this guy down, because trying to cast with 2 mobs autoing me is going to be rough. But we'll see, and that's why, I think it would be cool, especially if because I think so many people have that picture of Classic. I think if I try to paint, like, the idea to my guildies of, like, we all know that getting to level 20 or so in Classic WoW, that's not that time-consuming. Especially the hardest part usually is, like, inventory management and farming early money and whatnot. So if I give them all, like, 50 silver and, like, a few bags or something, it shouldn't be too hard for them to get to a bare minimum level to where we could do, like, all of the dungeons up to level 30. Like, that, I feel, would be a reasonable goal. And I still, like, personally, for me, if you told me, like, hey, let's say, right, Blizzard announced that they were adding, like, 5 brand new, never-before-seen World of Warcraft dungeons to, like, effectively a second version of Season of Discovery, and it would only be available for the next month. Like, you would not be able to stop me from playing that non-stop, every waking moment, just to experience, like, World of Warcraft dungeons that are never going to go away. And that's kind of the feeling that I have with Turtle, because, like, private servers are in this weird limbo where I've always, like, well, historically, I was never a big fan. Another bag, okay. Sheesh. This character is off to a good start. But yeah, I never used to be interested in private servers, because when I was, like, younger and stuff, and I heard about the idea of private servers, every, like, little glimpse I saw of them just seemed, like, really lackluster. And I always got the impression, like, oh, private servers are basically just, like, Anarchy WoW, almost, where, it's just people wanting to do whatever they want. Like, I remember hearing about servers where there's, like, 5x experience rates, so you could just get to max level and fuck around faster. I'm like, well, yeah, but that kind of defeats the entire purpose of the game, right? And so I always had this kind of bad connotation with private servers of, isn't it just, like, kind of a shallow version of World of Warcraft? Like, what's actually the point of doing it? And all of the special stuff that I saw in there, didn't really mean much to me. And every single person who I knew, like, back when I was in, like, middle school or high school, and, like, all my friends who, well, I didn't have that many friends who played on private servers, but I had, like, one friend in particular I remember. Another friend who, like, kind of tried them, specifically with that other friend. But one of my friends who really played a bunch of private servers, I remember he was, like, his parents wouldn't let him buy a WoW subscription. So the reason why he mostly played on private servers was because he just couldn't afford to spend the money on it. So he was just like, oh, yeah, I like World of Warcraft, but I just, I don't want to buy the sub or whatever, and this is, like, a cool way that I can still, like, play the game. And, like, I understood that, right? That made sense to me. But I always figured, like, okay, but if I actually wanted to play the game, it seems like an inferior version. But I mean, Turtle WoW is just different. I've heard people, especially in light of Turtle WoW shutting down, talking about, like, other options and stuff. And it's like, oh, technically, this server is the Classic Plus we've all been waiting for. And it's just, like, some, shitty server that added, like, one tiny bit of new content, one new class combination or whatever. And the problem with this, like, whole discussion on Classic Plus and whatnot is, as everybody obviously knows, everybody has a different idea on what Classic Plus what Classic Plus is, and it means different things to different people. And I have no real horse in this race. Like, if Blizzard makes a Classic Plus, I'll probably play it regardless, just because I like World of Warcraft. It's that simple. I like playing this game, no matter what form it takes. Actually, I'm dumb. Spellbook. Sure. I'll only remember is I always had corruption on 2, so we're gonna do that. You watch Liquid clear Mythic Lura, but that's definitely not the same as you trying it. Yeah, it's... Well, it's, Oh, I see your point. Yes, I see what you mean. In reference to what I was saying before. I thought it was because I mentioned that my guild killed Mythic Lura. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's... I think, especially considering I just killed Mythic Lura, that, it's especially a relevant point. Yeah, I actually think that the funny thing about that is a lot of times you have very different ideas watching something than actually clearing it yourself. Okay, I do have my auto-run keybind to be still bound, so some stuff it carried over when I last played. But, like, I remember it was hard to really understand why P1 was so hard when you watch other guilds do it. Because we all can, like, look at P1 of Lura and think, like, okay, that looks difficult, but there was, like, a thought in the back of my head of, like, I could do that, right? Like, obviously I could, but I didn't think it looked as hard as it actually ended up being. I did have, like, some elements of, like, okay, I'll take their word for it, because obviously Max was continuously saying, like, this fight is insanely hard, this is, like, one of the hardest P1s ever, and I don't think he's making that up, right? So I did kind of figure, all right, there must be something I'm missing. And then you actually get to experience it. And I think Beleren was also very similar for me in this, to this extent, where there's a lot of, like, variance. And if all you're watching is, like, some of the good pulls, especially, like, the pulls where they've been on the boss for hundreds and hundreds of pulls, they've already seen that fight multiple times, they already know how to adapt to slightly bad RNG. But there will be some times where the way that the mechanics line up, you're just like, wait, what the hell? I didn't prepare for this. Like, I had no idea that that could even happen, and then you're just dead. And, the raid explodes, and it's just, Oh, I got a notification. It was for the Wordle, because it just ticked over to midnight. Me and my guild have been doing the Wordle every single day for the last, like, few weeks. Yeah, so, Lura was definitely very, very interesting, because after, like, 100 polls, I was like, okay, yeah, I get it. I understand why people are saying this is the hardest P1 ever. Definitely, I understood why if you were a Crystal Carrier it was hard, but as a tank, it doesn't look that challenging. Like, you're just kind of sitting there against the wall. But, like, as a Blood DK, right, the way the glaives go, depending on where your crystals spawn, like, it's RNG, so Lura does, like, her Termination Matrix, where she's blasting out, like, beams, and everybody needs to do their kicks, and then all the crystals explode and scatter across the room. And as a Blood DK, I need to make sure that I look for really far crystals in a certain area and get them gripped close to the boss. But there's also sometimes where the way the crystals spread, a lot of them go into the assigned quadrant that our DPS DKs are supposed to get. So each DK only has 2 grips, and some guilds only run 2 DKs, so in that case you only have 4 grips in total across your 2 DKs. But we had 2 DPS DKs and me, so we had 6 grips in total. And every single one of us had, like, basically a third of the room that we were covering for our grips. But the moment the crystals go out, I, like, scan my section of the room, I look. Obviously, if there's, like, 2 very clearly far out crystals, I'm like, all right, those are mine. Grip, grip, and then usually there's enough spread out where I can mass grip and it's good to go. But sometimes I scan that part of the room for, like, a second or 2, and there's no crystals. And then I have to quickly say, okay, well, if there's no crystals in my area, it probably means that extra crystals fell into one of the DPS DK's quadrants, so then I need to go over, look, and see, like, which crystal didn't get picked up by them, and then I have to go grip that. And then sometimes, if everything goes well, you can grip directly underneath the boss, but sometimes the crystals are a little bit too spread out. So I need to actually manually run out, like, a tiny bit away from the boss to mass grip myself, and stand in a position where I'm, like, equidistant from all the crystals, so that I can get a clean mass grip so all the DPS can cleave it down. But then sometimes, right as I'm doing all that, like, all this stuff can happen, I go out, I have to manually mass grip myself, and then a glaive is coming right at the location that I need to mass grip in. So then what do I do? Then a lot of times I'll have to kind of grip off to the side and maybe like after the glaive passes, do a single grip to like grip the crystal in. And then everything has to be very fast because if you are slightly too slow, then the crystal explodes and wipes the raid. And there's just like so much going on, and you don't get to experience that by just watching the, people kill it, right? You have to experience that yourself. And kind of like you said, just by watching something, you don't really get the full impact of it. And that's kind of the same thing that I feel about this, right? Like, I could watch somebody play through all of this, and that would be cool enough, and obviously, I mean, that's what I guess you guys are doing. And I would imagine that would be enjoyable enough. It's better to at least see it and understand, what all the fuss is about than never know. But if I do have the time, then I may as well. But, for instance, like the raids, right? I already know that I'm never going to be able to have time for the raids in this game because there's only 2 weeks left. There's no way I could get to that point. So I did look up some clears of the new raids, and they look pretty cool. Which, makes me a little bit even more bummed out that I'm not going to be able to experience it. But I was curious. I was like, all right, what are the new custom raid bosses they added? And looks interesting. And it just makes me wish that, well, I hope Blizzard actually does something. The cope that everybody's on is like, surely Blizzard's actually going to finally announce their version of Classic Plus, but the reality is, I don't really know what Blizzard could ever do that's better than this. Because I played SOD quite a bit. And definitely out of anybody that I know, I played SOD, more than... other than people I met on SOD, right? Like, there were some people who, after I played SOD and every single person in my friend group quit, obviously I made some friends on SOD who then, after I finally stopped playing, continued to play it longer, but I don't really count that because they were people I knew from that game who obviously stuck around for longer. But basically, out of everybody, like, in my circle, especially of, like, retail players, I'm the person I know who stuck around with it the longest and actually gave it, like, I think a fair shot. I made some videos covering it, largely on this channel, which is kind of why I chose to use this channel as, like, the place where I would post the Turtle WoW stuff. Because this used to kind of just be where I uploaded classic videos. And then I kind of started doing, like, a mix of main channel and second channel videos for, like, SOD and whatnot. But early on, this was the primary place for all the SOD videos. And, like, SOD was fine. But the biggest issue that I had with SOD is it didn't really add anything new. Obviously, later on, they kind of did. I enjoyed the custom raids because, again, I like raiding, so that was the main reason I stuck with it. I thought that was fun, but it felt very shallow, and a lot of the other stuff they added it didn't feel like classic. And I felt that was the biggest mistake of it. SOD felt like... I mean, honestly, SOD felt like more of a private server than Turtle WoW does. Turtle WoW has kind of marketed itself as, like, a true classic experience, and they do a good job of, like, living up to that. Because all of the stuff they add feels like, yeah, I could definitely see this being added to World of Warcraft. And SOD, it's such a strange design decision, thinking back on it. Why, for their very first iteration of adding content to Classic, they just did these, like, weird things. Like, the thing that I just can't shake, that, like, every time I talk about this just pops to mind, is, like, the supply crates. The supply crates are, like, so anti-classic. And they added it in the very first phase, and then just kind of continued expanding on it over and over. And it was not good. It was really bad. And it, in my opinion, really ruined the experience. Because they were very, very, very powerful. They added, like, heirlooms from the supply crates. They turned it into kind of like a retail-like reputation system. But it was like, it had a janky implementation, like Classic, but a, like, retail-like reward structure, which is just kind of the worst of both worlds. I don't know. It did not work. And that's the kind of thing where I think you scrap immediately. I never liked the rune system. I think I talked about this a lot probably in the Shaman video, but like, you know, what can I say? It's very hard to not compare and contrast Sod and Turtle whenever I play it, because it fundamentally both are trying to be the same thing, one far more successfully than the other. And I think that's what I've always liked about Turtle WoW, is that instead of adding all these like janky slapped on systems on top of Classic, it's like building upon the core structure of Classic, adding new leveling zones, adding new leveling dungeons, changing talents and stuff to where builds that were previously not viable can be played without just slapping on like whatever the shaman thing was in Sod, where it's just like you generate 5 billion% more threat from all sources. And I never really played Sod Tank Shaman, so I can't really speak to that, but the vast majority of my playtime in Classic was as a Tank Warlock. And I'm a little bit torn, because I'll be honest, I actually really enjoyed Tank Warlock, but not in a sense of like, oh, this is a fun addition to Classic. I actually, every time I played Tank Warlock in Sod, I'm just like, I wish retail had something like this. It was a very interesting and unique, like, tanking style. There really is no, like, caster tank in retail. Nothing like Sod Warlock tank exists in retail, like, at all. Except for, I guess, meta Warlock tank and Mop, which was kind of a meme. Nobody actually really plays that. But it was such a fun playstyle. And yeah, and like I wish that a more fleshed out version of that didn't just devolve into Searing Pain spam ended up being like developed for retail. And maybe not like added to Warlock, but I don't know. I don't know what they could do. Maybe instead of adding Devourer, which like, I don't know, Devourer, I'm just, some people like it, so I can't really like excessively shit talk it, but it would be kind of weird though if like we got a new tank spec on Demon Hunter before another tank got a tank spec. I don't know. I think you could very much add like a tank spec to Warlock and it would be fine. It would be cool. Do I want to do this quest? Do I care? I don't really get anything from this, and it's, especially with the starting zone being completely empty, I'm just not going to bother. There's like, you know, usually whenever I've done this starting zone, there's like 1 or 2 people that you can group up with, and then it's not hard. But if I do that solo, I just know I'm going to have to clear out the entire room and then like pull it one by one. And I don't want to deal with that right now. Especially it's not that worthwhile. Yeah, I don't know. The issue with like Blizzard's own version of Classic Plus is, based on what they've shown us they can do, it just doesn't really seem like they get it. Like, people kept repeatedly saying, this, like, really frustrated me every time I heard it, of, like, oh, they're just testing in SOD, you know, it's not real Classic Plus, they're gonna get it right, and whatever. But, you know, I do think it is fair to judge people on the work they put out, right? Especially, you know, if it's a fucking paid product, right? You know, you don't get to just, like, sell somebody a service and then be like, oh, you know, don't criticize me too harshly. It's just a testing ground. And, like, that, first off, that's never what it was marketed as. Originally, they only started saying that after it got, like, extensive backlash from, like, Nightmare Incursions and whatnot. Okay, summon Imp. Put that here. I still remember my Imp in SOD was named Tarfip. Be crazy if it rolled the same name. Yazyap. Not a bad name. What's I yapping about? I did not equip my new knife, okay. I probably don't need to waste any money on this stuff. I don't think my survivability is too much of a concern. I'll keep the healing herb. And then we can head on to Karanos. Oh, where was I? Yeah, so I think it's fair to judge SOD for its failings, and the issue with SOD is, you know, even if you call it like a testing ground, it just showed that as a first attempt, it was so far off the mark from what I think most people expect out of Classic Plus that I don't really think it instills much hope that Blizzard can get there. Because from the very beginning, from everything that I've continued to hear about the server and like seeing the changes they made, and also in light of the forced closure, the Turtle WoW devs like showed all of the content that they were working on, and god damn, some of it looks cool. There's like an Imgur album somewhere. You can probably find it if you look. But they were gonna add like Quel'Thalas and Zul'Aman as like 2 new zones. It wasn't going to be restored like it is in TBC. It was still in ruins from the Scourge invasion, and like the main raid would be Silvermoon, and you'd have to like retake that. Dark Conjure Thir was going to be the final boss, and there was like a lot of other stuff that they showed. What were some other things? Oh yeah, they were going to add a dungeon in Winterspring, in like the Elite Blue Dragon area. There was going to be a new like small level 55, I think, dungeon. Might have been 60. I don't remember. I just skimmed the thing, but it looked really cool. And there's even some stuff that I've looked at in, you know, that currently is added, like Timbermaw Hold, that just looks really sick. I'm never going to be able to play through that, but it seems really cool. And while I didn't hate what Blizzard did with, like, you know, turning some dungeons into raids, there's a reason why pretty much everybody agrees Scarlet Enclave was, like, the best thing they did. The unfortunate thing is, I didn't get a real chance to play through it. Why is my Firebolts not... oh yeah, I think I need to, like, macro to get my pet to cast Firebolt along with me. I vaguely remember that. Hey, Azra. Good to see you. Yeah, like, they should have done stuff like Scarlet Enclave a lot sooner. And I never really got to experience it, honestly. Unless they... Maybe they'll include Scarlet Enclave in the future in, like, whatever version of Classic Plus they do, and then I'll get to play through it. But I just have no interest, really, in playing through SOD again, just to play through, like, the one slightly interesting bit of content they did add. Because everything else, I got to 60 on my Warlock. I actually did the first boss of Scarlet Enclave to get the free boost in Mock Classic when that was a thing. But I bought a carry. Or actually, I tried to buy a carry, and then a guild just took me for free, because they were just doing free carries. So I was like, alright, cool. Walked in there, killed Balnazar, walked out, got my free boost in Mock Classic that I don't know if I ever actually used, but it's there in case I ever want it, I suppose. But I distinctly remember when I was leveling in SOD at the very end, trying to get to Scarlet Monastery, the thing that really annoyed me, or Scarlet Enclave, whatever, is I was just bored out of my fucking mind the entire time during those last 10 levels. Because there was just nothing to do. Like, I've played through Classic a few times at this point, and I mean, it's fun, right? I enjoy it. But the entire selling point of SOD, you know, being new content, there was just, like, nothing really to do out, like, after Nightmare Incursions, which, mind you, weren't good, but I at least mildly enjoyed the first few times I played through Nightmare Incursions, because it was different. I was at least mildly amused by it, and then it kind of devolved into, like, a super broken spamming thing, and then it was just not interesting. It was also just very sloppily implemented, but it was something, right? It was an attempt. And I think they got so much backlash on that, they were just like, okay, we're not going to do anything new for the end. And so there's just nothing. Technically, like, there's new runes, you could do dungeons or whatnot, and I think they, like, slightly changed some of the dungeon loot tables, but, like, not by any substantial margin, so I just did the exact same efficient questing for the last 10 levels that I did before, and it was just boring. Because it's... Another thing that's interesting about Classic, right, is even though the gameplay is slower, which, you know, I like the fast-paced gameplay in retail, but in Classic, you know, it's different, right? And a lot of times I just view it as a different game. It's just a completely different way of playing. You know, it's slower, more methodical, etc. So that can be interesting. It's just a different style. But like SOD, when I was leveling in SOD, I was just murdering massive amounts of mobs as a tank warlock, just dotting everything up with instant corruption, putting on my drain life, and then just searing pain, shadow cleave or whatever, and I could not die. So it was like the worst combination of Classic and retail leveling. It was fast, but not too fast, and it was slow, but not in an interesting way. It just, everything felt slow, but I still was never in danger because Tank Warlock was so broken. And, like, I enjoyed Tank Warlock and, you know, tanking dungeons, tanking raids, but dear lord, it completely broke the open world dynamic for Classic. So that was not good game design, just objectively speaking, was not good. And I don't know. I guess after they already got to that point, like right at the start, like how do you close Pandora's box? I don't really think you can. But the issue then is it's just what could Blizzard change in their new iteration that would fix that? I don't know. I do hope that they at least learn lessons from this and see like, oh hey, a lot of people like this. There must be something there. Maybe we should just copy it. Because the sad reality is that a lot of times Blizzard does their best work when they are just copying other things and just trying to like make the same thing that somebody else has already done but better. That's not necessarily a terrible thing. You know, there are some games that are very like innovative and kind of create something on their own. And then historically, what World of Warcraft has been for a very long time is let's take this mechanic that another game has done and just kind of add it to our game, but slightly different. And that can work, especially if you do it well enough over a longer period of time, then you just have a game with a lot of, decently cool features. And, like the whole dragon riding thing, it's just a kind of shitty copy of the Guild Wars 2 mount system. But there's a reason why I'm still playing World of Warcraft and not Guild Wars 2. It's because the rest, in my opinion, the rest of World of Warcraft's content is just more fleshed out than Guild Wars 2, even though I like Guild Wars 2. I think it's a good game. But, I think that overall World of Warcraft has more to offer. And having at least a decent implementation of a really cool mount system is better than nothing. Yes, this is Turtle. So, I don't know. Like, I think if they're smart, they'll do that. The problem is, I'm pretty sure that Blizzard couldn't even pay their developers to do what the Turtle devs were able to do. Well, I say for free, right? Some of them, as far as I know, were volunteers. Obviously, a decent amount of people were making money off this. But I don't think quite literally every single developer was paid. I do believe there were a decent amount of people doing this for free. Isn't Turtle getting shut down in like a week? Pretty much, yeah. A little under 2 weeks. It'll be shut down on the 15th. Let me check my calendar. Yeah, on the 15th. Which is why I'm playing it now. After that, I won't be able to play it again. I did want to play this a little bit earlier, but as I've been talking about, obviously, in my Discord and stuff, I've been really busy. I just posted an 11-hour-long gearing guide on my main channel, so that has taken up a considerable amount of time. But also, even if I hadn't been working on that, I was still doing Mythic progression. You're playing in a Turtle WoW clone? Define Turtle WoW clone. Like, another private server that's similar? Or a literal, like, somebody got the files, which, as far as I know, there is... I heard that the 1.17 files were leaked, but currently they're on, like, 1.18.1 or something like that, and everything up to this point, I don't believe, has been leaked. So all of, like, the really new content, that's... you can't play elsewhere, as far as I know. And, like, so I kind of touched upon this earlier, but I would imagine, you guys joining in now weren't here for when I was yapping about that. I understand that for a lot of people, like, playing an MMO is, the entire idea is you want to invest a lot of time, you want to have constant progression, and so the concept of playing on, like, something that's about to shut down seems counterintuitive. Like, why would you do that? Your progress is about to be wiped. But that's not really how I like to think about it. Obviously, if you only have limited time, right? Like, let's say you're not like me, where you, effectively, this is your job, right? Playing World of Warcraft and making videos and stuff like that. So you only have a little bit of time to dedicate to an MMO over a longer period of time. Obviously, in 2 weeks, you're not going to be able to get anything meaningful done. So yeah, there's not really much of a point to jump in now, as unfortunate as that is. So in that case, either, playing on regular servers or finding a new private server, I could understand that. But for me, I do world record speedruns in retail on the test servers, and then I get like a world record character that I then never play on again, and that character is just kind of a throwaway. And I've done that many times over the years. I play a lot on the WoW PTR servers. So the concept of like playing a character for hours and hours and hours that I will then never get my progress like saved on, and I have to redo all of that all over again, like that's already, you know, something that I am used to. And a lot of times the entire reason that I do that is for like guides and whatnot. So I invest all this time into a character just to be able to make a guide. And it's not even really like an enjoyable experience for me in that case, because it's something that I know I'm going to do anyway. Like when the servers officially come out, I'm going to have to do the exact same thing all over again, even if it's not the most interesting thing, but I got to do it because, you know, I want to have a guide out in time. But, like, this situation is kind of the best possible case to do that, because I'm doing a bunch of stuff, making a bunch of progress that I will eventually lose, but there is no second time to do it. It's not going to come back and I'll be able to play it again. It's now or never, right? So, I might not be able to experience it all, but whatever I do have time to still experience, I'd like to be able to do that, because this is, you know, I like World of Warcraft. I'd like to experience like all of World of Warcraft that I can, usually, and I think Turtle WoW is well enough designed to the point where I view it as like, you know, actual World of Warcraft content. It feels like real World of Warcraft content. So, to me, it is as if like an actual World of Warcraft dungeon that I've never seen, never got a chance to try ever before, is just vanishing in like 2 weeks. And it would be a real shame if I didn't get a chance to try it before then. Turtle WoW source code leaked, and there's already a couple servers up with it. You're playing in one of them. Is it... I assume, though, we're talking about the 1.17 stuff, though, right? Is that I did hear about. I heard that the code from, like, a year or so ago was leaked. But there's obviously still a lot of stuff that you can't do. Now, if there is a server that does have... Yeah, okay, 1.17.1. Makes sense. And look, it is not impossible, right, that the current source code gets leaked and eventually somebody makes a new Turtle WoW server. Like, I would actually say, I think that's probably gonna happen. I would be very surprised if Blizzard is, like, so... Like, their reach is so strong that they are able to literally prevent any version of the current source code from leaking out there. That would be... I mean, I would be very impressed if that happens. Especially considering, like, for the people who are making the server, you know, there is money in it. And I don't know exactly what forced them to shut down. I would imagine that because Blizzard put enough pressure on the people who are in the United States, like the team as a whole decided it would probably be in their best interest to just not have to deal with, like, Microsoft breathing down their necks. Makes sense, right? But it feels very difficult to, like, contain the source code for that long, especially because we already know that 1.17 is out there. So, obviously, if that happens, I mean... I'm going to be honest, I'd be all for that. I think that would be great. I do not give a shit about Blizzard trying to silence fan projects like this, so that would be cool. But I'm not going to... Like, do I think that's probably going to happen? Yes. Am I 100% convinced that that is definitely going to happen to the point where I am not willing to at least try this stuff out before it is potentially gone forever? No. So... that would be the best of both worlds if I got to experience it all now, and then, oh, surprise, somebody did manage to get 1.18 working, and all of this content is preserved somewhere, and then it's saved for the long run, and people can experience it in the future. That would be great. But a lot of the stuff that I am most interested in seeing is on the recent patches, which is why I'm still playing here, because I do hope that I have enough time over the next 2 weeks to get to some of that stuff. Blizzard has no power to make them shut down. Servers were hosted in Europe, but Turtle ended up ending the need to save 2 staffers. I do think it's a little bit more complicated than that. I would imagine a lot of that is because, yeah, obviously the 2 staffers were directly threatened by it. But Blizzard, if they did refuse to shut down, could make life very hard for them. They might not literally be able to force them to shut the servers down, but, I mean, Microsoft's a pretty big company, right? There is a lot that they could do to just make, like, life a living hell for the people who run the server, even if they can't directly, like, affect them in a court of law. So, yeah, is what it is. You've been a Turtle WoW player since 2019? Nice. Yeah, I've had a friend who's been playing for a very long time. I think I talked about this when I did the Shaman video. I don't know if you ever watched that. But I did. I played this like 6 months ago, started leveling a Shaman. Basically, one of my friends has been playing for a long time. I used to be on my retail raid team, and then he kind of took a break, and he started playing Turtle WoW for fun, and then ever since he was basically like, oh yeah, you gotta try this, it's so good, it's so good. So, I finally gave it a shot like a little over a year ago. I leveled a human paladin and a high elf paladin just to like see all the new Alliance starting zone stuff, except I never did gnome dwarf or night elf, which is why I'm doing that now. And then I didn't really have time. Obviously, my schedule is usually really busy with like all the retail stuff that comes out. Finally got a chance to try it a little bit last year, and then I started playing Horde, but then I've just been insanely busy, especially with Midnight coming out, so. Now that the raid tier's over, I finally have a chance to play this again. We'll see how far I can get. What do I... Yeah, so I can head over there. What the heck? I think my dog knocked something over. Just heard a loud thump upstairs. Awesome, you hope I enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, I already know that I enjoy it. I played it enough, and I've seen, I've been actively following the development, because it's been one of those things where I've been, itching to play it. I have not had the time. And at this point, obviously, YouTube is my job, so I can't just, not cover retail stuff. I still enjoy retail WoW, of course. So, I have spent a lot of time doing that. But I have to try and, allocate my time wisely. So even though I've been, closely following it and wanting to play it, I just have not had time until, well, unfortunately, right now. So, it could have been worse. I could have been in a position where, I had no free time until 2 weeks from now, and then I would have been completely shit out of luck, so I have just maybe barely enough time to make this work. Ah, shit. As well. This is Nordinar. I maybe shouldn't have. Yeah, I shouldn't just have bothered. My Alliance characters when I played, over a year ago were on the server Nordinar, because Ambershire wasn't out yet. And then when Ambershire came out, I made my Horde characters on there. So, going forward, over the next 2 weeks, that's just what I'm going to be doing. Whenever I play a Horde character, it'll just be on Ambershire, and whenever I play an Alliance character, it'll be on Nordinar. Let me know if you need any gold bags, etc. Are you on Nordinar? I mean, I won't say no, but also I don't want to be carried or boosted or anything like that. I am trying to get at least a semi, accurate experience. That's the whole point, after all. What do I want to do? I think I'm just gonna go turn this in because I know there's some quests in that area, and I'll just run past all the wolves. Ah, fuck it, I can kill them as I go. It's just free XP. Yeah, I think my main goal at this point is I'm going to try to hit 60. The only thing I'm not sure about is which faction I'm going to play. Primarily. Obviously, I'll try both of them. I definitely want to see if there's anything that is specific. Actually, if you're familiar with the server, something that I wasn't sure about is how much, very distinct faction-specific custom content is there for some of the custom zones. So, for instance, I have, a full list of all the stuff. But for Gilneas through Moonwhisper Coast, that kind of stuff, how much of it is, regardless of which faction you play, you'll get to experience most of it? Or, let's say in the case of Gilneas, maybe it is technically one zone, but both factions play through it in a completely different way. So, depending on which one I did, I would have a fundamentally different experience. I know, like, Northwind is Alliance only, and I'm pretty sure all the others are at least both factions, but I don't know. Because, you know, in even just regular World of Warcraft, there is a lot of zones that have, like, completely different, what's the word I'm thinking of? Like, the way that the quests are structured is different. I'm thinking of something like, you know, Searing Gorge, is the first one that pops to mind, kind of has the same quests for both factions. It's just like, it's a neutral zone primarily with, like, the Dark Iron Dwarf areas. But what's a good zone that's, like, cross-faction? Like Ashen Vale, I guess. Ashen Vale technically is Horde and Alliance, but they're both fundamentally different questing hubs and quests for either side. So the experience of playing like Horde in Ashen Vale is completely different than like Alliance. That's the main thing that I'm kind of curious about. It would take you too long to describe all the new content for both factions. Fair. Yeah, I did suspect that there was probably a decent amount of differences there. There's just no way that I'll be able to, in the amount of time that's left, get both factions up to 60. That's just not practical. So I'm mostly just trying to figure out, if I have to pick one, what would allow me to see, like, the bulk of it. And especially everything that's, like, up to level 30, I can reasonably do on both. So, like, Northwind, for instance, that one I do know is Alliance only. So if I do decide to try and get my Horde up to 60, then at the very least I'll be able to fully experience that zone on an Alliance character. But anything beyond level 30, I suspect will just take too long, to where, like, doing it twice would not be reasonable. And what professions am I going for? Well, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say at this point, right? Generally speaking, the way that I go about playing Classic, like on official servers and whatnot, is I have a bunch of, like, level 10, and then eventually I slowly level them up, like, lower level alts for basic consumables, like armor kits, sharpening stones, files, etc. And usually on my main character, whenever I'm leveling, I go, like, skinning and mining, sometimes herbalism, for most of the leveling process, and then since I usually play tanks, then I'll drop one of them, depending on, like, I don't know, usually I guess I drop skinning later on, and then pick up engineering once I have enough gold to properly level it, and then you get bombs for, like, tanking dungeons in the 40 to 60 range. But, you know, that's also a lot of effort, right? Usually when I do that in, like, actual Classic and stuff like that, it's because I know I'm going to have to be engineering at max level anyway, so I may as well make the swap, because then it helps me while leveling, and then I have it for when I need to do raids. But at this point, I'm debating, like, how much do I even care about professions with the amount of time that's left? Like, how much can I reasonably expect to get done in that time? And I can't imagine that I will really have that much time to sink into it. So, I mean, I'll probably go, like, skinning. I don't think I'm going to bother with professions at all in, like, this character, because I'm only doing this character to do the new Dun Moreau stuff. I'm going to see Rugford's Mountain Rest, the Ironforge Airfield, and the Nomergon stuff. And then once I've gotten to level 10 on this Warlock, and I've done all of the new custom content in this area, then I'm going to do a Night Elf Druid. I'm going to do the new stuff in that starting zone, and then I'm going to level either my Human Paladin or my Orc Shaman. One of those. And definitely on my Shaman, I already started doing engineering. But I don't remember how much progress I made on my Paladin, because that's been, like, over a year ago. But I guess if I do end up tanking, I'll probably just pick up engineering anyway, just for fun, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I do kind of feel like I'm not killing these super efficiently. I'm gonna, like, kill my way back to Keranos, find the Warlock Trainer. I'm sure by that point there'll be some new spells that I can pick up, and at least a decent way to Pathfind. I also probably should have set my Hearth there while I was at it, but I forgot. Oh. Okay, that's... Well, that would be nice. At least that's decent vendor value. Kind of wish I mean, I'm not getting cloth anyway, but first aid's always nice to have. Yeah, I don't really... I'm debating how much I want to invest into this character, because I have to kind of override the part of my brain that's like, it's classic, I gotta constantly work towards, like, long-term stuff, because this character is effectively a throwaway. I just want to see all the new stuff in this area and then switch to something else. I'm not going to be playing a Warlock long-term, so I don't really think it's worth investing extensive amounts of time. Sent you a little something, check your mail when you can. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm mostly debating... Really, I think whether or not I choose to do Alliance or Horde long-term will come down to if I can convince anybody in my retail guild to play this, and then whatever they prefer to play. Personally, I think I'd rather play Alliance, just because the... It's an egg, I'll go pick that up. There's a lot of cool stuff that they did with Shaman Tank. And that does seem interesting, and part of me does want to check that out, because I just, I like tanks, and I like seeing different ways to design tank specs. Like I said before, I really like what they did with Warlock Tank and Sod, even though I don't really think it fits in Classic. But I thought Shaman Tank looked really interesting, because it felt like it did belong in Classic, from everything that I read about it. But, also, I kind of like what they did with Paladin Tank as well. Technically, I've been playing iterations of Paladin Tank for many, many years, so it would be more interesting to tank on a spec that I've never really tanked on before, but we'll see. To a coin toss? Might come down to that. If I can't get anybody... Oh. Wait, hold on. Simple wood tree. Ah. I heard they reworked survival. The profession. That's neat. So there's just, like, woodcutting nodes now? Alright. I don't think I've seen any of them until now, so I wonder how common they are to find trees that you can... I'm gonna just start hovering my cursor over every tree now. Oh crap, I should have probably grabbed the Rumble Shots ammo before I went over here. Need survival to chop those? Yeah, makes sense. In Turtle Out, all classes and all specs are viable for pretty much everything without feeling broken or repeat. Yeah, I've read through some of the reworks, and it seems really interesting. Like, something that I read through that I thought was pretty cool is the change they made to, I think it was Subtlety Rogue, where it's kind of like a support DPS. That seemed really cool. I'm definitely, like, I'm not a big Rogue player, so it's not something that I'd ever actually play through myself, but the design behind it, reading through it, seems pretty interesting. There's a trainer in Keranos? Yeah. Yeah, like, basically, Classic WoW fundamentals and stuff I'm reasonably familiar with. I'm mostly just kind of yellowing here. I haven't really thought of anything major in terms of, like, a leveling plan. A lot of times when I do leveling runs before I try to have, like, some sort of game plan in mind, I'm just kind of playing by ear at this point. Subro can be a buffer support DPS? Yeah. It's a very neat concept for Classic. Reminds me a lot of Ogg-Evoker, for better or worse. But I think something like a support DPS like Ogg-Evoker works much better in Classic than it does in Retail. It's a lot more acceptable. And what was another one? Yeah, so my friend who got me into the game primarily played Arcane Mage, and he told me a lot about how Arcane works in this mode, and it sounds really interesting. Definitely way more interesting than even the retail versions of Arcane Mage are right now. I don't think they've been super interesting. What's up? Before I head back to Keranos, I'll just swing by and grab this quest as well. Don't need any of those mobs. I'd imagine to get to all the new subzones here, I really only need to be level 10. That shouldn't take too much longer to get to. So I probably don't need to worry about grinding too extensively or being, like, super optimal. As long as I can just get to level 10. Yeah, I don't even need to finish all the quests in the zone. I just want to reach a point where I can experience all of that. Arcane Mage is almost completely reworked, and it's amazing to the point where Arcane Mages were the majority in endgame raids. Oh, really? I didn't actually know it was good. I wonder if it might have been buffed since my friend played it, because I remember he said when he played it, it was still considered kind of a meme spec. He was still, like, on the higher end of DPS in his raid, but I think, technically speaking, Fire was pretty good back then. But also, or it might have been Frost, I don't know. I can't claim to remember exactly. But he primarily played before Tower of Karazhan. Yeah, I think Tower of Karazhan is what it's called, was added. So I would not be surprised if a lot of stuff has changed since then. I think, actually, yeah, he did one run of Tower of Karazhan, and then his guild stopped raiding. Now, yeah, I remember that. Because basically he told me that he got to a boss where there was, like, a very big arcane resist check, and then a lot of people in his guild had to start farming, like, arcane resist gear, and he kind of got burnt out, and a bunch of other people did too. And I guess the raid leader just didn't want to continue, so he didn't really want to find a new guild after that. It sounded like a really cool raid, though, and he showed me, like, a stream of the world first clear, of them killing, like, the final bosses, and the whole Outlands dynamic of, like, going through the portal at the end and getting there and fighting bosses in, like, a little chunk of Outland. Like, that is such a cool concept for a raid. Oh, shit. I pulled 2 of them. Okay. Maybe that's not ideal. Shit. I have threatened both of those, though, so if my imp can just go to town. I can maybe kite? Alright, fucker, I need you to start doing damage. Alright, nice. Para 40's difficulty spiked a bit too much. Yeah. It did sound a little bit brutal. I think the idea behind Arcane Resist sounds really cool, but it is kind of one of those interesting things of, when my friend was telling me about it, I'm like, as somebody who doesn't actually have to play through it, like, wow, that sounds awesome. Because obviously Arcane Resist is one of those things where you never really needed it for any bosses. It was never really a major mechanic. So the idea of, like, hey, Molten Core and, like, Blackwing Lair have these fire resist checks. Noxramas has frost resist checks, and Ahn'Qiraj has or nature resist checks. What if there was a boss that had an arcane resist check? Wow, cool. That's, like, exploring a part of the game that was kind of unused. But then, when you actually have to play through it, and, like, my friend having to farm, I think he said it was, like, Black Morass over and over and over again to get some piece of arcane resist gear, and he just got super burnt out. Yeah, in practice, it sounds like it wasn't the most fun thing ever. But I can understand why they did it. And visually, the bosses, at the very least, looked very cool. It's been through a few nerfs already, and it's a bit more viable, but still tough. Gotcha. Holy Priest is almost unrecognizable. Oh yeah, I heard also Disc Priest got a lot of changes. Like, it's kind of similar to what it is in retail in the sense that it's like a half DPS hybrid. What subzones are there in Dunmoreau? So, on the list that I have pulled up, I need to do Rugford's Mountain Rest, Ironforge Airfield, Frostmane Hollow, and the Gnomergon Reclamation Facility. Obviously, I know where the airfield is. I don't know, I assume there's been stuff added to it. I don't know where Rugford's Mountain Rest is, so I guess I'll have to figure that out. I'm guessing it's probably in, like, the eastern part of the zone. Well, okay, well, now I know where it is. That guy is named Rugford. That is probably where Rugford's Mountain Rest is. And obviously the Gnomergon stuff is here. That I do vaguely remember. Frostmane Hollow, I'm guessing, is probably around here-ish. I do know that that's a dungeon, though. So I'm guessing that there's probably some, like, subzone around the dungeon. But probably it's just like the entrance. You fell into the void and cannot unstuck your hearth because you're still moving. Hopefully the support helps you out. I've heard that they're pretty responsive for tickets, but also who knows this close to the server shutting down. Frostbane Hollow is nearest to the entrance of Ironforge. Oh, okay. I guess I'll check that out when I get closer. The GM got you up pretty quickly. Nice. Did I? Oh, right, yeah. Okay, so it shows as completed, but I need to distract him first. And that's... do this again. To buy... first off, I'll set this. Thunder Ale. That's the one. It's the counterpart for RFC. That makes sense. I never thought about it like that. Yeah, it is kind of weird that Alliance don't really have a super low-level dungeon. They do have Dead Mines, though. Which is like... I guess technically they also have Stockades. So... like, kind of have a counterpart. But it's not as one-to-one. Okay. Oh, right, let me check my mail. Oh my god. Okay. You're too generous. Is this... I can't remember. Are Traveler's Backpacks... binds on equip? It doesn't say so. I think they are in later versions of WoW, right? They bind if you try to use them. Yeah, it looks like I... yeah, okay, I can freely take them off. Because I'm definitely going to move this over to my Paladin. You can send your alts. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that. That's definitely going to make things easier. Holy. I will send to my... I think... yeah, that should be what my Paladin's named. I'll just mail over the smaller bags and the beer-basted boar ribs. And I guess any cooking materials, because who knows, I might be able to use that later. I'll keep that on me if I need it. If I need more, let you know. I mean, I appreciate it. I can't imagine that I will. That is already... that's more than enough, right? Like, if I can't get everything I need done with 4 16-slot bags and 250 gold, then I don't deserve to play any version of Classic WoW. I try to, whenever I level in Classic, I kind of operate on like a razor-thin margin for gold, because I usually try to save up as much as I can for mounts anyway. So, I usually just conserve everything. Which also... I've ranted about this before, but every single time I try to play, like, regular Classic, it's just completely ruined for me by just, like, how much insane gold buying there is. Because when I played Anniversary, every single person on my raid team was just blatantly buying gold, and there's this, like, really weird mentality where if you don't buy gold, people, like, shame you for it. And they're just like, oh, you're holding us back because you have this... thing against buying gold for some reason. Like, gee, yeah, whiz. I wonder why. Wonder why I might not want to buy gold. Crazy thought. And... yeah, that made Anniversary kind of miserable. I am debating, like, playing Anniversary again after Turtle WoW shuts down, because, I don't know, I just want to... I do still need to work on retail stuff, but... in my free time, right? My original plan, like, when I started the raid tier, I'm like, okay, we're probably going to finish in, like, late April, and then I'll have time to play Turtle WoW again, and finally wrap that up, which, like, you know, monkey's paw curls, and, you know, here we are. I technically do, but I was kind of thinking, oh yeah, I can, chip away at it and eventually, get my shaman into raids and stuff, because I'll be honest, I did genuinely believe that they probably wouldn't be able to shut down. I figured that, I mean, they said they weren't going to shut down, right? I kind of understand why they did, but yeah, it is a bummer. So I did think that I would have more time. But now I'll probably still have, like, the classic WoW itch even after I'm done. And I'm generally not... Oh, wow, another small bag. The magic of Classic, it's the relaxed counterpart to retail, zero FOMO, just kill and chill. Well, usually, yes. That's, generally speaking, why I like Classic. The unfortunate thing is, it's technically not that this time around, because there is very much FOMO. Because quite literally, if I don't level fast enough, I do miss out. Which, yeah, it's a bit of a bummer, right? Because as much as I do, like, you're exactly right that is the thing that I enjoy about Classic. And that's why, like, so many times people ask me, like, oh, why do you not speedrun Classic WoW? And it's like, I enjoy Classic, but not for the speedrunning thing. The fun of speedrunning retail is, I've done it a million times, and leveling is just extremely boring there if you don't try to turn it into a challenge. But in Classic, it is just chill, and it is something that you can just do slowly over a period of time. Classic in general, yeah, true. At the very least, like, all the progress that I made in the regular, like, anniversary release, if I did decide to play TBC, would still be there. The only reason I'm even considering it is because somebody in my retail guild actually leads a TBC guild. The thing is, I'd need to look up whether you could, like, faction change, because I played Horde, and they have an alliance guild. Worst case, I could just level an alliance character. Wouldn't be the worst thing ever. But I don't know, there's always so many different things that I would want to be spending my time on, and Classic, it's something that, like, is pretty solidly in, like, the hobby category for me. Like, I don't really make a lot of big videos on it. Usually that's relegated to retail, so any time that I spend doing stuff in Classic is, like, less progress that I'm making towards other goals in retail. It's just, unfortunately how it always is. So I have to ration my time. I don't think I need to go super far into the cave, right? Like, it's just for the Wendigo mains, which I could technically get from any of the ones at the entrance. I know there are quests that send you further in, but I'll probably skip those. This is just nearby, so may as well. Yeah. Let's... Okay. So what do I want to do to get to level 10? What is this quest? This is... So the Rugford quests are... They're around this level. So I think I could probably just start heading east and... do that. I'll have to head back over here for the Gnomergon stuff eventually. Seems fine. If at some point you want to check out Frostbane Hollow and you can't find a level-appropriate group, I could take you with a 60. I appreciate it, and I suppose, yeah, if I can't find any group whatsoever, I might consider that just to be able to see it. But I am going to try and find, like, actual groups to get, like, the full experience of doing the dungeon. What I'm first going to try and do is see if anybody in my guilds wants to try it, because I figure that would be the easiest dungeon to get people caught up into. Like, you could spend an afternoon. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for, yeah, not even 2 hours, right? So you could very easily get to the required level with, like, just kind of a afternoon of playing the game. So that would be a very easy sell, I think, to maybe try and get some of my retail friends into trying this, of like, hey, there's a brand new dungeon that you could do if you just, like, level for an afternoon. And, I mean, I know they're not doing anything else anyway. A lot of them are considering playing TBC, so I figure they're gonna do that. They may as well try this out. But the main thing that I'm concerned about is if I make it to some of the later dungeons, like, you know, Gilneas City or something like that, I can't imagine there's that many people forming groups for some of those who are still playing. That'd be ideal if it's a level 13 to 20 dungeon. Gotcha. Just pick this up, and I guess I can do it while I knock out some other stuff. That one I'm definitely not going to try just yet. Oh yeah, I guess another good question, if you happen to know, which server is, like, more populated at this point in time? Because obviously, Ambershire, when I was playing on it before, had, like, a decent amount of groups forming up, because obviously fresh server, a lot of people are still leveling. But I would imagine that because it's a fresh server, like, a lot of people have now just kind of jumped ship, because, you know, if you're trying to experience all the content, technically it's unlocked, right? But you have less access to resources because it's only just been available. So that's another thing that might determine whether or not I go with my Alliance or Horde characters, because they are opposite servers. If Nordinar is more active now, especially at the higher level range. Another bag? Even if you hadn't sent me those Traveler's Backpacks, I guess I would have been covered on this character. But yeah, so if Nordinar is, like, way more populated for leveling dungeons at this point, then it might just make more sense to choose my Paladin anyway. There's only 200 online right now, so it might be rough to find groups of the higher level ones. Yeah. I guess it is, like, demon hours, at least for North America. So I'd imagine that probably during, like, prime hours, it's going to be a little bit easier. Prior to the shutdown, both were almost equally populated, with 5,000 up to 9,000 at peak hours. Yeah. I did hear that kind of dropped off a cliff after the shutdown was announced, which kind of to be expected, unfortunately. I probably don't need to bother grabbing that quest. There's, like, a lot of stuff in the query I could probably do. I'm just debating, do I even need to worry about these leopards? Because, like, yes, in terms of long-term XP efficiency, it might be good, but then also, do I really care about this character beyond level 10? If I don't need this to hit level 10, then I technically don't care. I'll worry about it later. Second. One of my guildies is asking me a leveling question. It's a little earlier. It's a dark way. It's on. Hasn't been updated. Include yet. 887. Bonus. How do I get to the Ironforge airfield? I imagine there has to be some sort of path leading up there. I'll figure that out later.
What can I do for you? See you soon.
Okay, I really want to see at least what Rugford's Mountain Rest is, and I look to be the appropriate level. Oh, you have to take a flight. Okay. Oh, another egg. Okay. So, before I go there, are there actually quests? Oh, that's where Frostbane Hollow is. I can kind of see a path, though. Like, there's a little... If I look at the map really closely, there's, like, this winding path. I'm guessing that also leads there? I didn't realize the dungeons were marked on the map like that. That's neat. Not quests for Frostbane. I think there are. I do remember reading something like that on the wiki, but are there quests in the Ironforge airfield? Like, have they actually added stuff there? Because it was marked as a new location on... What's it called? On the Turtle WoW wiki. So I add as live? And... Okay, it looks like it might have temporarily DC'd. It seems fine now? Okay, yeah, I think it's fine. As long... If it's just, like, the connection flickers or whatever on YouTube's end, then it's okay. The annoying part is if it ever fully disconnects, YouTube just insta-splits the VOD. Which, I guess, technically for this channel, I don't give a shit. But it can be really annoying... Oh, there's... boxes. Okay. That's neat. But yeah, it's always very, very annoying when that happens on, like, actual main channel streams, because that completely fucks the algorithm. If the stream is, like, divided into two separate things. That has happened to me a few times, but it looks like here that didn't even happen. We're good. Just trying to... A few, but they're mostly chains that are taken from other places that then send you there. Ah, gotcha. Okay. I probably won't worry about it too much then. Will this YouTube VOD be available later? Yeah. Yeah. All YouTube streams are automatically turned into VODs. Will still be up. That's also one of the reasons why I'm throwing it up on my second channel. Or third channel, I guess, at this point. Yeah, it's technically... It's the second channel I made, but it effectively, in terms of how I use it, it's like a third channel these days. Yeah, I didn't want to risk anything. So we're just going to chuck it up here. Well, I remember this place. So this is where the quest giver is. I'm guessing this is a breadcrumb that probably sends me there.
You got my attention.
Well, I don't really need any of this stuff, though I suppose I could eventually use the staff. I just have to train that. Oh, it's there. Ah, okay. I just noticed that little pocket in the mountains. Okay. Can't remember if there's any other quests that direct me down there. I'm sure there probably are, but... I'll just knock this out while I'm here. I don't know why it says Mercy of Humility is a level 12 quest. But these aren't... Oh, they are. Okay, these are higher level mobs. Yeah, maybe I come back and do this one later. I'm gonna do the quarry while I'm already close by. I'm tempted to just hearth, but whatever. Are you liking the new looks for all the races? Yeah, I didn't even realize until I was going to create my character that there was new, like, appearances, especially for Gnome. I noticed that... what was it? There were like a few new ones for human, and obviously, like, there's goblins and high elves, which was nice. But the fact that there's new ones for all of them is pretty cool. The new hair colors for gnomes I especially like. Because normally I don't really like a lot of the default, like, classic WoW gnome hair colors. But I specifically picked this one, which that one is definitely a custom one. Because normally when I, like, my... what's it called? Lonarra is usually what I name my demon hunters in retail. Because that's, like, what my main demon hunter is called. And my main demon hunter in retail is a blood elf with light orange hair. And then when I made a warlock tank in Sod, I just made a gnome warlock, because obviously there's not blood elves, right? So that was effectively, I named that Lonarra, because it's like, yeah, Sod warlock tank is close enough to demon hunter tank. So I figured, hey, if I'm going to make a gnome character, I may as well make it Lonarra again. And then it has a hair color now in Turtle that matches the one that I use on retail, so it kind of worked out. For Night Elf, though, I think I went with, like, the exact same, like, look that I use for pretty much all my Night Elves. I do have, like, a set of, like, hair, like, hair color, hairstyle, etc. I'm trying to find the right way to describe it. Basically a set of customization options, I guess, that I pretty much always like to use for my Night Elf druids. So that much, I did, like, look, I think I saw that there were some new ones, but none of them like, jumped out at me as so much more interesting than the one I normally use. I really like the light blue Night Elf hair. Even on retail, I still use that for my Night Elf. And then I think human as well. I just have the standard, like, customization options that I usually use. But having more options is always cool. I also did notice that in the shop, I think there's, like, some different, like, really crazy appearances, like different troll tribe types. So that's neat. Loretta, do you like Greta? What does that chat message mean? There's usually a chest here, I feel. Every time I do this subzone, I usually find a chest. It's unfortunate. I also just realized I forgot to visit the trainer again. Probably fine. Honestly, I don't think I need anything more than what I have. You're facing the mobs, that's into cringe. Am I supposed to put my back to the mobs and let them hit me in the back to daze me, while I also can't face them to cast them? What? I'm so confused. I don't understand what you're on about, Mr. Chat Person. Warlocks can cast behind their back. And you run. I have no idea what you're talking about, but alright. No, target needs to be in front of you. This might be some, like, classic jank, where there's, like, some specific spell queuing that you could do. But that is not, like, a normal thing. No. I mean, either way, that's just... Like, if you're talking about instant... Oh, okay. Yeah, insta-cast spells. Please, point to the part of my bar where I have an insta-cast spell. Yeah, okay, obviously. Okay. I mean, it's crazy to backseat if you don't even know how the class works. Corruption is, by default, a 1.5 second cast. It only becomes instant cast with improved corruption, which I can't even take until I get talents, and I'm not level 10 yet. And then even then, it requires 5 talent points to actually get it to a free cast. So, no. Just no. How the hell did I proximity aggro that? Oh, okay. Should be fine, I think. I'm also going to ding up any one of these mobs. Okay. Oh, the game froze? Alright, we're good. Okay, that is an insane run back. I'm not taking that. I'm just going to go to Ironforge and... Yeah, so this must be the path that leads to the airfield. That makes sense. I'm just gonna go clean up my bags and finally learn some additional spells. Who gave me, okay, 250 gold? The person in chat directly before. I'm gonna time you out for a little bit, because you're being a little bit weird. A little bit cringe, I'm gonna be honest. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's just usually classic players in a nutshell. It is what it is. There's a quest that I can turn in here. I do dislike that the, whatever quest tracker this is, I have it from, like, the launcher, but I've noticed it only displays quests that are directly, maybe having a bit too much fun with weed. I mean, that's, like, directly overlaps with the vast majority of classic players. At least in my experience. Unfortunately. That has actually always been my least favorite part about just playing Classic. It's the average person who plays the game. It's the only quest add-on that has all the custom quest info? Yeah. I mean, I did notice that. I couldn't really see any others that worked when I tried before. I'm not going to bother with this stuff. I'll just mail this all over to my paladin. Is my game lagging? What's going on? No? Okay, why did that not work? Okay, something is bugged. Can I reload? Does that work in... Yes, looks like it does. I don't... No, I'm fine with the arrow. The thing that I wish it did is, like Questy, for instance, Questy, for instance, will show all of the quests, and then it'll just have, like, little drop-downs of different zones. So if I can see, like, you know, Ironforge, and then there's a completed quest, I know that when I go to Ironforge, there's a bunch. But especially because there's a lot of new quests that I don't know about, right? Sometimes I pick up a quest, and then it's, like, turned in a different area, and I don't realize that because it's in Stormwind or Ironforge, that I should probably swing by there and turn it in. But I just never notice it's there until I visit the city, and I'm like, oh, I've had completed quests here that I just didn't know about. It's like a minor gripe, right? And obviously, like you said, it's the only thing that works, so... is what it is. Does it matter? Probably not. Okay. Don't need to worry about that. I guess I'll pick up these quests. I think these are... These are just breadcrumbs, I think. PF Quest doesn't have that? Yeah. It's fine. I mean, there's... I've leveled in Classic plenty of times before without any quest add-ons, so... having anything is just nice quality of life. This is... I think it's a Golbar Buller query. Yeah, okay, so I have to go back there anyway, so... speak to someone in Tinkertown. I mean, maybe this gives a breadcrumb to something else, so I may as well do it. I'm trying to think, like, is there a long area that I could either auto-run in or throw myself on a flight path and then run and grab coffee, but I don't think there's any good spot in this area. Especially in Ironforge with, like, the pits of lava. Don't really want to take that chance. We'll see. I mean, worst case, if I AFK for a minute or two, it's not the end of the world. Okay. Well, I guess this was definitely worth picking up, because this is... yeah, this directs to a new quest somewhere over here. Yeah. Alright. Aliexa, bring me coffee. If only the robots were advanced enough to do that. Fortunately, they are not. That's the stuff that AI should do, not the garbage that AI actually does. I'm going to try to at least partially... Can I line this up? Can I line up, like, an auto run that doesn't hit the pit? There's like, no way, right? Oh, the Darkwind Fair's up? Okay. Don't you get, like, a mount from the Darkwind Fair? How does that work? I've heard that it's a thing, but I've never gotten to that point. What's this? Huh, is that... guessing that's, like, arenas or something? But yeah, I heard that there was, like, some turtle mount that you could get from Darkwind Fair. I just don't know the details. Oh, it's always up. Right now in Elwyn Forest. Okay. I guess I'll pick this up just in case. One week in Goldshire. Does it rotate on Sunday? Because that's like the normal rotation time, which I guess would be like right now. Because the on live server's rotation time is 3 a.m. on Sunday. Are they all saying grats? So did somebody hit... oh nice, somebody hit 60 on hardcore. Okay, yeah, before I run out there, I also... ah, shit, I need to find the Warlock Trainer. Warlock Trainers are in Forlorn Cavern, right? Oh, it rotates on Wednesdays? Okay, good. Then that might work out well. Not sure. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I can hop down. And I'm just going to throw myself an auto run, so at least, hey, I saved like 30 seconds of travel time while I quickly run and get coffee. And her. Alright. At level 18, you can go there, get a quest, and complete it, and you can get your free turtle mount. Is it... Like, how difficult is it to complete the quest? Like, is it a chain or something, or do you literally just go there, talk to an NPC, and then get them out? Because if it's that easy, then almost certainly do that. Okay, rank 2 Shadow Ball. That'll be nice. Curse of Agony. Just gonna put my auto tech there. May as well train everything, right? Can't hurt. It's been so long since I played. Trying to remember what I had all my binds on. This is one of those things where I guarantee you that in... So yeah, it auto-updates. I also used to... I don't know if these work in Turtle, but obviously in Classic I had like macros that just auto-updated to the highest rank of the spell. Like, if I was planning to play this character for a longer period of time, I might worry about that. In fact, I'm actually just gonna Hearth here. Save a little bit of time. Can't hurt. I mean, this should be an easy quest to complete at this point. Just go up the cliff, get the Shimmerweed, and then go back down. And... then yeah, I may as well do stuff. Is this... Yeah, it's on defensive, but I guess it's getting threat from the other... from the bear. It didn't die, so I don't need to revive it. Like to not have to constantly revive my imp and have it constantly pull stuff for me. That would be ideal. There's, like, a way that you can get off that cliff. I vaguely remember. I'm gonna see if I can figure it out. It's been a hot minute, though. So, if I can't, whatever. I think the issue is my Shadow Bolt cast time is so long that the pushback is absurd. I get any mana, I'm just gonna auto down. Tommy Salami is the expert on all things terrain skips. Yeah, I mean, I know of classic speedrunners and of like classic speedrunning as a general concept, but I'll be honest, it's not something I've ever really looked into. I feel like there's some way that you're able to get up here, but I don't remember. I could just be thinking of a different cliff, or maybe I'm just misremembering entirely. I don't want to bother with it. We'll just walk around. Okay, apparently you can't just jump through that tree. Sure. I'll just do it the intended way. And there are still Ice Claw Bears that I need to kill. And this quest is turned in at, what's that place called? Brunel Village? Yeah. Which is where I'm going to end up in eventually. This area, I think, the Leper Gnomes, okay, so it actually shows the level 8 to 10. So I could already go there if I wanted to. There's a quest that sent me there, yeah, this thing. And then there's a few quests in Nomergon. I vaguely remember that. I think I could probably do them at this level, but I'll do all the other stuff around here first. I don't remember the water elementals being here. I feel like that's new, but also I could just be misremembering. That feels like it's new. Nomergon Reclamation Facility? Gotcha, yeah, I'll slowly work my way over there. After I get the Shimmerweed up here. So, I mean, if I'm already in the area, I may as well do this. There's a bunch on the grounds. I remember this being a really annoying quest to do, obviously, if it's fairly populated. There's a bunch of people competing. There's also a chest. Okay. What the heck? What the fuck? What are these aggro ranges? Okay. So I'm just getting out of here? Am I just dead? I think I can outrun these guys. That felt excessive, though. I was absolutely nowhere near them. There's been a few times where I'm not sure if it's like my imp, the trog that I pulled in the quarry. I don't know if that's a Turtle WoW thing, but it feels like a much larger aggro range that I'm used to. I'm kind of behind a tree, and I somehow pull this guy over here. Same level as me. Obviously, higher level mobs have larger aggro ranges. All the Nomergon quests are now taken in the Reclamation Facility. That's kind of nice. Engineering trainers for all ranks are there. Ooh. And so it's kind of like a little mini Nomergon city. It's definitely neat. Okay, I mean, if I want to get the chest, Obviously, it looks like I have to pull all of them at once. To try and fear this guy. Am I just dead? Maybe? A lot of damage there, faster than I thought I would. Okay, at least I killed that one off. Jesus Christ. The pushback is brutal. It also, I need... Blah. Playing Classic without macros is actually rough because your imp is just totally useless. Oh, it's also impassive. Alright, well that would... Okay, does this work? No, okay, yeah. I'm sure that there's some way to make Turtle WoW macros, but yeah, it looks like the syntax that works in retail, or even just regular Blizzard Classic, is just still not a thing here. And I don't know how to get it set up. There's a new flight path there. Oh, that would make it easier to travel back and forth across the zone. Yes. Okay, so if I pull this mob, it doesn't chain with the other guy. Fine, sure, I guess. We're not all linked together. That gonna... Okay, that doesn't pull. I shouldn't have canceled that food. Needs drinking my coffee. My brain is fucked. Syntax is different since it uses the legacy vanilla client. Yeah, I remember seeing that it had changed, but I don't think I ever quite understood what I was supposed to do to make it work. Like, I remember back when I first tried it, I googled some sort of, like, explanation on how to set up macros, and I just found a bunch of forum posts asking the same thing of, like, how does this work? I can't get it to work. And nobody really explained it, so... If there is, like, a good write-up out there of how to make macros, like, I wonder, does the Discord server have anything? Maybe I missed that. They're doing a little event thing. Yeah, I don't really see anything that would classify. The Turtle Out Discord has a macros section? Where? I'm trying to see at a glance. I might just be blind. I'll search later to see. I'll, like, stop right now to try and figure that out. But I'll take a look. Yeah, it would definitely be nice to get that figured out, because then, for the classes that I'm mostly going to end up playing, I don't think it really matters all that much, but for pet classes, not having macros, and definitely for, like, casters, it's just a massive pain. I should be able to... I mean, I think... I don't know. The aggro ranges are just so weird. Like, it feels like intuitively I should be able to get that chest, and I'm not anywhere near those two mobs. But also, I thought I was safe before, and apparently I wasn't, so... Right. Their training sword. That one's pretty good. I'm actually gonna hold on to that. Nice. Apparently it didn't have a cloak. I did not realize that. Did not mean to click that. Okay, well. I still need Shimmerweed. So I will grab these two, and then I should be done. And I can head... There's nothing else that I need here. I know there's a rare mob out in the lake area. I have no idea if it'll actually be up or not, but either way, I don't think I'd be strong enough to fight it at this level. I don't feel incredibly strong in this character so far. Warlock is also just not something I'm incredibly experienced with. Go buy yourself Wand on the Age. If I was planning to level this character for like an extensive period of time, I probably would. When do you get wands? Isn't that like level 10, or can you get one at level 5? If you can get one at level 5, then maybe I will do that, because that would be helpful. Oh, it can be level 5. Okay. The enchanting one, right. You tell that I'm not used to leveling casters in Classic. I almost entirely level druids and warriors, and a little bit paladins. But I will check that out. Snow luck. I guess if there's a flight path from the Nomergon area, then I could... First, let me see if the rare I was thinking of is up. It's on this island, I'm pretty sure. But I can kill snow leopards, I can turn in some stuff there. It is up. Okay. Do I really think that I can fight it? Just maybe if I take them out one by one. Okay, why is tab targeting being shit right now? Oh god, I'm dead, aren't I? Oh, and it went in the direction that I was hoping to go. And they're faster than me, so I'm probably dead. This was just not a good idea. Oh, you can only have one curse on a mob at a time. Yeah, I'm just dead. Okay, that was lovely. Regretting playing a caster. I fucking hate this. Good old rare mob bait. I mean, I've killed that on characters before, just never really played a warlock. I'm just not used to the vanilla stuff. Like tab targeting, just constantly saying, you're clearly trying to target this neutral mob that is nowhere near the other mobs. Let me repeatedly tab to that neutral mob that you are not even remotely facing when I'm trying to tab and fear the other mob. And by the time that tab targeting actually worked, then mobs were in melee, so... A wand, well, I don't think a wand would have made a difference. Is what it is. This is Turtle WoW. It is neither classic TBC or just straight up classic. I'll go buy wand anyway. Might as well. Am I going to do the usual and continue leveling in the human zones? No. I am going to get to level 10. I'm going to do all the new custom content in Dunmoreau, and then I'm switching characters. I'm not going to be playing this character extensively. I'm going to continue leveling further on either a human paladin or an orc shaman. I haven't decided which one I'm going to try to take up to 60, but it's one of those. But I don't want to like bring one of my higher level characters here and just do like the level 10 content while over leveled. I want to do it like the intended way, quote unquote. Which is why I'm making a fresh gnome. Very much regretting this decision because I don't like playing casters in Classic. But we'll make do. least my gnome is cute. True. Yeah, it's... I mean, the issue that I have with, like even like that random crazy person was saying earlier, yeah, when you get instant casts, obviously casters feel better. Like, instant cast corruption is a game changer for Warlock, but the lower levels feel really bad. Like, even leveling a druid, which, like, I've leveled a lot of druids, and technically druids are casters up until level 10, but I actually really like low-level druid because, like, Wrath is a spammable spell similar to Shadowbolt, but then Moonfire is instant cast. So it makes tagging mobs, especially in, like, high-pop servers during, like, classic launches, really easy. And druids are also extremely good at just kiting and moonfiring down mobs. And then eventually you get bear form, and then cat form, and then druid just goes crazy. But I've always really liked low-level druid, and the fact that you can heal yourself. Which, I mean, eventually I'll get drain life and stuff, but right now... I guess it would be, what, weapon wands? Lesser magic wands? Jeez. Okay, the auction house is kind of dead right now. But at least there is one wands up. Okay. Oh, regretting using my Hearthstone earlier, but what can you do? What the fuck do I want to do right now? I'm kind of getting just clobbered. I haven't gotten, like, any tangible upgrades, I've just started realizing. Like, outside of the quest awards, I still haven't gotten a chest upgrade, wrist belt at all. That would be kind of nice. And at this point, I guess I can afford to just buy some stuff off. I think there's a... Where's the cloth? I can't remember if this has a vendor for every armor type. Worst case, I'm sure I can find a cloth vendor here. Just make things a little bit... Yeah, light armor, okay. No, that's leather. Okay. The tailoring area has cloth armor, right? Pretty sure. Okay. I don't think you can sort cloth armor on there. Do you automatically unlock the Nomergon Flight Point? Like, is that just the default one, like other major cities? Or do you have to actually go there first? Nothing in the AH? I mean, there might be something, but also... The wand already costs, like, quite a bit. Here. Isn't there a cloth vendor somewhere? Oh my god. You have to go there to unlock. Okay. Oh, boy. I guess, like, there's definitely armor vendors in Karanos, so I could just go there. Worst case. Thing is, I remember where the fucking leather and mail and plate vendors are. I guess for some reason... Yeah, so I have Ironforge Airfield automatically unlocked. But for whatever reason... Apparently, no cloth is sold in that specific shop. For lore reasons, presumably. For the shop names, hunting supplies, arms, plate and chain. Okay, well, that doesn't really sound like what I'm looking for. That's the guild place. thought it's gonna be in general goods. Go to Keranos, I guess. Just, for the life of me, I cannot remember where... I'm looking at these signs, and I can't see any that would match up with what I think a cloth armor person is. I don't know. I've never really had to look before. I'm sure there is some shop somewhere that sells it, but I don't remember. Yeah, I'll stop trying to do dumb shit because I just wanna see the new things and then move on to my tank classes. So I can go get some more armor. I'll buy a new dagger in case I need to stab something and kill snow leopards, make my way back over here, turn in these quests. I could do the Gnomergon stuff, and then I guess eventually we make our way back over here. We could do Rugford's Mountain Rest, and I think, yeah, that's mostly it looks like. As you said, Ironforge Airfield is mostly, like, the end of quest chains. And then obviously Frostbane Hollow is just the entrance to the dungeon, which presumably I will do on my other character. Where are those from? The gears. Okay, they're around Nomergon. That's a regular quest, I think. That's not even a new one. What level is my paladin? 17, I think. Not very high. I never got super far, but obviously further along than this character. That's where the Warlock trainer is.
Talk to me.
I learn survival?
Watch your back.
So I can buy that. One more level for you to get the mount quest? Yeah. I'll definitely make sure to do that.
What's on your mind?
Oh yeah, so I don't know if you've played recently, because you said that you were playing before. There's the tents. So I know they reworked survival, but they had before the little tents that you could sit in to like fill up your rested XP really quickly. Is that a thing now? Did that get removed with the survival rework? Or is that still something you can make but just more challenging? Or maybe it's just still there, untouched? Because I'd imagine, you know, in the middle of nowhere, I'm not going to find any, but I know outside, like, Stormwind and Orgrimmar, you often found people dropping those tents. So at some point, I figure I should probably go and do that on at least my main characters. Yeah, I'll just buy all this stuff.
I've the finest wares in the land.
There's still a thing at 70 skill survival, but almost no one uses them now since you get more rested XP from inns. Oh, wait, really? Huh. I mean, I did just realize that I've a ton of rested XP filled up in my bar. I wasn't really paying attention to that, but that's good to know. Okay.
What can I do for you?
I want to make sure that I'm not accidentally vendoring something that's better, but I can't imagine it is. There's no way.
Safe travels.
Non-main Cityans? Is it only non-main Cityans that you get additional rested XP? Is here. Let me see. So I can run over here. Oh yeah, you can see. Oh. Okay, that's really nice, yeah. That also, I will say, that makes leveling up to 60 a lot more feasible. Because that's technically 100% XP buff, permanently, if you think about it. So... And not even having to rely on the tents, just being able to, like... I mean, you just quest for, like, an hour or two. It caps at 150% rested. Yeah, but presumably, like, if you spend all your rest XP, you can come back here and fill it up again, right? Like, I can't imagine there's a limit if it works like rested XP normally does. Yeah. So what I'm thinking, right, is, let's say I need to go make dinner. I just throw myself in an inn, come back, boom, my rested XP is filled back up. And anytime I need to take a quick break, boom, just throw myself in an inn. And as long as you remember to do that, then effectively that's just 100% more XP. So that's quite nice. Well, I'll have to make sure I do that then, because I did not realize that they buffed inns. I knew about the tents. I guess, yeah, I should be doing wanding now. Quick question. Why are we leveling a new character if the server goes down in 2 weeks? I'm leveling a character exactly because the server goes down in 2 weeks. Because in 2 weeks, I will never be able to level a character. I think life becomes a lot more enjoyable once you realize that nothing ever lasts. And that all you really should be doing is focusing on stuff that you enjoy in the moment. Instead of trying to cling on to some sense of long-term value and or meaning. Maybe that's a little bit nihilistic, but I mean, everything ends, right? The official World of Warcraft servers are going to shut down eventually too. Does that mean that I'm not going to enjoy playing, seasonal retail World of Warcraft? No. But at the same time, I'm not going to let that stop me from playing a fun version of World of Warcraft before it goes away forever. Mine's in the present? Exactly. Okay, surely there's some snow leopards that I can kill. I need 5 more. Yeah, wanding definitely makes it easier. I do feel like, at this point, my Warlock is still fairly squishy, though. Not really sure what can be done about that. And then without macros, obviously, my Imp feels kind of worthless. Because it can't start casting Firebolt until I get auto-attacked. There's a difference between a journey of 2 weeks and another of years? I mean, sure, yeah. Obviously, if I had the ability to play for years, would I prefer that? Of course. But you have to play the hand you're dealt, right? I can't change the fact that the server's shutting down in 2 weeks, right? That is out of my control. So I can either decide, shucks, I guess I don't get to ever play that thing that I thought looked really cool and was really looking forward to doing once I had more free time. Or I could just say, fuck it, I'll do as much as I can before it's gone. Those are the only choices I have, right? There is no third option. Turn this in. I don't know if there's a follow-up, but I'm literally right here. It's also... Yeah, what can I... Are either of these upgrades? That's a 1 armor upgrade. Alright, W. I guess now that I have survival, I should be looking for trees. Can I track that? Do I have... Okay, I do. Find trees. Huh. Okay, that's kind of neat. And that's such a cool item. I guess right now, I don't have a two-handed, so I could technically use that if I got it. Enjoy your time, thank you. I did buy a woodcutting axe, yeah. I didn't buy anything else because I wasn't sure. I should be wanting. I wasn't sure what I would need, but I bought whittle and the woodcutting axe because those seem to be like the equivalent of mining pick or skinning knife. So I figured, okay, I'll probably need that. But I wasn't sure what else would be important. Fire survival level 5. Okay. So I guess... Do I need to level it up to 5 first by crafting torches before I can cut down trees? Or are there, like, even weaker trees that don't require level 5? Okay, I do need to make torches. Oh, I also need to kill boars? Okay. In that case... Are torches just sold by any vendor, or do I specifically have to buy them from the woodcutting supplier? Because if I can just, like, go to one of the general goods vendors here and buy that, then that would work. Let's check. I mean, they have an ale and wine vendor. I mean, maybe the Nomergon place has something. I just don't want to have to go all the way back to Keranos. I guess I could try and make my way over there. It would just feel bad to go all the way over here, then go all the way back to Keranos. But, yeah, I could go in this direction anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. There's nothing below Simple Wood Tree. Oh, shit. Well, that is... awkward. I think I can get my curses up. I should be fine, I think. All my dots are up. Yeah. Wanding definitely makes stuff like that a lot easier. Okay. I'll revive my imp. It's also, it feels bad not having first aid, but I don't really want to have to train that on yet another character. Also, I don't actually recall if I trained it on my paladin. I think I probably started doing that, because I usually do. So if I do get any linen cloth, I just want to save that for finishing my paladin's training. I'll have to double check later to see how much progress I made on that. Vicious kitties indeed. Okay, so these guys drop the quest items I'm looking for, and the reclamation facility is right behind it. So... this reduces my strength. I don't care. Quest item... and then the other quest item I was looking for... yeah, okay. Actually hover over it from here. There's the Flight Master. Just... Are there any chests in here? There's a food crate. Not sure if I care about that. Water barrel. I'll definitely take any mana items I can get at this point. So, yeah, from here I can go back to Ironforge. So that's nice at least. That'll make travel a little bit easier between the zones. And let's see what I can get in here. Okay. It has custom music. I think the last time I came here a long time ago, it did not have its own music. That is neat.
Salutations.
Your aqua sample. Okay. Yeah, I'll just go grab all the quests here because it looks like some of them go back out onto the lake. But one thing I do vaguely remember is that there's a small quest hub down that tunnel inside Gnomergon.
Greetings. Very good.
Interesting. Off and away.
Okay, so Mechatork is here now. That makes sense. So I'm guessing, yeah, those are all the quest givers that you mentioned before.
Salutations. Goodbye for now.
This is like pretty good music for custom subzone stuff. It actually like really fits the vibe. Bankers and auctioneers? Ooh. Okay.
Honored, I'm sure. Off and away.
What level are these mobs? Okay, 12. Yeah, maybe I come back here later.
Very well then.
I'll grab all the quests, but
Alrighty then.
definitely seems like I should not do this right now. I will double check to see if there's anybody that sells like unlit torches so that I could just finish this. Maybe trade supplies?
My, you're a
Yep.
tall one.
Alright. So I need 5, right? And I'll figure out the rest of this stuff. So that was a quest reward, maybe?
Right.
Okay. Fire's cooking fire. Okay. I mean, I'm sure I could find one.
Can I help you?
Alright, so a lot of NPCs sell unlit pour torch. I'm just gonna buy a ton, that way if I need to level it further, I can do that. And I would need cooking still in order to create a fire. Yeah, like, I can't imagine there's no campfire in this little city. Surely there's at least one. Oh, hey, that person's 45. That was nice of him. I'm guessing, yeah, that's the bank, and that's the auctioneer. Oh, there's a turn-in here. I forge serve as a cooking fire? No. I feel like surely that should work, but whatever.
Hi, how are you?
Oh,
Me seeing you.
what's that? Is that in here? No, okay, that's outside. But I have some quests out there anyway, so that works out. Yeah, I'm not seeing any campfire. I mean, I guess, like, indoors in, like, a mechanical area, it does kind of make sense if there would be no campfire. But there's definitely one in Brunel Village, so worst case scenario, I just go back there. And there should be probably a random one outside somewhere. I'm not too concerned. Where? There's none nearby. I just like to get that so that I can start chopping down trees. Because otherwise, every tree I come across, I just can't do anything with. There is something in there, because there's a different color. Let's see what that is. Second, I thought I got in combat with that bull. What quest needs me to get something from here? Can't tell just by looking at the map. Oh, some Neven Gubblewire. Okay, I'm guessing that guy's in the house. What buff did I get? 10 mana? Okay, that's actually pretty good. I feel like at this point, especially with the stronger armor, I'm able to tank more hits, so I might be able to fight those mobs. We'll see. I could fear them, worst case. I wonder if Curse of Agony is even worth using. Yeah, on these really fast fights, it doesn't do that much. I'd get more, I think, survivability out of just using Curse of Weakness. Okay, how is my imp in combat already? What's this? There's something fucked with the aggro ranges. I don't know what it is. But I barely rounded the corner and, like, surprise, you're in combat. Okay, is my imp, like, lower level or something? Is he just aggroing things from a mile away? I wonder... Do this. Aggro range is different from official classic. Okay, I'm glad I'm not crazy. I get proper... I should be line of sighted now. Is he gonna pull the side gnomes? Shit. Does that just pull this guy? Oh my god, I'm getting fucked. Alright, resist. Oh! The fun of playing a caster. It snaps me to Coldridge Valley? My Hearthstone's on cooldown? Do I just... That's... Oh, this is the fun part of Classic, where I just walk away from my computer. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna wait for Hearthstone. I'm gonna check my Paladin while I wait. That's just really unfortunate. I mean, I didn't even necessarily know if I could fight that guy, but I also figured, okay, worst case scenario, if I can tell I'm not making a dent, I just fear, and then I get hit with the resist. Like, all right. Well, at least I know that I can pull him isolated from the other mobs. Yeah, this is Turtle WoW. Okay, let's look at my Paladin. Where did I get on this character? No, I have mail. Oh. So I've been mailing myself leftover stuff. That would do it. Okay. Yeah, so I was right, I had about 1 golds-ish. So I did start leveling First Aid. I also started leveling Cooking. And then, yeah, as I expected, just gathering professions. Where they're under your skills, right? Okay, so I never really started working on mining at all. And then I had some crafting professions set up on my alts. Yeah, I have like this thing, which I think is from the... Okay. Yeah, that's like definitely from the Nomergon area. I remember I did something there, but it's been a while. So... This definitely, like, once I do all the stuff in Dunmoreau on my Warlock, this is the character that I'm going to continue. Unless I just... Well, I'll definitely continue this up to 30, and then it's TBD on if I continue my Shaman or my Paladin. I guess also at some point I should probably pick up Engineering. Whether I do that right now... I could probably, you know, I think... Yeah, I never really worked on my mining on this character at all, did I? So, I'll probably pick up Skinning on this, just so that I can have that for, like, raw materials early on. Because you don't really need Engineering. There's, like, nothing good from it until, like, the level 40 range. So I'll just swap to it at that point. So much to do, so little time. Yeah. Yeah. Just why it's especially annoying. Like I'm doing dumb stuff, which is like, I mean, it's fun, I think, to play Classic that way. At the end of the day, like it's just more enjoyable to mess around and see like, can I survive this? But then also there's like the voice in the back of my head, like if I just keep doing dumb shit like this, I'm never gonna be able to level up. So I have to like fight against my instincts of just fucking around to just, you know, do the efficient mob grinding and whatnot. But that's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do. Do I have... afford this? No, we'll just do that. I have a lot of materials just kind of sitting here, so that's nice, I guess. I don't need my mining pick anymore. Do I care? I don't care. Learn that. Under this. I also... I mean, I guess it can't hurt because the eggs that you could pick up from Noble Garden, which I'm curious, I guess I don't know if you have any way of knowing, but I do think it's weird that they have the Noble Garden eggs still enabled. Is that just like a holdover from the Noble Garden event here and then they just forgot to turn it off because like the servers got announced that they're shutting down? Because Noble Garden should be long over at this point, I think. But the shirt that you get from that gives you 1 armor. So, how much armor do I have? Like, over 1,000. Already at this level. If I get 1 armor, is it going to matter? No. But it'll feel nice to actually get power from my shirt. They kept it because the server's shutting down anyway, because people love the bunny ears. Yeah. Makes sense. Let's see... I found a lot by Keranos, but I'm not sure where else they would be. Also, where's my Hearthstone set to? Goldshire. Okay. Honestly, I'll probably go around... There's probably eggs in Goldshire, too, right? That's... I think a lot of the Noble Garden stuff is in those little towns, even in retail these days. I was surprised that there were a bunch of random eggs just kind of sitting out in the wilderness, though, so... Maybe I stumble upon one. Okay, so how the fuck... do this again? Unleash, and then it breaks your seal. So, Crusader Strike... increases your attack speed, stacking up to 3 times. And then Holy Strike does holy damage, and then restores health and mana. Interesting. What's that? Food crate? Okay. Why does this say Classic Plus? Because it is Classic Plus. Ah, there we go. Brightly colored egg. /DB brightly colored egg. It doesn't show anything. So maybe I don't have, like, an extension that gives me that information. I got chocolate from that one. It did? Well, it brought something up, but... brightly colored egg. Okay. The tabs below objects. Okay, so you're saying I have to click on this. Oh! Okay. I see. And then presumably if I look to... Alright. So there are fixed spawn locations, but I think there's multiple types, right? So that'll make it harder to sort. Yeah, I guess there's a few different types of brightly colored eggs. This is Turtle WoW. Drillock. In case that wasn't clear. Fixed locations, random loot. Yeah, but I think there's different types of objects, so it has different spawn locations for each one shown on there. I mean, there's so many in and around Goldshire that I may as well just do this, since my Hearthstone is set to there already. And that's the main thing. I don't really need anything in this area. Long loading screen. Yep. Okay. Oh, apparently I have a quest here.
Light be with you.
That's...
Can I help you? Be careful.
Cool. Okay. They still have the rentable mounts? I think it's these guys, right? Yeah. Alright, they still have that. Cool. Use DB item name or quest name to search for info on them. That's pretty nice. Well, I can't interact with it mounted, so that was... It's a waste of 50 copper. Not that it matters that much. This is also, like, decent money for low levels, the fact that this just vendors for 5 silver. Obviously, I guess I technically don't need it now, but... It hurts. Well, I have the locations on my map, so there's a bunch up that way. Oh yeah, there's Stormwind Vaults. Forgot about that place. I have no idea if I'll make it to the level 60 dungeons in time. Even if I make it to level 60, I don't really think I'll have much time to do anything there. But we'll see. This... there should be another egg over there. Yep. Oh. There. I guess I'll just keep following these nodes until I eventually get... Was it the tuxedo shirt? One of them had 1 armor on it. So then once I'm done with this, we'll just go back to my Warlock, and then I can hearth to Theranos. It's... Maybe, like, in hindsight, probably should not have decided to level on a class that I'm not super familiar with, just for, you know, efficiency's sake. I wasn't sure how well it would translate from the little I played in SOD, but yeah, it turns out SOD feels very different with all the fancy stuff that you get. Who would have guessed? It's fine. I should have enough time to just grind out the rest of it and then see the new stuff. And I don't need to put any long-term effort into my Warlock anyway. These are all gray, so they should have very low aggro radiuses. Seeing anything over there. So is that the entrance? You just, like, go into the portal, like, in the sewers? I can kind of see the faint outline. It's kind of neat. Like that way. That's the Horde entrance. Oh. Let's see. So Alliance have a separate way to get in. What the heck? Target not in line of sight? Alright, come on. What is going on? Alright, I don't want to die to gray mobs because I'm just getting target line of sight errors. That would be unfortunate. What it is about this area. Okay. I have a bunch of... What is it? Why is this area so buggy? Oh, that's the rabbit headband. I guess I don't have... Do I have, like, hide helmet enabled or something? I don't see anything. Is there, like, advanced options? See it. But I can't actually see these on my character. Oh well. There's one inside Stormwind. It's under display? Show helm. Ah, alright. Here. I don't know why that's set unchecked by default. And, okay, now... Now I see the bunny ears. Awesome. There's some eggs down here. What is Classic Plus? Turtle WoW. That is what I'm playing, Turtle WoW. I'm gonna go back to leveling the Gnome Warlock that's, like, you know, in the title and thumbnail in a moment. I'm just taking a short break because I died and had to talk to a spirit healer. I'm just gonna wait for my Heartstone to be back up, which it will be shortly. So in the meantime, I'm just picking up these eggs on my other character, which is a paladin. This is the main thing that I'll be playing. But this will be, like, probably for future streams. The Warlock is only going up to, like, level 10, and pretty much no more beyond that. Okay, I'm not in combat with this. I got, like, the shirt pretty much first try on my Warlock. So I didn't think it was rare, but I've opened a bunch and I haven't seen one since. So maybe it is. Do, yeah, a little loop up to Town of Azora. What is this? Find the rogue mage Ralphus. These guys. I kind of remember. This might be either a new quest or just one that I never go out of my way to do because it's just in a weird spot. There's a lot of quests like that in Classic that I just don't remember. So, it's hard to tell. But honestly, that's kind of the beauty of the server. I can never really tell what's new content and what's just like some niche thing that I just never stumbled upon before. Sometimes it is quite obvious, but not always. Next one is, I guess there's technically one. Just keep running this way. We can do a full loop. New content blends so well, yeah. It's like, it's obviously more noticeable in the areas that I've done a million times. Like, they've added stuff to Goldshire. I've been to Goldshire so many times over the years that, you know, it stands out just because I've done it so often. But even like this, like, I instinctively know that there aren't supposed to be arcane elementals outside here, but also that's kind of neat. Like, that doesn't feel out of place of like, oh, hey, there's just some random arcane elemental mobs outside the mage tower. I'm guessing there's a quest that tells you to kill some of them. That's pretty cool. It's also a little bit more evident sometimes when they use, like, newer models where I know, okay, that is a model that wasn't added until Cataclysm, like the Fox models. I know for a fact, like, okay, those were not added until later expansion, so there's no way that's regular, like, classic content that I'm just forgetting about. In your opinion, Turtle WoW has set the Classic Plus bar so high, Blizzard better step up their game with their own Classic Plus? They're going to become the laughingstock of the gaming community? I mean, they already are the laughingstock of the gaming community, let's be real. And so honestly though, I don't think there's any way that Blizzard can meet this level of quality. They've just not really shown that they possibly can in any of their releases. They're leaving Mop Classic to rot. They have put in the bare minimum effort for pretty much all of their other Classic releases. Sod had, I mean, I talked about this earlier, but like Sod had some good moments, but overall, I thought it was kind of a shit show. Obviously, like the Nightmare Incursions thing. And the problem with stuff like that, and why I do think it is fair game to kind of criticize Blizzard for it, is if that is your best first attempt, things like Nightmare Incursions, like the Rune system, where it's just so, like, anti-classic, it's just, I don't know, it's just not good. It wasn't the worst thing ever. Like, I did enjoy Sod, I played it, but I got tired of it pretty quickly. And it's also, the biggest issue is that it just doesn't feel like what people actually want out of Classic Plus. I think I'm a little bit more lenient, right? Like, I'm probably going to play whatever it is Blizzard puts out, right? You know, I'll play it, I'll judge it fairly. If it's fun, I'll give them credit for it. If it's not fun, I'll just stop playing. But some people have really unrealistic expectations of what they think Classic Plus is going to be. I'm probably a little bit more on the pessimistic side. I don't think it's going to be that good, but again, I will try it no matter what. And then we'll get to see. Use the yellow one instead. Does this have... yeah, no vendor value, so I don't care. But yeah, there's no way that they can even remotely match up to what Turtle WoW is. I think Blizzard would be better off... well, so I think there's 2 points to make for that. One, which I think is just kind of undoubtedly true, is that there is no way that whatever Blizzard releases will match up to what Turtle WoW is right now. They've added a lot of cool custom content, and no first try from Blizzard is going to magically reach this bar immediately. And I think the best thing that Blizzard could probably do for themselves is to start small and focus on, like, a small, like, but good set of changes to Classic, where everybody's like, yeah, you know, it's not a ton, but it's good. And at least nobody can say anything really bad about it. They're just like, yeah, this is a cool addition to Classic. And I don't know, I think that way they would, instead of doing what they did with Sod, which is kind of what I said before, you know, you can't really close Pandora's box. They started off by adding just so much weird shit, like Waylight Supplies, which just, like, what is this supposed to add to the game? And all, like, the runes were really heavy-handed right from the jump, which then it only just got crazier and crazier from there. It's so hard to rein that in once you've already started from a crazy standpoint. Pretty much what everybody has been asking as, like, a baseline for such a long time is, like, just make it so we have, like, TBC-esque talents where it's a little bit more balanced, but in vanilla. So all specs are viable. There's, like, just better diversity and stuff in raids. You have, like, Blood Elves and Draenei and stuff like that. Like, I don't expect them to do anything super crazy, I'll be honest. I definitely don't think they're going to go, like, as radical. The other thing to keep in mind, right, I guess, is a really interesting thing for me with Turtle WoW, which I do know that a lot of people do also find this interesting, but I think it's, like, one of the lesser appeals to most players, which I think is personally very cool, is the alternate history aspect of it. So I have been very critical on the World of Warcraft story recently, but that, like, a lot of that stems from the fact that when I was a kid, I loved the lore of, like, the Warcraft universe, and I thought it was really cool, and I used to be really invested into the story. I think anybody that's super critical of something it stems from used to be really passionate about it, and then it, you know, went in a direction that you didn't like. So the reason why I am so critical of the way that, you know, Blizzard has handled the story over the years is because I used to love the lore. So seeing how Turtle has kind of gone with a alternate history, what if things were different, and definitely erred on the side of more accurate to Warcraft 3, I think that's really cool. And while that has been really interesting to see, there's no way Blizzard would do anything like that, right? The way they even described Sod, I think it was, like, Chris Metzen who said that, is it was a snapshot of, you know, stuff that's happening, stuff that is canon technically, but you just never really saw it. And I feel like any version of Classic Plus they do will still fall into that category. So we're never going to get anything quite like what Turtle did. Which, you know, that's unfortunate. I do still think they can add some stuff that's cool, but nothing they will be able to add will match the same level of, like, passion that the Turtle WoW devs clearly have for the Warcraft universe, which does kind of make it hard to believe that anything Blizzard could put out would be remotely as enjoyable. But again, I'm gonna give it a try, no matter what it is. Owner said, "Good morning, this does not look like a Warlock or Gnome. I will be back on the Warlock or Gnome in a bit. I'm taking a detour to pick up eggs on my human paladin." I was waiting on my Hearthstone to come off cooldown just to save a bit of time. That way I don't need to just run for 5 minutes straight. May as well just be a little bit more time efficient. Blizzard, why give people new content when you can just make them be re-releases and shut the fuck up, pretty much? Yeah, it's... The way they handled... Honestly, yeah, the way they handled the anniversary was so baffling. Because there was so much hype for a TBC re-release around the time when the original anniversary servers came out. And as we can now see, like, TBC is doing much better than the numbers for original classic anniversary were. So that's clearly what everybody was looking forward to. They could have just done, like, an abridged regular classic with TBC pre-patch talents, and then jumped into TBC. And honestly, that would have been really cool. That's kind of what I was thinking they might do. And then they just said, yeah, we're just going to do the entire re-release thing again. And then I'm like, all right, well, I have no real interest in doing regular classic again for a year. And then unfortunately, when TBC came out, they sniped the release of Midnight. Like, okay, so I guess the thing that I was actually looking forward to, I just can't play. Awesome, thanks Blizzard. It's just such a fumble. I don't... The way they do their releases is just so bad. The fact that Blizzard has continuously sniped their own releases with Classic and Retail is just one of the most baffling things they've continuously done over the years. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. What is this line of sight bug? Come on. Stand directly on top of it. First time in Turtle, also which realm am I on? Not technically my first time, it's technically, I guess, the third time that I've, like, really played it. Like, over a year ago, I started this character, and I got it up to 17. This is on Nordinar. And then about 6 months ago, I started leveling Horde characters on Ambershire. I have a video on this channel documenting that process. I got a bunch of characters leveled up to 13, and then the plan was to continue that as, like, a leveling series, but I just ended up being so busy that I never got a chance. And so now, I'm just kind of doing whatever I can before it shuts down to level up as many characters as I can. And see as much content as I can before, well, it's gone forever. But this specific character, this one is on Ambershire. Or, this one's on Nordinar, Horde characters on Ambershire. You're on Ambershire, one of the few heroic... or I guess that's... No, hardcore. Hardcore raiders left who are attempting a full... for server first tomorrow? What raid are you doing server first on? Because I guess, yeah, they opened up all the, what's it called? All the new stuff on Ambershire, I heard. If it's hardcore, though, that might be challenging, right? Because the entire idea of hardcore is you need to make sure your character is super prepared, or you're screwed. But I guess may as well give it a shot if there's nothing else you can do. What? Oh, Blackwing Lair. You were working through more normal prog. Gotcha. Yeah, I also heard they added custom stuff to the raids. At this point, I've given up any idea that I will be able to do the new raids, which is unfortunate. You lost a fee on Veil? Yeah, Veil for hardcore, especially if it's, like, more difficult now. I would imagine it's quite challenging. I was never, like, really into the hardcore, like, raiding meta, even in, like, original Classic, because it always just seems super punishing, but I'd imagine even with the changes Turtle made, it's probably even harder now. You haven't done Onyxia since the changes? Yeah, I heard they added a new boss, right? Oh, did they fundamentally change Ani itself? And I guess for hardcore and Turtle WoW, is it like if you lose your character, is it just fully deleted? You can't restore it? Or is it just you lose a Soul of Iron buff, or whatever the equivalent is? Something like that. New boss, and then Ani has some new mechanics. Cool, cool. It's not the one. I'll finish this loop, and then when I get back to Goldshire, I'll just switch back to my Warlock. Have I spent all my talent points? Wait, I haven't spent... Oh, okay, they must have done some sort of talent point reset, because I definitely didn't forget to spend all 8 of my talent points. I'll figure that out later, whenever I actually pick this character back up. I haven't played this character in earnest in over a year, so would not surprise me. Noskapek is your name on Ambershire. Even managed to complete the Demon Leaf quest. Which one is that? Is that the Rockdalar one? Or am I thinking of something different? Attuna's been alive since day 1 in Ambershire? Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do... Oh, that's Rockdalar. Okay, cool. I'm gonna try to do as many dungeons as I can. I kind of hope that with, like, the amount of free time that I have, right? Like, I have absolutely nothing to do for the next 2 weeks. My schedule is crystal clear. So, if I just dedicate a ton of time to doing nothing but leveling, there's a chance that I could hit level 60. We'll see, like, maybe I just get super burnt out towards the end, but also, I am no stranger to doing extreme degenerate leveling grinds, so I think I can handle it. The problem is, dungeons, I just don't know what the population's gonna look like, so as much as I would like to try all of the different dungeons, I guess it's TBD on whether there's available people when I get to them. Which is why I've been trying to talk some of my retail guildies into giving it a shot too, so at least for some of the lower ones like Frostmane, which shouldn't take too long to get into, then they could potentially do that. I think that would be cool also. Like, it would be neat to see, 5 retail people try Classic. But we'll see if I can convince any of them. I might have to, like, bribe them with Mythic Plus carries or something like that. Be like, if you try Turtle WoW, I'll, like, boost your rat alt through a bunch of Mythic Plus runs on my main. That way it can convince them to give it a shot. And there's, like, vendors in the Tower of Azora, right? So I should be able to go here, clear my bags, and that way I don't need to just waste all this stuff. Because I want to keep picking up more eggs. Talents are always reset every new patch. Gotcha. Dragon Ball Retreat, heavily recommend, and what's SWR? Is that Stormrot Castle? Because those two I've heard a lot about. Those are the new ones that got added recently. I would very much like to try those if I manage to. I feel like those are the level, like, 30 to 40 range. I'm almost certain I'll be able to get up to that point. But then we'll see if I manage to find a group. In Baylor? Gotcha. Better to experience it now before it's gone for good? Yeah, that's my exact logic. A few people have, like, joined the stream, been like, why are you doing this when the server's about to shut down? But that's the entire point. It's gonna be gone. It's... So, like, I mentioned this before, but basically, my schedule's been, like, pretty rigid. So I just finished the retail raids here with my guild. And that has been, like, a pretty time-consuming process for the last however long. Okay, so yeah, there's a quest to kill the arcane elementals. Because the expansion came out in, like, end of February. And basically, so retail had Legion Remix, which obviously I had to make a bunch of videos for. And then after Legion Remix was over, I had to do a bunch of beta testing for the new expansion, because I had to make my leveling guides, and then I made a leveling add-on this time around. So that was, like, the entirety of late January and all of February. Then the expansion comes out, I have to level up all my characters, I have to do, like, pre-raid prep with my guilds, do, like, you know, dungeon runs and stuff. Then the raid actually comes out, and then obviously progression rating. Especially, I had to main swap 3 different times throughout the tier, and gear up 3 separate characters, so it was a lot of work for me especially. And it was also just an extremely long and grueling raid tier. Final boss took us 416 pulls, so it's been a lot of work. And now we're finally done. Oh, also, while all that's going on, I finished and posted the 11-hour video that I just uploaded to my main channel. So I've been doing a lot of stuff, and basically, towards the start of the raid tier, I figured, okay, well, I don't have time to play Turtle WoW right now, which I've been itching to play it, but the moment the raid tier is over, like, I'm going to have nothing going on for, like, a month, I'll have plenty of free time to play Turtle WoW for a little while, and then I can continue to chip away at it over time. And then, like, midway through the tier, they announced that the server's shutting down. I'm like, well, fuck. That's a bummer. So, what I was hoping to do is eventually get to 60 and try out all the raids. That was the goal. Now, you know, I'll take what I can get. Do whatever I can. Spectral Viking said, "Yo, you're that guy Harlden with the dog avatar." Yes, I am that guy Harlden with the dog avatar. That is correct. Now it's a cat? Crazy that you popped out so randomly almost 1 year later. I mean, well, I don't know what you mean randomly. Are you saying, like, I popped into your recommendations randomly? In which case, you know, W YouTube algorithm. I haven't, like, this particular channel I have not used in a while. For context, right, this channel, for anybody that just has it subscribed and you're like, I wonder why I have this random channel subscribed. Like, I've unlisted a lot of the older videos on here just because they're kind of no longer relevant. Initially, very early on, I started using this around the time of SOD as a way to, like, post my stream VODs and whatnot. Just to have somewhere to dump them that doesn't mess with, like, the main channel algorithm. Oh, there's one over there. And then I just started uploading a bunch of SOD videos. So back during, like, the, you know, peak days of SOD, I had a bunch of Warlock tanking guides and, you know, miscellaneous, like, Waylight supplied farming guides on this channel. And what else? Oh yeah, and then when Mop Remix came out, I also started posting a bunch of Mop Remix videos here. I tried to, like, spread out, because I was uploading a lot of videos during that time. So in order to not, like, fuck my main channel's YouTube algorithm, I would upload the really big ones there, like the leveling guides and stuff, and then more, like, niche miscellaneous videos I would throw up here. And then eventually I just started posting all of those onto my other channel, my Stream Archive channel, which initially was just for stream recordings. But because I just started posting more and more and more on there, it just became, like, the only channel that I was posting, like, the extra stuff on. And then this channel, I'm just kind of like, I don't really know what to do with this one. So I posted the Turtle WoW video on it, like, 6 months ago, and then I was gonna continue that as a series, but then, like I said, that kind of fell through. But I figured if I'm gonna continue doing this and streaming it, I may as well do it on this channel instead. Keep, like, a little bit of a separation of different types of videos. If I already have it, you know, may as well. It's expected that there will be a lot of people on the final day to bid it farewell. Yeah, I did. I noticed. Was it? I saw on the Discord server they did an announcement where apparently there's, like, a send-off event in Moonwhisper Coast. So I'd imagine there will be a decent amount of people, but at the same time, how many of those people will be, like, actively running dungeons, etc.? So even if there are people playing, I don't necessarily know if, like, on the final days of the server, many people are going to be trying to tank, like, level 50 to 60 dungeons, which is presumably where I'll be at that point in time. But I guess I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. If I don't get to do every single dungeon, so be it. I will be satisfied with at least getting to experience all the different zones and whatnot. But I think that's, like, with the amount of time that I have, a semi-realistic goal. We shall see. Blizzard Classic Plus will either copy or won't hold to Turtle. Yeah. I mean, my my mentality, I agree that it probably won't hold up to what Turtle's done, but my mentality is just I like World of Warcraft, period. I've played at this point like pretty much every single official iteration of World of Warcraft. Yeah, at this point, every single WoW expansion, I can say I've played at least a decent amount. I played almost every raid tier. There's a few that I haven't really gotten into experience, like the current start raid tier in TBC. I unfortunately have missed yet again because they sniped with Midnight. I technically never did, like, old Noxoramus and stuff. What else? I missed, unfortunately, I missed the first raid tier, and now I'm technically missing Throne of Thunder, mostly in MOP, because they've kind of fucked that up. But I've experienced, like, a lot of different iterations of World of Warcraft. I like World of Warcraft. And this is just yet another version of it. So, look, if Blizzard's Classic Plus iteration is a shitty version of Turtle WoW, it'll probably still be fun. Will I still be mildly disappointed that Turtle WoW died for it? Yeah. But I'm sure that I'll still have some fun playing it, but I don't know. It's complicated, right? Because on one hand, obviously, I don't think, and nobody who actually, like, has experienced Turtle WoW at all is obviously happy that it's shutting down, right? Like, duh. The only people celebrating Turtle WoW's death are, you know, the idiot Blizzard shills, which I just don't understand those people. As somebody who primarily makes a living off retail World of Warcraft, I still heavily criticize a lot of the shit Blizzard does, and I kind of fucking hate the company. I refuse to join any, like, the official partner programs as a result, and I just make videos on the game, because at the very least I enjoy the game, and I enjoy, you know, the Warcraft universe. So, until they completely shit the bed, I'll still keep playing. And there's a lot of people also who are, like, Turtle WoW fans who are basically like, you know, death to anything that, you know, is officially Blizzard. And I don't know if I'd go that far to that extreme. So I kind of fall somewhere in this weird middle ground where I also, frankly, think that what the Turtle WoW devs did is incredibly fucking stupid. It is a shame that Blizzard decided to shut them down, for sure. But also, the way that they went about marketing the server, like, they absolutely 100% brought this on themselves. Which is kind of annoying, right? Because the server is so fucking good that if they had just not done that dumb shit and, like, subtweeting Blizzard on their customer support things, like, why the fuck did they think that was a good idea? Is there a chance that Blizzard would have shut them down anyway? Like, for sure. But they absolutely cannot act like they were blameless in that. So, you know, the unfortunate reality is they don't just get to act like, oh, hey, we were this super duper innocent private server and Big Daddy Blizzard decided to, like, shut us down because they hate this amazing thing that we've done. They absolutely poked the bear. They fucked around and they found out. And yeah, that's what happens, unfortunately. So it kind of sucks on all sides, really. The only thing that I can really hope for at this point, only thing anybody can, is that something good comes out of it. If whatever version of Classic Plus that Blizzard decides to make ends up being really good, it probably won't be, but, you know, maybe, let's say, what I said before, on launch, it's, like, kind of shallow. I'll grab this last egg just because I can visibly see it from here. It ends up being, like, kind of shallow, whatever, but it's like a solid baseline, and then they draw inspiration from Turtle WoW to continue building upon it, and then maybe, eventually, it ends up being the thing that everybody was looking for from this iteration of WoW. That's really all that we can hope at this point, save somebody leaking the Turtle WoW files and another person making a new private server with it, which, who knows, could happen. But that's like pure copium, I think. That's really all there is to do at this point. Okay, I didn't get the thing I was hoping for. I could probably just farm that in my free time. But at the very least, my Warlock's Hearthstone is definitely back off cooldown now, so we can go back and do that. Stormrot Castle is absolutely beautiful. It can be done in 2 parts. 31 to 35. For Dragon Maw Retreat. And then Stormrot is 40 to 45 on hardcore. So for softcore, it's probably lower. Yeah, I wrote down... Yeah, the official recommended levels that I saw, like, on the wiki for those dungeons were 25 to 34 for Dragon Maw Retreat, and then 35 to 41 for Stormrot Ruins. And yeah, so usually the recommended levels for a lot of that stuff tends to be a bit of a lowball compared to what's actually realistic. So I'll probably do Dragon Maw Retreat like closer to level 32-ish, and Stormrot Ruins probably in like the 42 range, I'd imagine. That should feel reasonable. Second, I'm just checking replies on the 11-hour video because I realized I haven't done that recently. Yes, it's considerably faster. Let's see. Okay, I think I've replied to everything there. You can still do it if you decide to try the Turtle WoW clones later on down the line. So what does 1.17 have? Does that have, like, the new dungeons? Like Dragon Maw Retreat and Stormrot Ruins? I can't remember what 1.17 is. I know that, like, obviously the recent stuff, like Timbermaw Hold, Moonwhisper Coast, all of that stuff is obviously the most recent patch. But I thought, like, 1.18 was the big rework they did. So 1.17 is just, like, the older stuff, like Telebim, Gilneas. But I'm not sure. Actually, I guess I could check the wiki. Turtle WoW wiki. Okay, 1.17. They have... So that was when they added the Goblin and High Elf starting zones. Okay. Yeah, Tower of Karazhan was after that. Yeah, and then Stormrot Ruins, Dragon Maw, yeah, that was all 1.18. So that wouldn't be on any of the new servers. But I guess, so as long as I do those dungeons, then in theory, if I ever wanted to, I could go onto one of the data mines, like, or the leaked servers to try all of the older stuff in case I miss it. So there's that, at least. Yeah, 1.18. I think that was around when I started. I think I started, like, a little bit before. It was whenever Tower of Karazhan came out is when I started leveling my Alliance character, the Human Paladin. This is Turtle WoW.
What can I get for you today?
Oh, each of these takes up a unique bag slot. Okay, does not stack. That's good to know. Enter that. And I can throw this in my offhands.
Off with you.
And I think I need to just stop doing dumb stuff and just actually level so I can see the rest of this. So, let's see here. I could do that quest. Can I? No, I'm probably gonna die doing that, though. I'm too low level, for sure. Maybe there's a new Warlock thing. You didn't know I was that goated. Okay. Well, thank you, I guess. Oh, shit, yeah, I forgot that I need to do that as a Warlock. Okay. Well, at the very least, this will make my imp stronger. And Blood Pact just gives me more stamina. So... Sure. Yes. I need to do. I'm so used to playing... Well, anything but a caster, really. I'm not really sure how I would go about soloing that mob. I'm sure there's some way. The problem is I feel like I'm so reliant on fearing enemies and then running away in order to solo things at this level, but it just feels bad that, like, if I get a fear resist, I'm just screwed. Druid, I feel like, has so many more tools to solo. But also, like, every single one of my hardcore characters has always been a druid. I've leveled... At this point, I actually think I've leveled more druids in Classic than I have even warriors and paladins combined. So I need to be looking for trees. Ah, there's one. Simple wood, simple leaves. Okay. I guess I can track... Yeah, I should be doing that. Okay, yeah. Is it easier? Don't need to just hover over every single tree. Is it... That's... I forget what level this mob is. I think it's either level 11 or level 12, I want to say. So I don't really think there's any chance I could actually survive it. But I'll double check. There's also a tree up here anyway, so may as well. Old Ice Beard, level 11. Yeah, that would definitely mess me up. He's outside of the cave, though. And there is... One of the quests is just to get something from inside the cave, so I could theoretically do that without fighting him. Especially if he's out here. Okay. I'm fast, maybe I can do that. So more water. Okay. So all I need to do is just get into the cave. Ah, shit. Well, I could just wait for him to patrol again. And then, while I do that, there's this water barrel here anyway. There's, like, absolutely no chance that I could actually beat this guy, right? Like, I can't slow him. I don't think there's any spot that I could kite around. Like, there's no fence. This wouldn't work, I don't think. Right, I can't just jump here. I'm gonna farm boars while I wait. At least get experience that way. And then when he patrols out, we'll just do that quest. I don't want to risk it. I'm just gonna come back here later. If I do it all, we'll see. Also, the fucking aggro radius has been weird, so I'm just gonna give it a lot of room before I even mess around. It's like no way I get aggro here, right? We'll see if I can fight that guy later, but I've been getting demolished on this character, and I'm not comfortable enough with Warlock to know how to properly kite. If I had, like, anything that could slow, to where I can know for a fact that I can reasonably just outrun the mob, then I could probably make some, like, little kiting loop here, but I don't know what I could do. I also just don't know the default run speed of that mob. Sure. This doesn't kill me, I don't think. Good. Three. And then I need... how many more? One more Elder Cragboar. Which is right there. I think that's it. Yeah, bears, boars, snow leopards. And then... yeah, the removing leopard leadership, that's the guy that fucked me up before, so... I probably need to be at least, like, level 11, 12 to be able to fight him. Let's let Richmond get to it. And the Nomargon stuff, I need to be closer to 15. What the... when do I get a Voidwalker? Is that, like, level 10? That would maybe make things a little bit easier. I think it's level 10. So right now, every single mob I fight just beats the shit out of both my imp and then me. I don't really feel like I have many tools that I can use to deal with that.
You got my attention.
That's all of these are... oh, that I can't even... thought that was the quest I just finished.
Here there.
That's...
Up with you.
so that I just turn in later. I guess I just kill leopard gnomes for now. And then at some point also I want to head to the other side over there. I could fly to... I could fly to the airfield and then drop down, and that would save some travel time getting back to Gold Bowl or Quarry. The ideal. There's also... yeah, there's that quest in Ironforge that I could do. So I could fly to Ironforge, I could turn that in. There might be a follow-up. And then... Gold Bowl or Quarry. By that point, I should be level 10, presumably. And then... one quest is turned in there. Another bag? I feel like I've gotten all of the bag RNG on this character on The least important time to get good bag RNG. I can't remember. I might just be misremembering this, but I'm pretty sure that when I did my shaman leveling, like a few months ago, I just got absolutely 0 bags. It might have been one of the other characters I leveled, but I remember one of them just got abysmal RNG. There's something in there, right? Check the map. Hydro condenser modulator. Okay. Presumably there's going to be other mobs around there, so I can work my way over there just to be more efficient. Some might be chests. I want to say there's a rare mob that spawns in this area, but I could just be misremembering. There's also a chance that I'm right, and it's just not Uck. I have seen, like, at least a few other people here. Not many, but... So not 0. I guess for 2 target pulls... Yeah, Curse of Agony is not that bad if I'm applying it to multiple targets like that. But on 1 target, maybe I just don't even bother with it. Do Curse of Weakness instead. That way I take less damage. I don't know. What the fuck? Okay. So that's the quest item I need. I also should get all the stuff I need for the other quest. What level is my imp? It's also level 9. Yeah, I don't know why. My imp seems to aggro things from really far away. And it's like not an aggressive aggro, it just like base checks things. But it's standing right next to me, so that... Yeah, that doesn't feel right. I don't know, I haven't felt like I've had that egregious of, like, aggro range issues on the other characters I leveled. So maybe it is a pet thing, because I haven't leveled any pet classes. This is the first... Like, I haven't leveled a hunter or anything, so... Maybe it is my imp. Okay, there's a tree over there. I guess I could grab that, because I want to... Well, I definitely can't kill that guy yet. I want to go back to Gnome but there's a quest to get some water. Get this tree without... Here we go. Yeah, I'll do the water quest. It's the only thing out here right now. Do that, then we can head back to Nomergon, and then after I turn this in, if there's any breadcrumbs, I can grab that. Otherwise, Ironforge, then the airfields. I also... How long have I been streaming? Okay, wow, it's been 4 hours. Time fucking flies. Yeah, I was debating on whether or not I do my gnome and my night elf in one sitting. Definitely, I think it's a little bit too late for that. What I think I'll probably do is, after I'm done with doing all the stuff in my gnome, so when I get to, like, level 12 or whatever, then I think off-stream, like, a little bit before I go to sleep, I will do, like, at least the Night Elf starting zone, the basic stuff, where, like, everything is exactly the same. And then before I get to any of the new Teldrassil changes, I can stream that maybe tomorrow. I I'm definitely going to be like actively streaming most of my leveling process, especially if I ever get to something where I'm like, okay, this is brand new custom content. I'm definitely going to stream that. If I'm like mob grinding in a zone that has not changed at all, then yeah, probably doesn't need to be on stream. And I'm not going to stream all day every day until the server shut down. But if I get to like Baylor or Northwind or something like that, then I'll be like, all right, yeah, I'm doing all that on stream basically. But tomorrow, at the very least, I know my guild wanted to do a Heroes of the Storm in-house in the evening. So maybe I'll stream again at demon hours, because technically I didn't start this stream until like 11 p.m. So there's a good chance that whatever we do tomorrow night will be over by then anyways. So maybe I do another demon hour stream. I don't want to do exclusively demon hour streams, though. Just so happened this is when I was awake. But I probably won't... I might stream tomorrow, but I don't know 100%. And then there's a few days during the week when my guild's doing some other stuff, like sale runs or re-clears. But it's not going to be anything crazy. Like, usually, I think we're only doing, like, the first few bosses on Mythic. Just because nobody wants to try and, like, reprog when we just finished. But we'll see how long all that takes. For the most part, I don't think I have anything to do. And while I do want to get to work on the add-on again... Oh, perfect. This is a Go Baller Query quest. Glad I knocked that out first. Yeah, I have forever to finish working on the add-on, and I have a limited amount of time right now. 2 of these are turned in at Keranos. Does this give me... Okay, so this doesn't count as a rested area. I'm guessing there's some innkeeper here, though. I'd imagine if I stood near it, that would count. I won't worry about that just yet. In fact, yeah, where would they be? Can I... The guards don't give me directions. Okay, that's the innkeeper. So does this count as a rested area? No. No, this is not considered an inn. So it's only, like, actual inns, not just, like, places with an innkeeper. Let's see. That's fine, though. I think I have, like, at least enough rested experience banked up for, like, the next 30 minutes. And then, whenever I go to stop by Keranos, be fine. Actually, oh yeah, this is perfect time to refill coffee. Flight point. Alright. Coffee has been refilled. I will say my paladin's in a weird spot at the moment because it's pretty much at the exact level for Frostbane Hollow. So I would like to just tank it around this point, which means I can't really make much progress with it. I don't know. I'll check tomorrow to see if anybody in my guild is like interested. If they're not, then I'll just YOLO pug it. Go level 10. I get, yeah, immediately, a talent point. So there are different talents. I mean, what I do pretty much every time is 5 out of 5 improved corruption. Yeah, like that's just logical. I'm at least gonna look at the new talents to see if there's anything worth taking. Quests here. Definitely improved corruption. I mean, some of those talents look interesting, but for lower level stuff. Oh, I can already pick up that quest? At level 10? Damn.
Good day to you.
This.
Very good.
Alright, sure, that's the Warlock questline. Is that the end of it? Alright, cool. Bit of XP and vendor items. Nothing crazy. Fortunately, every, like, green item I've gotten I can't really use. That's one of the other annoying things about playing... Well, I mean, I guess I was gonna say caster, but also really just any cloth user, which is pretty much only casters, is that you can't really use half the stuff you get. Like, even if I'm leveling a warrior or a paladin, if I get a leather item, I can at least equip it. A lot of times it's better. Makes things a little bit easier. Let's go check out the airfields.
What's on your
Ironforge airfields. So from here, I guess depending on where it drops me, but that is, yeah, pretty much just a straight drop down to get to this area. Also, I could probably do this quest at this point. This one I know is, like, fairly easy to kite. Especially at this level, 10. I think it's around this level. But I don't... Is this mob elite? I see it from here? Look at it. Maybe I'll drop down and do that first, or at least give it a shot. And if it looks like I'm not going to be able to kill that, then... Okay, so there are some quests here that aren't in the add-on. So at least one. Maybe that's like a Frostbane Hollow breadcrumb. What is this? That is a new building model. I do not recognize that. Alright. Well, I guess I can't really trust the add-on to show me where all the quests are, so... I need to at least check everything manually. Squeeze through that window. That's... I'll just check every little corner of this area, just to make sure that I don't miss anything. And it looks like the general layout of the airfield is pretty much unchanged. Ah. Hello, Pi. Alright. So, that's one quest. Maybe that's one for, like, Frostbane Hollow that I have to come back for once I'm high enough for the dungeon. Some of the more recent quests are not in the PF Quest database, because that's when Shagu, the add-on dev, was sued and decided to quit the add-on. Yeah. That I thought was really lame, that they sued him. Because, you know, being just a free add-on developer... Obviously, now I am an add-on developer myself, right? Not for Turtle WoW, obviously, but for retail. And I can't imagine he was making much, if anything, off that. So that was just a major dick move by Blizzard. Here's at least one quest. Okay. Hey, cloth item. Finally something I can use. Okay. Yeah. I never heard the outcome, like if they were actually able to, like, hit him with anything. Like, I don't know where, like, if he's in the US, if he's even someone that Blizzard can target. Hopefully not. But yeah, that sucks.
How are you?
Frostbane War. Okay, just kill a bunch of mobs. There's like a bit of a lag spike every time I accept a quest here. Oh, yeah, and obviously, I was gonna see, does it show up on the tracker, but obviously these are untracked quests. Going in blind. Okay, so there's a tunnel. So this is, I guess, how you get here. The path that goes around the mountains then cuts through this tunnel. Cool. I see a mob all the way up there. This is all blinking. I wonder if that's like a reference to a developer or something. He's from the UK. Blizz did have jurisdiction over him, but all charges are dropped. Okay, that's good at least. Come on. How much damage is Corruption actually doing? 40 shadow damage? I'm wondering if it's like... Maybe I just don't even use Immolate at this point. Corruption, I guess, is at least a fast casting spell. But at this point, it feels like it might just be more worthwhile to open with like a Shadow Ball. I think I might be able to manually command my pet to attack. To heal... Okay, yeah, so that does cause it to start shooting firebolts. So I think I just need to get into the habit of doing that. It's just gonna kill my pet. I couldn't rip thread off it. Unlucky. That's fine, though. Need to kill a lot of these trolls. Does this give me 1 silver? But this does look like it's part 1 of like a multi-step quest. So if this is a level 13 quest, if this is like a breadcrumb for Frostmane Hollow, since I'm probably going to do that on my paladin no matter what, I think maybe I just come back to this later and just do it on that character. It doesn't really matter which character I do it on. I'm just trying to see the content in some shape or form. So as long as it is, like, around the intended level, which, like, level 13, doing that as a level 17, like, I'm a little bit over-leveled, but not to the point where it would be completely invalidated. Besides, it would presumably give me more quests. There's 3 quests for Frostmane. Are they on the wiki? Could I, like, figure out what they are just by reading? I'm guessing the entrance is over there. I mean, yeah, that's where the portal is. 1 in Stormwind, 1 where you are, it's a chain, and another one's taken inside. Okay. I'm guessing then that this thing, the Frostmane War, is what starts that chain. So yeah, if I'm gonna do the dungeon on that character anyway, I may as well just do it then. It's on the forums, gotcha. So in that case, we can just hop down here. Here is... I'll see how far I can get jumping up here. I can actually get pretty far just running along the mountains. And up, down here. Oh! This thing. Oh. I guess I can abandon the Frostmane War near-fill supplies, because, yeah, I'm not going to be doing those. Would have given me a good item. Whatever. Not that important. And what does this give? Protecting the herd. Let's give good pants. Somewhere up here. Okay. Can I live this? I mean, it's worth a shot, I guess. I know that I can kite this guy down. If I don't die of fall damage first. Did he snap? Oh, he snapped. Alright, yeah, I definitely can't. Oh, well. At this level, it's probably a good idea to get my blueberry pet. Yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence about how much I want to really focus on this character and how much I want to just, like, see the new stuff and get out. Like, I'm just not going to worry about that. I know that there is a way to kite him, but I know you have to, like, actually drag the mob down, and I don't think I have enough survivability to actually get it down to the fence area and then kite it around. I think I'm going to try, at this point, because I have technically done the Nomergon stuff on my paladin already. Showed some of it, so I'm also very keenly aware of the fact that I am not enjoying Warlock, and I don't want to force myself to play this any longer than I have to. Now, the Rugford's Mountain Rest stuff, this is around like level 10 to 12, so I'm going to get that done for sure. But the airfield, and what else do I need to do here? What is on my checklist? Yeah, it's just Rugford's Mountain Rest, Ironforge Airfield, Frostbane Hollow, and the Reclamation Facility. I've already done the Reclamation Facility on my Paladin, so I have some vague recollection of that. I won't force myself to redo it, especially because I forgot that's like level 14. So I'd have to play this character much longer to reach that point. And if I'm already doing Frostbane Hollow in the airfield on my Paladin, then I may as well just get done with all the stuff in here. There's also like a few new quests in here, so I'm just going to do that while I'm in the area. We'll do Rugford's Mountain Rest, and then tomorrow I'll probably try to get my Night Elf Druid done, which that one's going to be a lot easier, because like I said, Druid is like... I love leveling Druids in Classic. So I can get through that. All I know is there's a new area called Ursan Heights. I don't know if there's anything else. I'd imagine there probably is, because there's been like a few random undocumented new quests in every single starting zone I've done. So, I guess we'll see. If I create my Druid, and then I notice very early on that in like, what is it, like Shadow Glen, I think is the Night Elf starting zone name. If there's some brand new stuff right out of the gate, then maybe I'll like pause and I'll stream that. But if I'm like, oh yeah, this is the same Night Elf starting zone that I've done a billion times, and then all the new stuff is in like Teldrassil proper, then I'll just get to level 5 and then stream the rest. It's late for you now, gonna go sleep. Catch you later tomorrow. Appreciate you stopping by the stream, and thank you again for the 250 gold in those bags. That is definitely gonna be helpful. Will make my life a lot easier. Definitely gotta figure out macros after this. Let's do that. Stamina, okay, not a big deal. I mean, if all I'm doing is fighting one mob at a time, this doesn't feel too bad. Rockjaw Bone Snappers. Yes, I could turn this in, and then there might be a follow-up that I can do 2 birds, 1 stone with. Catchdown said, Salute already had a blast on Turtle. Shutdown gives you an opportunity to explore Epoch and Vanilla Plus. What's Vanilla Plus? Is that like the name of a separate server? I've heard of Epoch. I'll be honest, I looked into it and it doesn't... Nothing I saw there really caught my eye. I didn't, like, hop on the server, but, like, I read about it. It seems fine for people who, like, really, really, really enjoy this style of Classic, and that's, like, the main thing they're looking for, but... I'm more interested in, like, the novel new stuff, because I've already played Classic a bunch of times. But it seems fine enough. But Vanilla Plus, is that, like, a separate server? Or are we just talking, like, generally any version of that? Another server like Epoch, just less popular. Interesting. Here. Let me Google it. Because I have, yeah, not heard of that before. I have a wiki, so I guess I can look at that. see. General server information. I'm not seeing anything crazy here. I mean, it looks like kind of just a slightly different version of Classic. But not like Classic Plus in like the sense that I think... Like, Turtle WoW is kind of what I would view as Classic Plus, you know, new content in this style. That's like a lot of quality of life stuff, which, again, like, I think for people who just really enjoy this version of WoW, like, you know, Classic, that is, but want, you know, quality of life changes and, like, actual, like, support, because obviously Blizzard is a fucking joke at this point, I could definitely understand why, like, private servers are really all you have left. For me, it's like, obviously, I just like new World of Warcraft content, which is why I mostly play retail. But there is just a lot of cool stuff on Turtle WoW, which is what drew me to this in the first place. You do think Turtle was/is better? There's a reason why it had much more population, yeah. It's a shame. Yeah, I think for me, I get it, you know. A lot of people also really just hate Blizzard, so I've been trying to, like, follow discussion around Turtle WoW, like, in the last few days, and the thing I keep seeing is, like, what's the next, you know, private server that everybody's going to? And I think for a lot of people, they primarily play private servers, and it just so happens that, like, Turtle was really good, but at least for me, it's more like the exception to the rule. I am generally not interested in private servers. Turtle was the one that kind of really caught my attention. Which I guess is why Blizzard felt it needed to be shut down. The only other one that, like, I've heard people actively talk about, and I've had people try to convince me to play in the past, is Ascension. But I looked into Ascension, and I don't know. Something about it just never really seems interesting. It's just not really for me, I think. Okay, that's bad. Might be able to make this work. Okay, I mean, kind of worked out. Journeyman's Pants. Oh, finally an actual upgrade. Also, another bag? When did I get that? Jeez. Okay, sure. Ascension is very retail light, even their Bronzebeard server is like that. There's some talk about official Classic Plus, but that should be months away at the very least, yeah. Yeah, like I said earlier, I'll definitely try that when it comes out, but we'll see. Whether or not I actually seriously play it is entirely dependent on how fun it is. Should be wanting this one. And yeah, that's kind of the vibe I always got from Ascension. It's like kind of a weird hybrid of retail and classic with like some quirky mechanics. But I don't know, I've never really been interested in that. Because, like, obviously, if I wanted to play retail, I'd just play retail. There are some people who just really hate a lot of stuff about retail. Don't get me wrong, it's not perfect. But it's, like, if I'm gonna play something in that style, then I do enjoy the, you know, more hardcore endgame raiding aspect of retail. Those are linked. Okay, am I gonna get chain stunned? Okay, maybe I'm dead. Maybe not. Wait for as long as I can. I think I'm maybe starting to understand how I'm supposed to be playing this. How many more do I need? Like, what else do I even need? The Ramulus gem? There's some mob in here I gotta kill. But presumably there's another quest later on that's gonna send me in here. If I care. Oh. I will say, for Official Classic Plus, I think it is almost certain they are going to announce that at BlizzCon. I would be very surprised. Another bag? What the fuck? Alright. Sure. I have some buff items. I think at BlizzCon, I would be very, very surprised if we don't get A, a Classic Plus announcement, and B, some announcement about their direction for regular Classic. I think they're just going to announce WoD Classic, but some people think that they're going to shut down MoP servers. I really feel like not doing WoD Classic would be leaving money on the table. But, I mean, who knows with Blizzard? They're just really, really fucking stupid sometimes. Okay, how would I even realistically get through here? Do these mobs, like, get separated at all? Can I do this? Does this pull all three? This pulls all three. Fuck. They should do WoD Classic and maybe speedrun it? Yeah, I think that would be for the best. Okay, I'm probably dead. I think I'm just dead, right? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Jesus, this is so fucked. The fact they stun is actually absurd. Okay, I can't even jump up here. I'm just getting chain stunned. Alright. Okay, where does the graveyard drop me? Back in Ironforge. Okay, I'm good. I'll be honest, I'm over this. I cannot fucking stand playing this character any longer. I'm so fucking tired of playing Warlock, and I feel like I can't do anything. Is my Hearthstone back up? No, 7 minutes. I'm gonna just run back there, and, fuck, I almost died. What WoW is this? This is Turtle WoW. Yeah, the original plan for this character is I was just like, oh yeah, sure, it can't be that bad. I'm just gonna, like, see the stuff in Dunmoreau, but I don't know. I cannot fucking my brain, I don't know, right now just doesn't fucking click with this fucking character, this class. So I'm gonna do the quest of my paladin. I give up. I fucking hate Warlock. I can't stand casters in Classic in general. But it feels like I can't fucking do anything, man. Like, I can only kill one mob at a time. I'm weak as shit. It doesn't help that I don't know what's wrong with the aggro range here, but I'm used to regular Classic where I can, like, split mobs apart more easily. But something here is, like, every single set of mobs is just, there's 50 million things that are linked together. Mage is your favorite class? I mean, I'm sure, obviously I know Mage gets, like, really strong later on. I just don't like casters in general. They've always been, in all iterations of WoW, my least favorite thing to play. Obviously, to each their own, right? But I like playing tanks, and so I'm just always more comfortable playing melee. But it's just, like, I don't know how I'm supposed to play fucking class at this level with 0 self-healing, a pet that does absolutely nothing, and multiple spells that are not instant cast. Except Curse of Agony, which, like, basically does nothing. It just kind of feels like you're supposed to just sit here and farm low-level mobs, which, like, I get it. Like, honestly, whenever I played hardcore, that's what I always did. Just until my class came online, I just played like a bitch, frankly. But it just feels like there's so many other classes that have a lot of tools. I'm also just, like I said, I'm used to playing Druid. 99% of the time when I play Classic, I just play Druid. And Druid just has so many tools, even early on, to deal with, like, difficult pulls. It's why I just like playing it. First thing you tune in, being done with Warlock, relatable. Mop is not doing well, but Legion would be hype again. Well, one of the only reasons Mop is not doing well is they're just letting it rot. They have just not done a great job handling Mop at all. So they have only themselves to blame on that front. I need any of this stuff? I don't know, I might save some stuff for my Druid, we'll see. Warlocks have a rough start, but then you end up taking a few mobs at a time and dotting them up and letting them rot. Yeah, like, you know, I've played Warlock a tiny bit. And I do remember that, like, the moment you get, you know, improved corruption, obviously, insta-cast corruption makes Warlock feel 50 million times better. And obviously, later on, you get, you know, drain life. You have way more survivability and stuff like that. And the problem is, right now, is I'm like completely alone. So another thing that, generally speaking, playing Classic is you're usually not completely surrounded on all sides by just non-stop mobs because there's usually other people in the zone clearing stuff out. So that, like, every iteration I played in Classic, there's been at least some other people leveling. So it does make it harder when I have to basically pull the entire area myself. But also, just being at this low level, what I'm trying to do, the problem is, and I know this is wrong, I know this is, like, antithetical to what you should be doing in Classic, I'm pushing into, like, I'm fighting mobs that are my level or higher, and trying to fight, like, 2 at a time. And that's just not what you should be doing. Every single time I level in Classic, I do quests that are slightly below level until my spec comes online. And that's even when I'm playing something like Druid, where I'm more comfortable with it. But I've been, like, telling myself, like, oh, well, this is a level 10 quest, like, surely I can just do this. And then the moment I'm done with this, I can just, you know, I can drop this Warlock and go back to whatever else. But then I'm doing aggressive pulls and then dying and then getting increasingly frustrated because I'm doing it wrong, and I know I'm doing it wrong, but I just want to be done with Warlock. So at this point, I'm just like, you know what? I'll just do the quest with my Paladin, right? I'm slightly over-leveled. I don't care. I just want to see the quests. So I'll do that. In fact, I'll do that before I end the stream, right? May as well. That was the entire point of this anyway. How do I want to... Obviously, I should move these newfound large bags onto my... I'll vendor all the useless stuff. Mage is much better at mowing down mobs one by one, and then AoE grinding is something else entirely. Yeah, obviously, once you get AoE grinding, like, yeah, that's broken. Like, the closest thing I played to a caster is, like, a hunter. I've leveled a few hunters in Classic, but that's obviously very different, and hunters are a lot better at kiting. And their pets can actually tank for them, which I get that Voidwalkers will eventually be able to kind of tank, but even when the few times that I did try Warlock in past versions of WoW, I was never super thrilled by Voidwalker tanking. It never really felt that great. And... what's it called? Oh, that's a gray item. Okay. I don't think I need that on my warrior, but I'll send it anyway. Oh no, this is my bank alt. Right. What do I need? I'll mail anything that I know simple leaves. Yeah, sure. Any profession items, I'll just send on to my bank character. And then if I need it later, I can sort through it. I just don't want to have to do that right now. I mean, I've also heard that priests are not, like, super great for leveling, but the other thing with priest leveling is you kind of know what you're getting into. It's the same thing with, like, when I level a warrior, obviously, when I level a warrior, I know that I can't do aggressive pulls. But that's kind of one of those things of, like, you just know for a fact, like, if I try to do anything stupid, I'm gonna die. So you absolutely know what you're signing up for. And then even then, warriors get much stronger later on. But here, it's frustrating because I'm like, I feel like I should technically be able to live this, but, like, I just can't. And I would imagine, to be fair, that it is a skill issue to an extent. I think that's fair to say. Like, I'm reasonably confident that somebody who is far more experienced than I am with Warrior, or with Warlock, would be able to do some of those quests just fine. But the issue is, I am not experienced with playing Classic Warlock. I know I'm not experienced with playing Classic Warlock, and I have no interest in trying to learn it because that was never my intent. I was never trying to get it figured out over the long run. I'm literally just playing it to experience the new Turtle WoW stuff, and I figured, I might as well do something different than the classes I've already played. And then in the process, I just reminded myself why I don't ever level as a Warlock in Classic. Which is especially true because I really like all the Paladin and Shaman changes. I have, like, thoroughly enjoyed both Paladin and Shaman when I've leveled them on Turtle. It has been very, very good. Okay. I need to sort my bags a little bit. This should have gone to Bank Alt. I already created my Druid, so in theory I should be able to just mail it all my leftover food and water. Like so. Actually, yeah, I can just send it bags for now. And let's do 50 silver, sure. And then we need to get the traveler's backpacks here. Yana, and then I'll just send... I'll leave at least some silver on this character. I think mail is instant, but we'll figure that out. Alright. Guess, is there anything else that... All this is cloth, right? Yeah, that's soulbound. Oh, the torches have a duration? Huh. Alright. It's good to know, I guess. Yeah, this cape is actually pretty good. I should send this to my druid.
I'm out of range.
Alright. Fuck this warlock. I never have to worry about it again. Back to my paladin. So I assume, yeah, I'm back up to full... Well, I think I had full rest of experience in this character. First thing I'm going to do is... take that. Only do that with empty bags. Okay. In that case, yeah, because I could do this. Then... I can definitely empty out this bag, right? And then I can swap it for my other traveler's backpacks. Just do this. Alright, there we go. This is not better than what I had on. It's fine. I'm gonna clean out some stuff to my bank alt, and then I'll make my way back to Dunmorrow. That can go to my druid. There's another pouch. I want to keep all the leather. Alright, that's like... yeah, that's about everything. And then just the leather boots to my druid. Alright. And then, yeah, there wasn't anything else. Cool. Just gonna run around and pick up all of the nearby eggs again while I'm in the area. I still really want that special shirt. But if I don't get any from the ones here, then I'll just farm it later on. I need to train skinning. Because I figure I may as well level that alongside herbalism. At least for now. Skinning tree. Oh yeah, so when I first started playing Turtle WoW, like, over a year ago, there used to be a lot more stuff in Goldshire, and this mob, there was, like, a rentable griffin that you could get from him. There was a little quest line where you had to feed the griffin, where was it? Dwarven Mild, which is why I have so much of that in my bags. And if you fed the griffin, you would get control over it for, like, 30 seconds. And I think the reason they took it out was because it was really janky. The way that they implemented it was like, it was basically like you got control of your own flight path for a limited amount of time, but that also meant you could kind of clip through walls, so it did kind of feel polished, and I guess there was no way that they could, like, manually code a new implementation. Understandable, I guess. But it was really cool, because you could effectively, like, rent a flying mount, and then fly out to, like, a quest hub, and then do this stuff, and then go back. Rent a flying mount, fly out to this quest hub really quickly, and then fly back. So that actually felt really fun. But alas. Okay, I should probably also set my Hearthstone in Stormwind, or... apparently I have a quest I gotta turn in there. Yes, I do that while I'm in the area. Sure. So another thing that a lot of the starting zones on Turtle WoW have, I think it might only be Stormwind and Durotar, though. I didn't notice anything, at least, in Dunmorrow, is there's these rentable mounts, and you can see my speed is increased by 40%. So a lot of these, like, rentable mounts are slower than regular ones, but obviously you can just pay for, like, 50 copper. And that just saves travel time. So, you know, it's a nice compromise from the flying mount thing. It does kind of mean, though, that if the human starting zone is already... I kind of think... I'm not sure what the general, like, classic WoW consensus on this is. I'm sure that there's, like, an optimal speedrun idea. But just from, like, my experience playing Classic, I've always personally felt the human starting zone felt the best / fastest. At least faster than, like, Teldrassil or Dunmorrow. Or, I'm actually not sure for Horde. I have also barely done the Undead starting zone, so I can't really say. Maybe that one's good. I just never really play it, because I hate playing Undead. And I also play a lot of Tauren Druids. And Mulgore doesn't, like, feel particularly fast, but that's just usually what I end up playing. But in like 99% of the cases when I level Alliance, I either level a Night Elf Druid or I level some sort of human. And I've also done the Gnome and Dwarf starting zone enough to get a feel for it. And the human starting zone just feels like so much cleaner. Oh, do I just talk to this?
Hello. Safe travels. See you around.
This way. They're not really up to date with private servers nowadays, and you assume it's been asked earlier, but how's the future of this looking like? Oh, it's shutting down in 2 weeks. Yeah, they're done, unfortunately. Which is exactly why I'm doing this. It is on May 15th, I believe. So, what I'm going to be doing is my goal is to just get as much of the custom content experienced as I can before it's gone forever. Presumably forever, unless like the files get leaked or whatever. The reason for doing so, my initial plan was I've given myself a checklist of all the stuff that at least I could find online of like this is a full list of all the new custom content. So I put it out for myself in a Google Doc in checklist form. And I've already done a handful of stuff over like the last year, bits and bobs, mostly starting zone stuff. Like I did all the high elf stuff, I did all the goblin starting zone stuff, and then in my on this channel, like 6 months ago, I did a shaman leveling thing. And I did a decent amount of the... Is survival a secondary profession? I never really thought to check, but... I'll check in Goldshare. But yeah, so I've done, like, a decent amount of the content for, like, starting Horde stuff. So that's all checked off. Now, the stuff that I can find that I haven't done is there's a few new things in Teldrassil, and there were a few new things in Dunmoreau that I hadn't done. Now, some of the stuff in Dunmoreau, I know for a fact I have done. So I've done the Nomergon Reclamation Facility. That's where I got the shield. So apparently I actually have a quest there that I never turned in. So I can go back there, and if there's like any leftover things, I can clear it out. But most of that I've already completed on this character like over a year ago. And... there's apparently new stuff in the Iron... Well, we saw some of the new stuff in the Ironforge Airfield just earlier, but going into this, I was like, oh, I've heard there's new stuff there, so I wanted to check that out. Now, I've kind of seen what it is, but it looks like a lot of it is breadcrumbs for the dungeon, which the dungeon is around level 15 to 17, which is what level my Paladin was left off at. And I just generally enjoy Paladin more, so if I'm going to continue a character, it's definitely going to be this. So, okay, well, I'm going to do that on my Paladin, and then I just got tilted at my Warlock, so I'm like, alright, I'm just going to do the rest. But that was the plan. We're going to do the Dunmoreau stuff on that character. And then I'm also going to level a Night Elf to do all the new stuff in Teldrassil. That I'm probably still going to do. I'm not going to do it on my Paladin, just because I know for a fact that I enjoy leveling Night Elf Druids. I've done that like a bajillion times. So I will do that once again. I'll see all the new custom Teldrassil stuff. And then I've done pretty much every single starting zone at this point on Turtle WoW. With all the new things. I did a little bit of Tarin. There's a few new things in Mulgore, and I showed that in my Shaman video. I did like a few cuts to that. So that's all done. And then once I've gotten those 2 starting zones done, which I should be finished with both of those by tomorrow night, I'll try to stream as much of it as possible. Then the end goal is to level this character and try to get to 60. Either this one or my Shaman. Haven't decided which one I'm going to actually try to do. I don't know if there's profession trainers here. I'm just going to go to Stormwinds. Oh, take a course. I was getting leaked accidentally. Yeah. Would be crazy if the Turtle WoW files got leaked before the Epstein files, but knowing our government, I wouldn't be surprised. Yes! Okay, I finally got the shirt. Perfect. I think this actually might be different than the one that I got on my Warlock, but it is a 1 armor shirt. So, my Paladin is now 1 armor stronger. It does count, right? It does count, okay. I do actually get the 1 armor from the shirt. Sweet. Hunt the horse again, and this time we go all the way there. Oh, well, now I know I don't need to open any more eggs. That is nice. I can also delete... I got some bunny ears that I don't need. Were they? I'll have to sort through all this stuff later. I want to do that right now. Yeah, I'm going to ask my guildies if any of them would be interested. I'm almost... Because Frostmane Hollow is a new dungeon, and it's like Alliance... It's technically Alliance only. And it's very low level, like 15. Like, all of them can get it in an afternoon. I might even like put a bounty in my guild, because like, so my guildies love making bets with each other. Of like, right now, for instance, one of our Evoker and Shaman players made a bet with our Warrior player, where he has to, the Shaman has to level a Warrior, and the Warrior has to level an Evoker, and whoever has a higher score on that alt character by the end of the M+ season, I don't know, they're probably, usually they bet like more than millions of gold and stuff like that. They do dumb shit. They also do like League of Legends bets, like one of us is going to play this champion, another is going to play this champion, and whoever gets to like Diamond first wins like millions of gold in WoW, or something like that. They did this a lot during Manaforge Omega Farm. What is this? Okay, just, they have the old human models. Is there anything I need here? Because there are... So, I'll have to see. Apparently there's a Frostmane Hollow breadcrumb quest here. I'll look around. I can try and find it later. Wall bets seem scary. Getting dared to play something like Zillion for more than 2 games would kill you inside eternally. I don't know much about LoL, but they're just constantly like shit-talking each other about like who's better. It always starts there. It always is like one of them is like, oh my god, you're so trash at like XYZ champion. And then the other one's like, no, I'm not. You're so trash at whatever champion. And then it just kind of devolves. They're like, I bet you 1,000,000 gold that you can't do, blah, blah, blah. And then next thing you know, they're doing that for the next month. So I figure like they clearly just enjoy doing bets. So I might do something where it's like, you know, whoever is able to reach level 20 in Turtle WoW or something before it shuts down, you know, in our guild gets like, you know, 300k per person or something like that. I don't know what I'll do. I'll figure something out. But maybe if I speak their language, they'll actually want to join. And that I think would be interesting, like fun content. It would also mean that I wouldn't need to try and like form pug groups for some of these earlier dungeons, which I want to try. And I mean, honestly, I do genuinely think it would be fun, but you know, getting people to try new things can be quite challenging sometimes, so if I give them an extra incentive, maybe that'll help. Speak with Shoni, okay. I mean, I guess I'm probably going to try to do Dead Mines in this character. Surely I can find a Dead Mines group at some point. And Dead Mines, they added some new custom bosses, so that's one thing that I'm really debating how much of that I want to try, because technically speaking, like half of the dungeons in the game have new custom content in them from Turtle. There's like a lot of new bosses that got added midway through. But it's like, I need to figure out how to prioritize my time. Like, do I want to try and find a group for every single dungeon just to see all of the new bosses? Or do I want to focus on just leveling as fast as I can and then doing only the dungeons that are brand new? We'll see. Love you some extra incentives, gambling addiction. Yeah. Brown Tall Strider. Interesting. I wonder if that's like a shop mount or something. What's my quest log like? Yeah, I have room. This is... These are the outside, though. Ah, here it is. Okay, perfect. I'm glad I went here.
Watch your back.
So that's the Frostbane Hollow breadcrumb. The other two are like the outside Dead Mines breadcrumbs. I don't really care enough to do those. Worry about that another time. I can... Over here. These are... This is a Dead Mines breadcrumb, yeah. Polar Gauntlets.
Very well then.
I don't remember that being that good, but I also could just not be remembering it correctly. There's a few new things in Stormwind, so there's, I guess while I'm nearby, there's no rentable mounts. It would be nice if they had, like, little rentable mounts scattered throughout the city itself to make travel a little bit easier. I think they're only at, like, very specific locations, but the problem is you get dismounted if you try to do stuff. So that makes it a little bit tricky. But there are a few new things in Stormwind that I've already seen. They've added, like, 1 or 2 new buildings here and there. I think there's, like, a new one in the park. The big one is there's, like, this little area, which was, like, the little side alley in Stormwind, is now a High Elf enclave. What's strange, though, is there used to be quests here, and apparently they took them out. I think I already did them on this character, but I remember going here on one of my other Alliance characters that I made more recently, and they were all gone. They have some stuff here. So, little High Elf area. Kind of cute. It's really unfortunate because the next expansion that they were going to add was a Quel'Thalas expansion. I talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream, but basically they leaked what they were planning to do. They showcased it. So just take the... There's other stuff by the docks, but I'm sure I'll be able to visit that at some point and show it. But the vision that they had for what Quel'Thalas was going to be seems really, really cool. It doesn't seem like it was that far along in development. I think the Silvermoon raid they had put more time into, but the zone itself seemed pretty barren. But the concept art looked really cool, and just the general idea behind, like, the story, I think sounded really interesting. It's just unfortunate. And because, like, even if, let's say, somebody data mines the Turtle WoW files or whatever, and manages to get them running on another server, I don't really see any universe where somehow they continue development. That's just not going to happen. So, even if, best possible scenario, they manage to preserve what's already here, that would be cool. I honestly think that would be ideal. But no matter how you slice it, all the stuff that they were in the process of doing was just, you know, that's never going to be finished. So some of the work in progress, like dungeons and stuff that they showcased, and the entire Quel'Thalas expansion, that's just never going to happen. That's a bummer. So that looked really cool. Oh yeah, they also... what were some other things they showed? There was going to be a Blasted Lands expansion, so like this area down like on the southern coast, they were going to add like a little Draenei subzone with a Draenei dungeon. There was going to be like an expansion of Winterspring with a new dungeon in this area. What else was there? Oh yeah, they showed work in progress stuff of like the area below Silithus was going to have like a new end game questing hub. More like Courage stuff and Sand Fury trolls and whatnot. Lots of cool stuff. I definitely really hope I get to see some of the things like Telebim. Moonwhisper Coast seems really interesting. So there's a boat here from Shadowprey Village. Interesting. I guess I'll probably end up, whenever I get to this level, I'll just get there by walking, presumably. And yeah, I'll never get to do Timbermaw Holds. Or any of the world bosses. Sad. But I haven't seen footage of, like, an entire full clear of Timbermaw Hold, but I did watch a video, like, I googled it out of curiosity, and I found one YouTube video of like the secret final boss of Timbermaw Hold, and somebody uploaded that, and that seemed really interesting. It's probably going to be preserved in some way, but yeah, no way any Spotlight development will happen. Yeah. Unfortunately. That's just, I think, the cloth turn-ins, yeah. Right, I guess... How should I approach this? I'll head to the reclamation facility first, just because I already know I did most of the quest there, but just in case I miss something. That way I can show it. I already showed, like, the town, so... I'm, like, this is... I'm kind of, like, torn on how I want to do this, because on one hand, initially, when I was planning to do, like, Turtle WoW stuff, I wasn't even really planning on streaming it. Like, this was going to be kind of a pure, just, like, content break. And that, like, kind of that is my... What I wanted to do, almost. Oh, shit, I don't have the flight path? There's no way I don't have the flight path. I wonder if it somehow got, like, wiped from my character, because I know for a fact I did all the quests there. You can even see I have... Maybe, I wonder if, like, when I did the stuff there, the flight path didn't exist. It technically was, like, over a year ago. So. But yeah, when I was originally going to do this, I was just, like, going to play it for fun. I probably would have recorded some of it, and maybe done, like, a spiritual successor to, like, that video 6 months ago. I don't know what form it would have taken. But I was thinking about it, and there's no way that I, like, at this point, can approach this slowly. So I kind of just have to blast through it. And that's kind of the other issue. If I'm going to play Classic WoW, I always prefer to do it, you know, chip away at it over a longer period of time, especially while I'm doing something else, while I'm, like, watching a show, which doesn't lend itself to streaming anyways. But if I'm going to be, like, approaching it in this format of I have to blitz through it as quickly as possible, I guess I may as well stream it. And then there is also the kind of side goal of I am technically helping preserve it in a sense. You know, at least if people want an idea of what the new zones are like, then they'll be able to see it in video format, at least. What it actually feels like to play through. I'm sure that there's probably some other, like, full playthroughs of some of the zones. I Googled it, and there are some playthroughs of, like, the starting zones for High Elf and Goblin, but I couldn't find any, like, full playthroughs of some of the other quest hubs, so it could just be that it's like a very low view video that just didn't pop up in the algorithm, or maybe it just doesn't exist, so that could be neat. But it's weird because, like, covering private server content in general is, like, I guess kind of taboo, just because I think everybody's afraid of what Blizzard's gonna do. And, like, I'm at the point where I don't really give a shit. Like, what is Blizzard gonna do? I've definitely done my research, right? Like, I'm not going in here completely blind. Before I even made that video 6 months ago, I did double check, and I'm like, is there anything Blizzard can do if you, like, cover it? And the only thing I found is, like, technically Twitch will like, not allow you to stream private server stuff, which is why I'm not streaming on Twitch. That's the only thing I could find. And there are a lot of people who do upload private server content, but I think one of the things is, like, a lot of other, like, a bunch of other people who covered Turtle WoW when the lawsuit was announced, like, privated their videos because they're, like, afraid Blizzard's going to go after them. But Blizzard can't. There's nothing that they can do because you're making a video on a private server. Like, that's not against any terms or laws or whatever. You're protected against that. So if the platform itself is like, we don't want that content on there, they could technically remove it. And, like, in theory, I think the worst thing that hypothetically, from what I read, Blizzard could do is they could basically ask YouTube to take down the video. In which case, there's a reason why I'm doing this on, like, my 3rd channel. If, God forbid, Blizzard was really pissed off, which I doubt they give a shit, right? But if they did that, then it's on my 3rd channel, right? It doesn't really impact me. Obviously, if I did something where, like, I think technically speaking, having, like, punishments on secondary YouTube channels, if it's like a severe thing, like if you obviously do something really fucked up, that like YouTube's obviously not going to turn a blind eye as a platform. But if it's like an individual video, that can't like affect anything. To my knowledge, obviously I could just be wrong. I don't think I am. I did do a decent amount of due diligence before doing this in the first place, but I am fairly sure I'm safe. I should also probably spend my talent points. Let's see. Redoubt seems just, like, not good. Last 10 seconds. Like, this just feels not great. But also, 3% hit chance seems good. And then, okay, shield special, yeah. So, this seems like a very strong talent. Especially because I'm assuming if you put 3 points into this, then you have a 100% chance to restore mana when you block. So that just kind of forces you to take Redoubt. So if I'm going to be tanking, then I basically need to do that. 3 points into this. And then probably 2 points in toughness. Then I guess probably... I want all of these, obviously. But we'll see. Either way, I mean, I could probably tank, like, the RFC equivalent at this point. Glad they're aggressively hunting passioning projects. Meanwhile, you still need to clench your butt cheeks about the future of MoP. Yeah. It's kind of weird now, because initially, my mindset before, like, the raid tier, like, the midnight raid tier started, is obviously when I'm done, I'm going to play Turtle WoW. And I'm definitely going to try to do as much as I can now, like I said. But then after this is over, I mean, like, obviously, I think my next top priority is just going to be add-on stuff just because I put that off long enough. But there's still not going to be a lot to do. And I don't necessarily think it's going to be an incredibly time-consuming process. Like, the, add-on development and whatnot, like, there's obviously a lot of stuff I want to add. It will take time, but there's no rush, right? Like, working on the add-on took a lot of effort because I was trying to get it out before Midnight launched. But I'm not, like, under any real strain at this point. I can abandon that quest, I think. Shipment of... Because I'm not going to go to Golborlar Quarry. But yeah, I'm in no rush now, so there's obviously a lot of quality of life stuff that I would like to add. But if it takes me like a month or 2 weeks, it's not the end of the world. So I'm not going to force myself to do nothing but add-on development for, a month again. And I doubt that my guild's re-clears are going to be an incredibly time-consuming process. 2 strength. I mean, I lose armor, but I get stamina and strength, so it's actually probably better. There's a vendor here. But all that to say, my initial plan was, okay, most of my free time in between, like, retail stuff and add-on development post raid tier ending was going to just be Turtle WoW. Like I said, I was going to try to get into raids and whatnot, and that was going to be, like, a long-term project. Well, that's dead now. So I guess, with the whatever free time I have afterwards, I may try playing Classic again. But then the question is, do I play TBC or do I play MoP? And I'm kind of torn, because, like, the problem is MoP, like, part of me wants to play MoP, and I think I may at least do, like, the Darkspear Revolution stuff, just because I actually never got the chance to play through that the first time around, so it would be cool to at least see it. Okay, I still pull this MoP. But I don't know if I really want to get into, like, raiding Siege of Orgrimmar and stuff like that. Especially because I've heard that it's just really buggy. At least, well, I've heard Throne of Thunder is really buggy, and that they just haven't been doing a good job maintaining the state of mop, which is a bummer. But then, if they're already, like, shitting the bed there, it wouldn't really serve me any good purpose to, like, start playing it now. Especially if I don't know what's going to happen, because that's the other thing, right? Like, what are they going to do? Or if they announce WoD Classic, well, then I would actually be interested in preparing for that, because that is something that I am very much interested in. But if they're just going to shut down the servers, then, like, I don't give a shit. So, I don't know. At that point, I might just play TBC Classic, which I already kind of wanted to do. I was a little bit bummed that I got to miss the launch, but it would be cool at least to catch up now. I don't think I'm too far behind, especially if I start now, because my previous mentality is like, okay, well, I'm not going to be able to play at launch, and then I'm going to want to play Turtle after the tier ends, so then when am I going to have the time to get caught up? But, you know, if I start by the end of May, in theory, I can get caught up before Black Temple, maybe? I don't know when Black Temple's coming out. But I would have more than enough time to get caught up before Sunwell, which is outside of the start, is the only phase I really care about. Because I did actually get to Prague Black Temple, and I cleared it. And all the other, like, Mount Hyjal shit back in the original TBC Classic. I missed the first few raids. I did end up clearing them later on with whatever guild I was in at the time, but obviously it's not the same because they were post-nerf. That being said, they didn't even do pre-nerf raids this time around, which was another reason why I wasn't, like, super excited about TBC Classic, because I wanted the experience of doing the pre-nerf raids, because I missed that the first time, and then they're just like, oh yeah, haha, JK, we're not doing that. So, yeah, that was kind of lame. So, in the end, like, I guess I technically didn't end up missing much, for better or for worse. And then the only thing that I really didn't get to do in TBC, outside of pre-nerf raids, which I wouldn't have been able to do anyway, is Sunwell, really. And I guess if I start now, I still have enough time for Sunwell, so maybe I do that. I don't know. We'll see what I'm feeling. I can't really tell where my head's going to be at in, like, 2 weeks from now. WoD Classic announcement is what you're holding out for? Yeah. I feel like one way or another they're going to say what's going to happen at BlizzCon, but also BlizzCon's still, like, a few months away, so that's a lot of time of uncertainty left. How much damage does Crusader Strike do? I'm not sure which one's better after you have the 3-stack. Obviously, you use this to ramp up. I also forgot to give myself a blessing. The main reason, by the way, I'm even doing all this stuff is this is the little quest hub inside Gnomergon. I've already done all the quests here, but since I kind of skipped past it on my Gnome Warlock, I figured I'd at least, like, walk around, kill some mobs. I'm curious if it's still the same. It looks like... Yeah, so one thing that I remember when I did these quests, it looks like they fixed this, but a lot of the gray items that dropped here, when I did this, like, over a year ago, vendored for, like, 15 silver. So I actually got a decent... I think I got, like, 5 gold on my paladin, and then I ended up using that to level a bunch of professions on my alts. Because I think what they did is they applied some of the Gnomergon loot tables to these mobs here. Yeah. So I remember getting a bunch of, like, really expensive vendor items for, like, a level 14 quest hub, which was nice, but it seems like everything I've gotten feels like about what you would expect to get from vendor prices. So that seems like it was changed, which, you know, rightfully so. TBC also has the benefit of Wrath being inevitable. You know... So I think out of all of the classics, Wrath actually was the one that I played the most. Yeah, easily. When I think about it, definitely. Because I played semi-consistently at least every single phase of Wrath. There were... There were, like, some phases that I played more or less than others, but, like, I progged the entirety of Ulduar, did every single boss, Yogg, Zero Lights, Algalon. I did, the hard mode of Trial of the Champion multiple times. I never finished 25 Heroic Lich King, but I did every boss up to that. I just got so burnt out. My guild was also very toxic. A lot of classic guilds are very toxic. So I was at a point where I was just not having fun at that point. I did not like ICC. ICC was actually my least favorite raid of that expansion, which surprised me because I really like Trial of the Champion, and I heard so much bad stuff about it, and then everybody just glazes the fuck out of ICC, and I genuinely didn't like it. Ulduar I thought was, like, fine. I understand why people liked Ulduar. I didn't love it, but it was fine. I get it. I understand the reasons people enjoyed it. But ICC, I was genuinely fucking miserable every time I set foot in that place. I did not find any of the bosses fun. And then Lich King seemed interesting, admittedly. And I would have probably stuck it out and, like, progged it if I was in a guild that I actually enjoyed, but I could not fucking stand those people. Like, some classic players are just insufferable. So, I think I did, like, one raid night on that boss, and then I was just like, yeah, I think I'm good for Wrath. I'm done here. And then I did some, like, heroic reclears later on for, like, prepping for Kata. Like, on my Blood DK and whatnot. It was also, I think, like, the thing I enjoyed the most about Wrath, honestly, was the Titan Rune dungeons, which was obviously new content. But I generally liked Wrath dungeons. I know some people really hate a lot of the Wrath dungeons, but I think for their time, they hold up pretty well. A lot of TBC dungeons, like, TBC is very hit or miss. There's a lot of dungeons that feel okay nowadays, just because they're very fast. If all you can do is, like, blitz through it, they're not bad. Like, for leveling, they're considered to be the fastest dungeons. I consider them to be the fastest dungeons. But there's also a lot of really awful TBC dungeons that I cannot stand. But I think TBC as a whole experience, I thought was interesting. Like, I didn't end up playing TBC Classic all that much, but I did really enjoy the parts of TBC that I played, which was, I basically played Black Temple through, like, early Sunwell prog, and then I was just really busy and I didn't have time to finish Sunwell. But I had fun, and I thought it felt like the most fun version of Classic for me. Wrath was so weird because, like, I played it a lot, but I don't really feel like I was ever having a ton of fun outside of, like, the Titan Rune dungeons, which were good. But also, was it, like, the pinnacle of WoW content for me? Not really. It was, like, okay. I think, even though I didn't play Kata quite as much, I played a lot of Kata launch, and I cleared the entirety of the first raid tier. But then I really hated Firelands, so I stopped playing then. I technically played Dragon Soul, but only during MOP pre-patch. And then I played a lot of MOP at launch, and then I haven't touched it since, so I don't know. I played every classic launch at least a ton, except TBC, just because I was busy at the time. And then, of course, now I've missed the second TBC launch. Pisses me off, but what can you do? So, that's... yeah, it's just... Wrath is just such a weird expansion. I understand why people like it. And I don't hate it. There's definitely been periods of Classic that I have enjoyed less than Wrath. But I don't think it is nearly as good as a lot of people give it credit for. Like, if I had to pick the single point of Classic, and by Classic I mean, like, what Blizzard defines as Classic, like the actual servers, technically speaking. I know a lot of people say Classic doesn't include Kata, but I would actually say that Kata launch... yeah, that, I still don't have that quest. Interesting. Kata launch, probably the most fun I had in Classic. The most fun prog boss that I can remember is probably Nefarian. Both Nefarian, Alakir was alright. Alakir was, we did a cheese strat, which was kind of lame. But it was at least novel. But I think for me, a lot of what I enjoy in World of Warcraft is, like, the class that I'm playing. The content is cool. You know, the thing that you're playing your character through obviously matters to an extent. But ultimately, if the class that you're playing feels like shit, then you're just not going to have a fun time. Like I just was trying to play Classic Warlock. I'm just like in misery. I don't want to play that. But it's kind of the same reason why I shit-talk SOD a lot. And I do think that the content in SOD was by and large just not good. But the reason why I played SOD as much as I did, and why I don't look on it as poorly, as I think a lot of people do, I would say, I don't know, it's weird. SOD, actually, I think maybe I'm a little bit more pessimistic on average than, like, the real, like, super-duper SOD enjoyers, but I think a lot of people who still say, like, oh, SOD was so good are people who were, like, nostalgic for P1, and most people agree SOD P1 was nice, but also I think the thing about SOD P1 is it was so new and novel, and we also didn't really know where they were going with a lot of it. And definitely stuff like the Ashenvale PvP event was much better than a lot of what they added later on. And Nightmare Incursions, I think, soured a lot of people's opinions. So a lot of people have nostalgia for, like, SOD P1, and then they conveniently forget all of the issues with, like, SOD P3 onwards. And I think some people look way too favorably on the endgame SOD stuff. I tried it a little bit, and I don't think it was very good. I think it appeals to a very specific type of player, and if you're in that type of player group, then cool. But that was, I don't know, I tried it a little bit, and I just bounced off it. It was like the worst combination of like classic grinding and retail mechanics. But, all that to say, at the very least, SOD had some interesting classes, primarily Tank Warlock. If I didn't click with Tank Warlock as much as I did, I probably would have stopped playing SOD way sooner. But even though I was like, I had problems with the content, I didn't necessarily think it was that much fun, I loved Tank Warlock. And there were, like, multiple viable builds. I mean, I made guides for all of them. It was really fun to play. So I kind of stuck it out through SOD way longer than I really wanted to. Just because that, like, playstyle felt so fun to me. And there's been a lot of iterations in WoW kind of like that. Where, you know, you're not, you know, the game is not great, but hey, this class I'm playing feels really good. Which is also kind of why I'm in a weird position with, like, Midnight, for instance, because a lot of the classes feel really fucking dogshit this expansion. I'm kind of glad that, thankfully, a decent amount of the community seems to agree on this, because the selling point from Blizzard, which was just horseshit from the get-go, of, like, we're simplifying the classes to make it easier for people to get into, and then, like, a lot of the, like, stupid intricacies of the classes that make it, like, harder to min-max for new players are still there. It's just in a more, like, really dumb form. Some specs got absolutely gutted, though, and had a lot of their skill expression taken away. And then, like, you still have the one-button rotation, right? So, like, for people who just don't want to have to figure out what they're pressing on their class, like, that's still there. They could still do that. But now, for some reason, because Blizzard needs to make the game slightly more approachable for new players, even though they've already added the one button, they have to completely kill Brewmaster, which has been one of my favorite specs forever. Like, I cannot enjoy Brewmaster. Every time I play Brewmaster, I'm just, like, really annoyed by it. I kind of, like, sorta kinda like Master of Harmony. It's not the worst thing ever, but Master of Harmony is, like, in a state where I can kind of stomach playing it to long enough where if I had been forced to play it for prog, I wouldn't have hated my life. But Shadowpan, which at this point most people are playing Shadowpan, I've seen, like, apparently some of the higher level Brewmasters in M+ are now running Master of Harmony, so at least, you know, there's some merit because it does, like, a little bit more boss damage. It also got a minor rework, which I just really haven't played around with in this patch. But I cannot stand Shadowpan Brewmaster. Like, genuinely, I would rather just fucking jump off a bridge than play that version of the spec. It's just not fun. It's so fucking boring. And it sucks that it's meta right now. It's like the best tank in M+, so it's probably not going to see any meaningful changes because, I don't know, Blizzard probably will look at metrics and think they did a good job. But unless, like, and I've been kind of waiting to push any sort of M+ keys because, I'll be honest, if the M+ meta for the rest of the season remains, Brewmaster is the only way you can push keys, like, just miss me with that shit, man. I don't even want to bother. I'll probably get the, what is it, like 3.5k achievement, just for the sake of it, but I'll probably do it on a different class. And then Bear, Bear is the only tank design that I actually enjoyed going into this expansion. I thought they did a great job, but they just fucked the numbers because they don't know how to balance shit. So instead of just making it so like, oh yeah, Bear plays really well, they just completely fuck the tuning, and now because they don't know how to unfuck the tuning, they're just nerfing random stuff, and they're going to reach a point where Bear just feels like asked to play because they've butchered the kit with just random garbage number tuning. At the very least, the fundamental... Also, this music is going fucking crazy. I guess this is technically the entrance of the new dungeon, but... Oh, man. I guess it's probably in here. Do I need... I do need these mobs, so I may as well kill them all. Wrath has a lot of nostalgia carrying it, yeah. I mean, I don't know. The other... I do think, kind of circling all the way back around, I actually did enjoy Wrath Prop Alley, so that's one of the other reasons why I kind of stuck with it for as long as I did. Especially, like, one of the reasons why I say, oh, I really liked... Oh yeah, no, my weapon is nuts. One of the reasons I did really like Titan Rune Dungeons is Paladin dungeon tanking felt crazy in Wrath. I feel like so many people said going into the expansion that Warriors were going to be the best dungeon tanks, and I don't know if that's just like at the very start of the expansion they were good, but I'm going to be honest, I've never seen that. I even played my Warrior a little bit, and they're fine. They're better than, like, Death Knights for dungeon tanking in Wrath, but every single time I played my Paladin in dungeons, I just felt unkillable. And you did so much damage. Like, I was usually the top DPS in most of the Titan Rune dungeons I ran. And that was disregarding the fact that they had that, like, really broken tank effect that did, like, tons of damage. It was just, like, obviously a geared DPS who knew what they were doing was going to beat me, but the vast majority of random pugs that you would get weren't really that coordinated. So if you were just an optimized prop alley with Hammer of the Righteous and Avenger Shields, you could just do monstrous damage, and you would never die. So you could just do these massive AoE pulls. It was really fun. I'm guessing the entrance is somewhere in there. Obviously, I'll come back for this, but I'm gonna circle back around to find the last two mobs I need and then do the turn-in. But yeah, I don't know. It's, Oh yeah, the other thing I was saying is, like, so I liked Prop Heli. I wonder if they added any chests here. I'd imagine that when you're designing new, like, little hubs here, that's not your first priority, so they probably didn't think to add it. Not a big deal. Could be that they did, and it's just not up. So I need mystics. I'm sure I'll find some. Here's one. Okay. Yeah, so I liked Wrath Prop Alley. It was fine. But one of the reasons that I enjoyed Kata so much is Kata Blood DK is just so good. Kata Blood DK... Like, I'm not sure if I enjoy Mop or Kata Blood DK more. It really surprised me, because I like Mop Blood DK, don't get me wrong, it's really fun. That was the first iteration of Blood DK I ever played. So, I ended up maining Blood DK for, like, Siege of Orgrimmar through all of WoD, and it's what really got me into tanking. So, I definitely have, like, a bit of nostalgia for that iteration of Blood, because that was the first, well, mostly for WoD Blood DK, but even Mop. That was, like, the first tank I ever really tried, and I really liked it, and that's what made me get into tanking in the first place, and then obviously I've been doing, like, nothing but tanking for years and years ever since. Even though I haven't been the biggest fan of, like, Blood DK iterations since WoD. Though I mean, I did play it for our Lyric Hill. The current iteration of Deathbringer Blood, I quite enjoy. I think Deathbringer Blood is maybe, like, my second favorite playstyle of tanking right now, behind, behind Bear, if Bear's not fucked. So, like, all the other tanks just feel... Like, Prot Warrior's fine. I don't really have any strong feelings about it, but it's definitely not my favorite iteration of Prot Warrior. It's Prot Warrior, right? It presses Thunderclap and it presses Shield Slam. That's about it. It's unkillable. Master of Harmony Brew is okay, but it's just a strictly worse version of what we had in Manaforge Omega. So it's hard to really like it that much. Deep Within... Okay, so this is the follow-up quest for Frostbane Hollow. Cool. So we have that. And then we'll see if there's any follow-up from here. And what else? Yeah, what are... I was gonna say I don't really like Vengeance. I'll be honest, I haven't given Vengeance a really fair chance so far this expansion. I probably should. I'll have to get around to that. And the issue with Vengeance is, like, I know for a fact it's not going to live up to my favorite iteration of Vengeance. And to a certain extent, that's almost unfair. Because, like, yeah, well, Legion Vengeance Demon Hunter, and then to a lesser extent, Aberrus Vengeance Demon Hunter, is one of my favorite tank playstyles, like, ever. So, obviously, it's not going to meet that bar. But I also just really hated Vengeance throughout pretty much the entirety of Amir Drasil and then The War Within. And I've heard it's better, but then I've also heard there's a lot of other problems, especially with its survivability. Like, apparently it's just a lot of RNG on its meta procs and whatnot, which always just feels really lame. I've never liked that aspect of Vengeance whenever they try to force it. So, I don't know. I don't really think I'm going to enjoy it all that much, but I'll give it a fair try at the very least. But it doesn't sound very interesting. And, like, Prop Paladin is in such a weird spot. I've messed around with my Prop Pally a little bit, and there's definitely a certain element of, like, Templar Prot, when it goes off, can do crazy damage. But Templar Prot feels heavily dependent on its burst window. And outside of its burst window, it does, like, fuck all damage. So that's a bit unfortunate in terms of its design. See if I can... Is the quest... I can't remember if... No, it's in the southern mountain pass. So I have a little bit further. I don't know if there's a direct path along these mountains. I can just drop down and walk. It's fine. Whenever Vengeance is mentioned, you think of the Mop Vengeance passive, and then you're the Wolverine looking at the picture in bed meme. Yeah. Yeah, it's... I mean, I feel like Vengeance, the mechanic... It's fun, don't get me wrong, because... So, as much as I enjoyed Blood DK in MoP when I played it, like, way back when, so far, I pretty much only, like, in MoP Classic, I've only really played Brew. And that's primarily because I played a ton of Blood DK back in original MoP, so this time around, I wanted to try Brew, because I never got to try Brew in MoP. I only first tried it in WoD. So I wanted to really get a feel for it, and I have. And it was really fun, obviously, abusing Vengeance to usually be the top DPS in dungeons. You could just do crazy stuff with it. I've seen from logs, it looks like pretty much all the top logs are tanks. Unsurprisingly, if you cheese Vengeance, then you can do crazy damage. But it's such a weird mechanic to, like, support tanks doing damage. Because it just leads to a lot of degenerate gameplay. Like, in Legion, there was no sort of Vengeance system. And there were fights where I would genuinely, as a Vengeance Demon Hunter, beat DPS players. And I didn't have any, like, special effect like that. It's just, Vengeance Demon Hunters did so much damage if you did, like, a perfect Spirit Bomb rotation on single target, that they just did DPS levels of damage. I'm actually... That's one thing that I'm very curious about how it's going to play out in Legion Classic. Because Vengeance was considered to be turbo dogshit for Raid in Legion. But I don't think people realized at the time how much damage it did. Because I was, as somebody who was getting basically non-stop rank 1 parses on Vengeance throughout the entirety of Legion, and I was, like, literally in the class Discord. I wasn't, like, an official theory crafter, because, like, those places tend to be a toxic cesspool. But I popped in a lot, and at the time, theory crafters were literally referencing my logs as, like, how to optimize Vengeance. which is why it's one of my favorite iterations of tanks ever. Like, there is a certain ego part of that. Like, I was just absolutely fucking cracked at that spec. And I could do obscene amounts of damage. Multiple times that expansion, I got rank 1 all-tank damage parses, and it was just, Vengeance just gapped the fuck out of every other tank. The problem was it was very squishy, right? So that was the downside, but you could play around that. Like, when I got my Vengeance kill and Maiden of Vigilance, I got rank 1 all damage all tanks on that fight, when Vengeance was one of the lowest damage tanks on that boss, because people just thought, okay, you can't live it unless you play extremely defensively. And then I said, what if I just use Last Resort as a cheat death? And I just intentionally die and use a battle res, and that's my defensive. And it worked, because in that fight you can never really use battle reses, because if somebody died, they caused like the light fell explosion anyways. So the only players that could actually die without causing a wipe were tanks, so you always had battle reses for them anyway. And back then, obviously, Last Resort reset when you died and got battle resed. So you could take a one-shot, overkill, pop Last Resort, it saved you. You take another one-shot on the next tank slam, overkill, die, and then battle res, and then repeat that 2 more times. And that's what we did for our kill. I got rank 1 damage all tanks playing a full damage Vengeance build, because you don't need to spend any resources into defense if you know you're going to die anyway, and that's the plan. But it worked. It was a viable strategy. We killed the boss with it. So I'm very curious to see what classic speedrun guilds figure out for that, because I do wonder if at the time the Race to World First guilds understood just how broken Vengeance was, I do genuinely believe that they did not know how strong it could be on damage. Because nowadays, you see Race to World First guilds, look at what they did on Lonarra. They needed damage, so they swapped Yips to Bear, because it did more damage, and then that's what won Liquid the race. And they figured out a way to do the mechanic without having to rely on, Mass Grip, specifically so they could run more damage on their tanks. So if you're going, in a speedrunning setting, I feel like a lot of raids are going to end up bringing Vengeance Demon Hunters, way more so than we saw in actual Legion, just because I think more people will know when, with the benefit of hindsight, how broken it actually was. But I guess we'll see. Okay, so, this is kind of why I wanted to do it on my Warlock, this stuff, because I am over-leveled for this little hub, but it's fine. We at least get to see it. Looks like there's also custom music here. You think it's degen for sure, but when you hop on Mock Classic now, you always find it hilarious to be pumping consistently? Yeah. You missed out on Legion, so with WoD Classic being a possibility, you'd hope it basically guarantees Legion. Yeah, if WoD Classic happens, there's just 0 chance they don't progress to Legion. I think that's the consideration they have to make. Now, anecdotally, I know enough people who would absolutely play the hell out of a Legion Classic if it were to happen. So, I think it's a no-brainer. I also think WoD Classic would be a lot more popular than Blizzard may realize. I'm hoping they've been doing proper surveys to, understand that. Because I've also spoken with a lot of people, especially more recently. I have been, go back to, my fucking Shadowlands streams, and you'll find me there saying that I can't wait for WoD Classic. And back then, people were like, oh yeah, you're such a fucking idiot, WoD sucked, blah, 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 blah. Especially because back then, we were, in Original Classic. TBC wasn't even out when I started doing my very first streams. But I've been saying since, the very beginning that I want to play WoD Classic. And it was, a half joke. But I did have many, debates with people of, no, I'm telling you WoD was better than you remember. And I do think it would work well as a Classic expansion in some shape or form. Obviously, they may need to change it. But we're there now. And I think over time, I've slowly, because I've been having this argument constantly for years, I've started to see that opinion shift. Where, I was called crazy back in the day when I kept saying I think WoD Classic would actually be good. Nowadays, there's more people that are yeah, actually, I'd play WoD Classic. That sounds fun. So maybe it's just there's more nostalgia for WoD now. Maybe people have realized that they actually enjoyed playing, Kata and Mop Classic, and maybe WoD wouldn't be so bad if we have, an expedited schedule. Who knows? But I think it would be really fun. But if they do that, also then they get Legion, which definitely people would play Legion Classic for sure. That's just not even a question. So I think that would do well. I turn off error messages. I can't. Cool. It's still giving me the spell not ready yet sound, though. Not the worst. I'm also just kind of, like, button mashing right now, a little bit more so than usual, so that's why it's, like, making all that noise. You know, 1,000,000% your entire guild would be grinding the shit out of Legion Classic? Yeah. WoD would be pretty good, especially with a more condensed timeline. The problem is, every time they say they're going to do that, they failed. Like, they really kind of fucked up both... Jeez, music. The custom music for Turtle, like, consistently impresses me with, like, how hard it goes for these random questing hubs. But it doesn't feel like that out of place. It's definitely, like, way more, like, bold, I guess? I don't know what the right word to describe it is. What the fuck? I think I might have phased into, like, a different zone slightly. Okay, well, if I kill that guy there, I won't be able to loot him. We'll see. I think one of the other things I'm considering in terms of, like, whether or not I play TBC or MOP, if I decide to play either after I'm done here, is which tank am I more interested in playing? Because that's obviously always been a big consideration for me. I like tanking. I like just experiencing different types of tanks. So if I were to play TBC, I would almost certainly play Paladin, just because I already played Bear Tank in TBC the first time, and it was fun. Like, been there, done that. I played it a lot. So, I don't know, maybe if it was, like, absolutely required for Sunwell, if I ended up joining a guild, I might, like... I did level a bear in original anniversary, so, like, I could continue playing... What the fuck? Yeah, I could play that if needed, but I've also heard a lot about, like, seal twisting and whatnot, and I would want to try that. Okay. Well, I guess it's a good thing I didn't try to do this on my Warlock, because I would have been fucked trying to solo a level 11 elite. This technically is a group quest, right? 9+. So, yeah, I would have been fucked if I ever tried to come here. Especially given how I was getting destroyed by random trogs. And that was the quest anyway, so... I never would have been able to do that quest if I hadn't done this on my Paladin. I guess this was the right call in the end. You missed out on the most fun iteration of ret twisting if you didn't play Sod. I did play Sod. Which iteration of ret twisting are you talking about? Admittedly, I didn't play, like, level 60 Paladin. I played Paladin in Nomergon and Sunken Temple. The version of Paladin that I played, which, like, I played basically ret tank, because, like, technically, it was protection, but, like, nobody actually spent points in protection. Every single person just ran, like, a ret-focused build and then threw a shield on sometimes. And then there were a few times where you just literally tanked with a two-hander. The way seal twisting worked in Sod compared to TBC, maybe I just didn't get into it enough to really, like, understand the ins and outs. I never mained Paladin, admittedly. I played it in some of our, like, alt runs. I still got, like, decent parses with it, but I never went for, like, rank 1 parses. I only did that for Warlock tank. So... the only thing I remember from playing Paladin in Sod is you ran, You ran, like, extremely high attack speed, and you fished for exorcism procs. And that was pretty much the entire spec. It was just auto attack, exorcism, and back to back to back. And that was, like, the vast majority of your damage. But, again, I did not play the level 60 phase. So it's entirely possible that, like, a different build was played later on. That was the playstyle pre-60? Gotcha, okay. So I'm guessing then there was some sort of seal twisting playstyle at 60, and I never got to experience that. Gotcha. Yeah. And it's, so, also I should say I'm more interested in, like, tanking anyway. Now, obviously in SOD, because of how janky SOD was, you could get away with tanking as a Ret Paladin, effectively. I don't know if that persisted into the final phase. I do recall that they were trying to make changes to make it so you had to run, like, all the tanky stuff. Because it was like, if you run this tanky thing, you get shitloads of extra damage by just being a tank. So they were basically forcing tanks to actually be tanks, because then you did real damage. So that was kind of the trade-off. But I don't know. Obviously, in like, actual TBC, you can't just get away with playing Ret Paladin tank. I'm sure that you could level as, like, a Ret Paladin tank, but, like, for max level raids, I imagine you need to actually, like, build into all of the prot stuff, or at least the important stuff, that is. So I'm mostly saying that if I were to play TBC again, the one tank that I never got to play in TBC was Tank Paladin. It's not necessarily for the twisting. Like, I've heard people talk about seal twisting, so I guess I'd be curious to see, like, what that feels like, because I'm just not really familiar with the mechanic that much. But it's mostly just to be able to say, like, hey, I have now played every single iteration of tanks in TBC Classic. Just like, if Wrath comes out again, which at this point, like, they're almost certainly going to do Wrath Anniversary. So that's basically guaranteed. And when/if that happens, I will probably play Blood DK this time, because I played Paladin the first time around. And one of the reasons that I actually picked Paladin is I was on the fence going into the expansion of, like, should I play Paladin or Blood DK? And I thought, okay, Blood DK is the new hero class. Everybody's going to be playing a Blood DK. So if I want to try one of the two, I should invest more time into Paladin, because that's what less people are going to be playing. And, like, that was wrong, actually. I found, like, early on, I think it was probably true that there was a decent spread, maybe slightly more people were playing Blood. But easily, by, like, Ulduar, Blood DK tanks were actually really hard to find. I actually considered swapping, like, at a certain point, I was very tempted to swap to Blood DK mid-expansion, just because I could not find a guild. I eventually did find one, which is why I stayed on Paladin. But there was a point in time where I'm like, I cannot find a single fucking raid team that needs a prop Paladin tank. What the hell? How is every single guild recruitment post saying, looking for Blood DK? I thought that was just not going to be wanted at all. And from what I have found out, right, obviously Prop Pally felt insanely fun to play, so kind of not a surprise. I think a lot of other people also... I would imagine a bigger reason for the, like, overabundance of Prop Pallies is a lot of people like playing Ret. So Ret was probably really popular, but then Ret wasn't really that strong, I don't think. I believe in ICC was probably stronger than, you know, other patches. But I distinctly remember that Ret was kind of underperforming early in the expansion. So what I think probably happened is a lot of people played Ret Paladin, and then they couldn't find a raid spot, so then they switched to Prot. And Prot, obviously, also very strong, so then it just kind of led to that being overflowed. But, like, DPS DK was very, very strong, and usually wanted a few of them, so that probably had, like, no problem finding raid spots. Also, from what I read, Blood DK felt way jankier to play in Wrath compared to something like Prop Paladin, which was fairly straightforward. So I suspect that's why. Like, a lot of the times when I was looking at different fights, it was like, oh yeah, on this fight, Blood DKs have to do this really weird thing to, like, kite the boss or whatever, and, you know, Paladins just sit there and tank it. So I can imagine that it probably felt a lot better to play as a Paladin tank than it did as a Blood DK. That being said, I like the challenge, so that's why well, they're almost, like I said, they're almost certainly going to do it. So when, I guess is probably a better way to put it, when they bring back Wrath Classic, I'm almost certainly going to play Blood Decay for it. Also, I don't have any flight paths nearby, but I just realized I forgot to change my Hearthstone. So I'm at the very least going to set it to, like, I don't know, Ironforge or something. Figure it out. Or maybe I just throw myself in a flight path to Stormwind. I can also, I'm going to grab the Lockmodon flight path while I'm here. I can turn that in. I always love how the weather effects in Classic feel so much like more impactful than they do in Retail. Like, this is like really pouring rain. You never get that sense whenever there's a weather effect going on in Retail. Rep peaks in ICC basically until then it's meh. Yeah. But yeah, my kind of overall approach to Classic has always been like, kind of as a tank historian, almost. I just want to experience all the different tanks, because that is what I enjoy. So, like, I mean, I guess I've technically experienced, like, all that there is for tanking an original Classic, at least outside of, Turtle WoW, that is. But, like, I haven't really played a Paladin that much in original vanilla, just because it's not that good. It's not really a raid tank. It can technically tank dungeons, but it's not really that convoluted. I don't really think it's that interesting. I did play it technically in SOD, but obviously it was very different in SOD. Honestly, SOD Paladin felt much closer to, like, Wrath Paladin than it did anything in Classic. And, what's it called? Like, at this point, like, the first time around I played Warrior, and Warrior's fun, but it's not, like, that convoluted. So I did enough raid tanking on it to, like, get a feel for it. And then in Anniversary, I played Guardian Druid. And I actually tanked raids as Guardian Druid. I got, like, the token Guardian Druid raid spot, at least for Molten Core, until I've told that story a million times. But, my guildies were pieces of shit, and I burnt out very quickly. But until I left, I did actually get to tank multiple raids as Bear. And I actually, like, I main tanked some fights as Bear, so I did actually have to optimize my playstyle. I wasn't just like, like a Feral Druid, a cat DPS cosplaying as a Bear. Though, of course, even a good Feral Druid obviously does cat weave when needed, so I still did that. Now, did I play that all the way through Naxxramas? Fuck no. But do I really, really, really want to play, like, the same general playstyle throughout the entirety of Classic? Nah, I don't care enough to do that. So, I think I've like seen my fill of tanking in, like, original, unaltered vanilla WoW. If I ever, like, whenever I play it, which I'll probably still play, like, original Classic at some point in the future, I'll still play a tank, right? But I'm not going to force myself to play a prop pally in, original vanilla just to say that I have. I don't really think there's much to gain there. But prop pally in TBC is, like, distinct enough that I would want to experience it. Same with Blood Decay and Wrath. And then kind of same thing, like, if I come back to Mop, what'd I do? On one hand, I've kind of already played a lot of Brewmaster Monk. But also, brought Warrior and, like, brought Warrior/Paladin and Bear. They don't seem that interesting to me in Mop. They're obviously different, but by the time we get to Mop, we kind of get to a point where a lot of the tank specs just feel like watered-down versions of what we have today. So it doesn't seem that interesting. Like, I think Mop Prop Paladin feels kind of like a version that I've played before. I tried it out at least a little bit. Guardian Druid feels different, but I don't really think Guardian Druid is, like, very interesting. I also... Let me open Warcraft logs. I would imagine Guardian probably does decent damage just because it can catweave in Mop. If I look at... I don't know, let's look at Lei Shen, a random boss. All the top parses are Warrior, Paladin. It's like the same person. Jesus. in GDKP runs. God, I forgot about that. Yeah, so it's all Warrior Paladin. In all of these top parses. And... like, what's this guy's damage breakdown? Revenge, Shield Slam, Thunderclap, Dragon Roar. And then Bloodbath, which is just your abilities apply a bleed. And then he presses, like, Devastate once or twice, which is now not even really an ability. So, it's mostly just Revenge. Revenge, Revenge, Shield Slam. And that's it. And if you look at damage breakdowns for modern Prot Warrior, it's really not that different. It technically feels slightly different. Like, in Cataclysm Prot Warrior, it felt a little bit interesting, because Revenge was, like, only activated when you parried, and then it, like, hit multiple targets. And it, like, tanking, where's this guy? Is he outside? Am I blind? Oh, yeah, I am just blind. Okay.
Here there. What's your neck?
Like, for instance, I did a full leveling run as Prot Warrior. I have the entire video series actually still on YouTube. I'm not gonna... I don't want to go all the way across the lock to turn that quest in. I'm gonna go back to Thelsimer and then hop on a flight path. But I did... okay, Lation's not a great fight to look at since they spawn tons of ads to funnel. Look at a real single target fight like Iron Quad. Alright, look at Iron Quan. Iron Quan, okay, yeah, and fair enough. A lot of the top parses are bears. It's still mostly... yeah, mostly warriors and paladins. Interestingly, Brewmaster's, like, not even on here. What the hell? Why is Brewmaster's damage so bad? Yeah, the first Brewmaster's on the second page. Okay, yeah, so if I come back to Mop, I'm almost certainly not going to play Brewmaster then. I already got a good feel for it. I will say Mop Brewmaster definitely feels like a unique iteration of it, but not necessarily in a good way. I didn't love Mop Brewmaster. I enjoyed learning a new tank spec. Like, it's always fun, the process of figuring it out. But I can definitely say that Mop Brewmaster is, like, not my favorite iteration of Brew by far. It's not my least favorite. That probably goes to BFA Brew or Shadowpan Brew. Honestly, right now, Shadowpan Brew or, like, BFA Brewmaster might be my two least favorite ever iterations of Brew, but... Mop Brew is close. I was not a big fan. It felt kind of janky.
You got my attention.
Fly back to Stormwind. Yeah, there are a decent amount of Guardian Druids here. If I look at this... Thrash, Lacerate, Mangle, Maul. Okay, yeah. The only thing that's really different is that they stack Lacerate. I do remember that, because I did play, like... I dabbled in Bear back in, like, Mop and WoD a little bit. It was very bad in WoD. I think it was consistently the worst tank throughout all of WoD, so I barely played it. No pun intended. But... yeah, it's mostly just Thrash, Lacerate. I assume you keep your Lacerate stacks up. And then, okay, and then each time Lacerate hits, it has a chance to reset the cooldown on Mangle. So... same with Thrash. So you're just fishing for Mangle procs, pretty much. I guess. And then Maul is your Rage Dump. Yeah. So basically, the same iteration of Bear ever. Thrash, Mangle, Maul. And then this time there's another button, Lacerate. Right. Which technically, you could replace Lacerate with, like, Swipe. And that is... a lot of iterations of Bear. So, am I really missing anything by playing this? The only thing that I know is, like, Bear's survivability is very different in this iteration. Like, you have a lot more... like, if I look at the healing from this guy, Nature's Vigil did a lot of healing, Tooth and Claw did a lot of healing, and Frenzied Regen still exists, but it's much lower. And then... what was there was something called Savage Defense. Was that Mop only? Or a WoD only? No, okay. Yeah, so Bear was like a dodge tank for a time. Savage Defense increases your chance to dodge by 45% for 6 seconds. Like, that's so strange. And, like, dodge is just such a weird form of mitigation, because it's either the most broken thing ever, or it's just absolutely terrible. What I find interesting, though, is you're not even cat weaving in this iteration of bear. You're just playing bear form. Which, I suppose for some people would be a plus. For me, I don't think that's interesting, because I think bear... Well, cat weaving can feel kind of samey, but when cat weaving has felt good on bear, that's usually been some of the more interesting playstyles, in my opinion at least. And that same bear on... Yeah, the only difference, that same bear on his Lei Shen kill presses swipe a few more times. So that's about it. I don't know. That actually makes me less inclined to try Mop again. Because, like, what is... Actually, let me look at Prop Heli. What does Prop Heli look like? At least on a damage breakdown sense. Prop Heli has at least some more stuff going on, but it seems very similar. Judgment Shield, the Righteous Avenger Shield. Like, it, at the very least, it has execution sentence, which, that's different. But different enough for me to really care? I don't know. I don't know, the only reason I was really, really interested in, like, Mop Brewmaster is because it was such a different playstyle than anything else I had seen. And I don't think that's true from... Oh, this is new music. I don't know. Honestly, I might just play Blood DK. I know I like Blood DK, and that's at least, like... The nice thing about Blood DK and Mop is, although it's already similar to, like, I played it back in original Mop, and it's very similar to Kata Blood DK, but, at the very least, Blood DK has changed drastically since that point in time. A lot of the fundamental design elements of, like, Bear, Warrior, and Paladin have remained kind of unchanged ever since. So it just kind of feels like you're playing a watered-down version of, like, a modern version of that spec, and with Bear kind of the opposite. I don't know, Bear feels just really weird and classic. I do not vibe with, like, Kata/Mop era Bear. It's just not my jam. But Blood DK just fundamentally plays differently in this iteration of WoW. Kind of like Brewmaster, though I've already played Brewmaster, but it's like, if I have to play one of them, we'll see. I'll think about it. Let's see. I think Cat Weaving would be insanely broken with Vengeance. You think the AP from Vengeance, is greater than whatever DPS you would do with Cat Form? Yeah. Well, I mean, if I'm looking at the top arses and none of them are going Cat Weaving, then I have to imagine that it must not carry over. If it did, you would imagine they would be using it. So there's that. But yeah. That does make sense, right? Obviously, if you can just get crazy damage from Vengeance, and presumably if that doesn't carry over to Cat Form, then it's just better to stay in your tank form. Which, like, I guess that's one way to prevent Cat Weaving. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I haven't really always enjoyed Vengeance as a mechanic, period. Anyways, so we saw all the stuff in Dunmoreau, for the most part. So if I go to my checklist... I'm not going to bother, like, pulling it up on stream or anything like that. I can check off Rugford's Mountain Rest and the Ironforge Airfield. There we go. Yeah, so I did all the quests there. Obviously did them a little bit over-leveled. I've already done the Nomergan Reclamation Facility. We didn't get to see all of the quests, but, like, I did them on this character already. So, at least I already know what it's about. And we did get to see some of it. I gave it a little mini tour. The only thing left for me to do on this, or in Dunmoreau, is Frostbane Hollow, which is also, I mean, a dungeon, right? So I'm almost certainly going to do that. The only question is how. And my plan is I'm gonna I'm going to talk to some of my guildies, like, tomorrow. I'm going to see if I can get any of them interested. If I have to bribe them with gold, I'll bribe them with gold. I'll see. I'd hope that I can at least get, like, enough people who just have nothing to do now that the raid tier's over, interested enough to where if I'm just like, hey, look, come do this, I'll pay you. You know, if that's what it takes, fuck it. And I can bribe them with, like, bags and gold in-game to basically say, like, hey, I'll make it even easier for you to get caught up. And make, like, a little game out of it or something like that. And that would be nice. I think it would be cool to have, like, a team of 5 people to do the dungeon with. That, I think, would be ideal. I'd rather do that. If I just, for whatever reason, cannot get any of them interested, I will just find a way to pug this. I'm sure that there will be enough people, like, during prime hours who are around this level range who would be interested in running the dungeon, so we'll see. But I'm definitely going to do that dungeon at some point. Like, that's a no-brainer. I'm already at the required level. Obviously, until that happens, I don't want to touch this paladin, because that dungeon is basically up to level, like, 18 to 20-ish, so I don't want to get too high. I don't want to completely trivialize that. I want to have a relatively realistic experience going through that. Looking at some other stuff, I need to do Teldrassil. So what I'm going to probably do... I'm going to end stream here, by the way, just to be clear. But I'm just doing, like, a wrap-up explanation, right? So I'm going to end stream. I'm going to go make food. And I think, like I said before, I'm going to start leveling a Night Elf Druid. I'm going to get through, like, the first 5 levels, because I assume there's just not really any interesting stuff there. It's just starting zone stuff. Nothing crazy. If I notice there are significant changes, I will try to do that on stream instead, and I'll figure out what else I'm going to do. And there are some new Teldrassil things from I know for a fact in the 5 to 10 range. So I definitely want to showcase that. I'll probably do that tomorrow at some point, either during the afternoon or, like, at demon hours, because in the evening my guild's doing something, so I don't want to miss that. But depending on, you know, what time I'm free, I'll stream that tomorrow, so we'll do the Night Elf Druid stuff. And if I have more free time off stream, I guess I can show this, right? So this is Nordinar. This is all my alliance characters. Session expired. What do you mean session expired? Okay, it's a bug. But this is my like, all the characters I leveled as part of that video like 6 months ago. So yeah, my hunter, my warrior, my druid, and the shaman. I have, like, a lot of professions and stuff that I set up on all these characters, and then I never really finished them. Now, the shaman, I'm almost certainly going to play both my paladin and my shaman up to level, like, 30 or so. That's easy enough to do, and there's enough unique content in that range to where I think it would be worth getting both factions up there. I will have to see what my guild mates, if they are interested, decide to do, whether or not I choose to do each server TBD. I'm more, this point, leaning more towards trying to get them to play Alliance, because at this point, well, someone was kind enough to donate some gold to my paladin on Nordinar, so that will make things a little bit easier. And also, Frostbane Hollow is available from the jump, so that is brand new content that we could do immediately, effectively. And there's also, like, more Alliance-only content that I'm aware of early on, so I think that would be easier to sell them on. Now, I still want to do a lot of the custom stuff for Horde. I'll hop onto this character just to, like, see where we left off, right? But the point when I left off on the shaman is I was, like, I'm level 13, and there's just not really a lot that I can do. What is this? Let's just add this, okay. Ow. Yeah, so there's, like, a lot of stuff in the Barrens to do for quests. What else am I gonna really do on this character? Like, I think I had a rough plan written out. Yeah, so the rough plan that I had for the shaman was from level 13 to 15, I was just gonna quest in the Barrens. That's it. Because there's no real custom content in this small level band that I haven't already done. And then from, like, 17 to 20, apparently there's new stuff in Tearsfall Uplands. I don't know if it's... Does it track here? Yeah, there's some stuff here, but you can see requires level 11, but it's recommended for level 17. So I would want to make sure that when I got here, I could do all of the actual quests.
and I wasn't like missing some higher level ones. I don't want to have to continuously go back and forth. So I figure my best bet is to just get to level 17 before I even get here, which means that I have 4 levels to go, and up until, like, there is some new stuff in the Barrens, but it's like late Barrens. Like, Anchor's Edge is a new Turtle WoW zone. This is like a level 20 questline area, but everything else in the Barrens, for the most part, is just the same. Now, when I did like part 1 of the shaman leveling thing, I showcased the entire process. Obviously, there was a lot of just regular classic WoW Duratar stuff, and then I did show a good amount of the new things, obviously because I did a lot of stuff on the Goblin area. Specifically, the reason I chose to do a lot of things on Blackstone Island is because I wanted to highlight more of the custom Turtle WoW content, even if I don't necessarily think it was very efficient. That was why I chose to do it. But at this point, the format of this is not going to follow like a strict, episodic series. I'm just trying to do everything that I can with the limited time. So what I'm probably going to do for my shaman is I'm going to get it leveled up probably off stream up to level 17, and then when I'm ready to do Tears Fall Uplands, which is a new zone, then I can stream that. And that way, like, all of the new custom content, like, I think that's what most people are interested in seeing anyway. So in order to not burn myself out having to stream the entire process, I can juggle it that way. If I'm doing something that's like regular, generic, classic stuff, okay, I do that off stream, I just grind it out, and then when we get to something new that's like Turtle WoW specific, then I do a little stream. And it might be a little bit of a chaotic streaming format, because it might just be like, hey, I reached this thing at like 3 a.m., and I'm just going to start a stream at 3 a.m., level through this little zone for a few hours, and then stop stream. And that's probably what the next 2 weeks are going to be. We'll see how it goes, but that is the plan, at least. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Honestly, I wasn't even sure if anybody would show up to the stream, because I announced it last second. I was also very vague about it, because I didn't want to outright be like, I'm streaming in Turtle WoW. I wanted to be a little bit more subtle about it. And I also haven't really posted anything or streamed in 2 months, and this is on my 3rd channel. So the fact that any of you showed up at all, I really appreciate it. And yeah, I will see about what I'm going to do for the next episode of this. I'll see if I can convince any people to play this with me. But with that, I am going to go make food and see about getting my druid up to level 5. Thanks for watching. See you later.